Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, friends. How are you guys doing? We are having almost a winter day over here. It's been between like 45 and 55 degrees and torrential downpours all day. In fact, you guys know how like on the weather forecast, I literally have never seen it say 100% chance of rain. I don't think ever. You know, usually it'll be like 90% or 98 or 99. I didn't think they even could do 100. We had 100% chance of rain for today. And they were not wrong. It was very much rain. Welcome, Angel and Need Some Z's, and shout out to Angel being first in the chat tonight. Happy to see you guys. So I'm very excited to be getting into this. First of all, I have this lovely picture here for you guys, courtesy of Vinnie Politan of Court TV from the other night. Will he win the battle? And I just thought this was hilarious. But also I have this. So I did also put this in the Discord. This is the potential punishment for that Karen Read could be facing. So let's take a quick look here. Welcome, Mary, also. That's really funny about not in the hizzy for Twiz. Is Twiz? Oh, Twiz is not here yet. That's so funny, right? I know. You know, I should actually do that. That would be really funny. No, you. Oh my God, I know, right? So if she is convicted of murder in the second degree, and here's the elements, we will go through all of the specific jury instructions when the Commonwealth rests their case in chief. But for now, this is the elements. So defendant caused the death. Defendant either intended to kill or intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. And for that, life in prison, eligible for parole after a term of years fixed by the court, minimum 15 years, not more than 25 years. I guess that's referring to the parole, because it says life in prison. Okay, then we have everyone's favorite count 2, super convoluted as per usual. Manslaughter while operating, so the lead charge, right? Manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So defendant operated motor vehicle, defendant operated motor vehicle upon a public way or a place. We don't need to read. Let's just skip to the important part. So while operating intoxicating liquor of 0.08 or higher, the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly so as to create a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to another. By such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John Occiput. Note that it doesn't necessarily imply there needs to be a collision, right? I mean, this is why this is so dumb. Essentially, it's like by operating a motor. So let's just say you drive somebody somewhere and you leave and then they die. But you operated the motor vehicle and dropped them off at the place. Anyway, let's keep going. So she could have prison 5 to 20 years, fine of up to $25,000, no suspended sentence, not eligible for probation, parole, or deduction for good conduct until 5 years of such sentence. Then we have the lesser included. This is still count 2, involuntary manslaughter. So again, cause the death, intend the conduct that caused the death. Now, what's different between the lead charge here is that intent is not an element at all of this lead charge for count 2. Intent does not need to be there at all. Just the cause. So now we're back to intent. So the defendant intended the conduct that caused the death. The defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless, and then either state prison up to 20 years or jail or house of correction up to 2.5 years, fine of up to $1,000. And then we have the next lesser included for count 2. Some of these are the same as the lead charge, at least the first three elements are. Okay. And then we have the fourth element. The defendant operated the vehicle in a negligent manner so that lives or safety of the public may be endangered. So the public, not even has to be John O'Keefe. And then by such operation caused the death. So either state prison, 2.5 years to 15 years, fine of up to $5,000, or jail or house of correction. What are these other houses of correction that it keeps mentioning? Anyway, 1 to 2.5 years, fine of up to $5,000, not eligible for probation, parole, furlough, or deduction from sentence until 1 year served. Then we have, last but not least, count 3, leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death, operated a motor vehicle. Defendant operated a motor vehicle. Da, da, da. Okay, no, the defendant knowingly collided with John O'Keefe. So interestingly enough, this is the only one that uses that word, right? The collision caused injury to John O'Keefe, resulting in death. After causing such injury, the defendant failed to stop and provide name, home address, and registration number of the motor vehicle. Defendant failed to do so for the purpose of avoiding the prosecution or apprehension. Either state prison, 2.5 years to 10 years, another fine here, or jail or house of correction. Again, 1 to 2.5 years, not eligible for probation, parole, furlough, or deduction from sentence to 1 year served. So the one that's the most interesting in terms of this, the wording being confusing here for punishment. I'm going to read this again for second-degree murder. Life in prison, eligible for parole after a term of years fixed by the court. Minimum 15 years, not more than 25 years. That seems like that's referencing the term for parole, that when you could be eligible. In other words, after a minimum of 15 years, but not more than 25 years. And Judge Bev would be the decider of that, looks like. Also, I think Runkle is not going live tonight. So that's a bummer, but maybe some other people will stumble upon this stream and they can join the Squirrel Crew. So let me see who all is in the chat here, friends. Welcome to Heather as well, who just got here. Angel asking a very relevant question. How can they prove she caused his death? Great question. Didn't he die from impact to the base of his brain? Sounds like it. I mean, this witness that testified today is supposed to be answering these questions, right? How did she cause his death? So Heather reminding everybody to hit the like. Thank you, Heather. That's funny. Great ankle monitor. So yeah, I haven't seen any of the testimony from today with the exception of maybe like 5 minutes. And it was from earlier on. And it was just going through some of the preliminary stuff to get the basic data in. Some of you guys may have missed it, but I had some big news that I shared on the last live stream. It is time-stamped. So as of due to which, all day today, left my house at 7:45, got home at 6:30 because there's quite a commute, but spent all day in this awesome criminal defense law firm training to be a paralegal. And for more on that, again, I have that time stamped on the previous live stream. I don't want to like be redundant by like repeating all that news, but basically it's sick in a good way. And already learning a ton, couldn't be happier. And if they, when they go to trial, and again, they do handle death penalty cases. They have several right now. If their cases go to trial, I will probably be tagging along as their paralegal. So dream come true. Dream come true. Yeah, I mean, I would say that as far as the specific elements, I think they've proved that she operated the vehicle on a public way, like driving on a road. I think that was proved. Okay, defendant operated a motor vehicle, check. Operated a motor vehicle on a public way, like a road, check. That's basically it. So, yeah. Is this a job or a volunteer thing? It is another full-time job in addition to, if you count YouTube, considering the hours anyway, it's like a third full-time job for me, basically. But, you know, instead of paying money to go to law school, like I get paid. And I will say that I learned more in this first day than I would say you probably learn in your first, I don't know, maybe year or more of law school, because, you know, they start with all the basics and stuff, a lot of stuff that a lot of us already know. And a lot of which is already covered from the paralegal certificate that I have. You know, they don't really get into the nitty gritty until, what do they say, year 2, usually we hear, because, you know, law school is typically 3 years. So, yeah, and actually like practical, like actually federal and state. I mean, one of these, so it's these 2 attorneys, and one of them regularly travels the entire country for federal cases. Like today they had a case coming in from Minnesota. Oh, and they also had a case coming in from Boston, Massachusetts, which terrified me. And these defendants, they pay to have them fly out there and all that. So it's super sick though. And I'm going to actually be helping in a major, major way. So yeah, I do need to update Twiz's command. So that's funny. Knees and Z's conceding they proved those things about the public road and whatnot. Learning on the job is way more beneficial. Absolutely. Especially because like a lot of the preliminary knowledge, you know, like I already have covered that via my paralegal certificate, and also just like studying all these cases and doing my own research and reading all my stacks of law books and whatnot. So it's a course. No. I already did. So I did, like, I don't know, maybe a year ago, I did a whole course through Barbary. You know, they administer the bar exam. I did a whole course through them, and got a paralegal certificate, but that was just for funsies. This is an actual job, like full-time, 2 attorneys. And I am the person who is, they had a paralegal who is going to be taking a leave of absence for like an unknown period of time. And so I am replacing her, but then I think also like they needed an addition anyway. So I'm gonna have my work cut out for me. Luckily, by the time July rolls around, North Carolina will be completely e-filing, which is nice. So yeah, I started, I mean, and as far as the training today, like I did a lot of, you know, I'm almost up to the challenges, right? So I spoke with a lot of current clients, potential clients. Oh my gosh, I just did so much. I could tell you guys a lot about it if you care. I did a lot of different things today. Really cool. Like basically, you know, as is often the case with paralegals, like managing the case file from start to finish, right? So from the time there's first an inquiry, somebody calls and they decide to retain either of these attorneys, all the way on through until their case is closed, whatever that resolution is, and it, you know, can be years. So I maintain maintaining that entire case file, and setting up all the stuff through the core and managing the attorney's calendar and all of the things. So I did the course, the paralegal course, I did through Barbary. I'll put it in the chat. Welcome, Meg. So yeah, they're the people who administer the bar exam. And they actually just started doing this paralegal course pretty recently, I believe. And by the way, on the next members only live stream, as per y'all's request, we will read the appellate brief that I wrote as like my final exam for that course, based on all of North Carolina and, you know, controlling federal case law. But the whole point being that you're using all the North Carolina case law and specific statutes and stuff, which is fun. Thanks for all the congratulations, guys. And And welcome to anyone who's also just now getting here. So I have a lot of thoughts. Again, I only got to see like 5 minutes or so of this testimony when I was on like a quick little break. So here's what I wanted to talk about first. This is expected to be the Commonwealth's last witness before they rest their case in chief. So let's recap the last witnesses. So we had Dr. Wolf, the neurosurgeon, who was awesome. He's not a hired gun. He seems to very, very, very rarely testify as an expert. He's busy doing a surgery, but yet he was literally exactly what you want in an expert, right? Then we had Christina Hanley, and we had that whole thing with, Proctor Glassgate, if you will, right? With the cups and glass and the Chalkgate. Okay. So we had Dr. Wolf, who was outstanding. Then we had Chalkgate, if you will. Then we had Shanon Burgess. I think he needs no introduction. But just for funsies here. Okay. And then we get to Judson Welcher as of today. So first thing I wanted to say is I wanted to remind everybody, I've been meaning to say this, that remember, Hank initially wanted Kenny Kinsey. When he first came on the case and like in one of the initial hearings, he started talking about Kenny Kinsey, and I freaked out because he was the accident reconstruction expert in the Murdaugh trial. He's one of my favorite experts of all time. He's delightful and so credible and extremely intelligent and just phenomenal in literally every way. And he dropped that name, and I have no doubt that he tried to get Kenny Kinsey, and basically he would have, turned over, here's what we've got, take a look and tell me what you think, right? And as is the, what happens with these experts, right? If they offer, they say, okay, here's my opinion, and it's not an opinion that's favorable to whichever party it is that asks for their, review of whatever it is that they want to potentially hire them for, then they don't call them, right? If it's not favorable. So it only stands to reason that Kenny Kinsey did exactly that, looked at everything, said, here's my opinion. And I'm sure you guys can figure out why Hank Brennan did not use him. But he surely dropped that name. And it makes sense because we all know Hank Brennan has these connections to South Carolina, right? Because of Whitey Bulger. So, in fact, we've seen other connections and people that there's been other connections along the way with him in South Carolina that I've noticed. And I keep thinking he's probably relying on like referrals from people that were related in that case. Like that seems to like be his heyday. I mean, we even heard him that slip of the tongue with G and Turco, right? It's like, from 20 years ago or whatever. Anyway, so Kenny Kinsey was not on the case. Yeah. Another thing that I've been thinking about is, the word hit versus clip, right? Hit versus clip. Hit somebody with a car or clip somebody with a car. And what I have been waiting for, and no spoilers, guys, for anyone who's because what I'm hoping for, and we'll see if it happens, I'm hoping that this expert will explain, is there a difference? Is it just subjective? Are they just colloquialisms? Is clip supposed to sound less severe? Or is there an actual difference in the mechanism, right? Hit versus clip, because these words have been tossed around a ton and they seem to have really reverted to clip, they being Commonwealth and really, I guess, everybody, clip somebody with your car. But like every time I hear it, I keep thinking, what does that like actually mean? And as y'all know, they have to define these things for the jury, right? And, up until now, maybe they could be relying upon whatever the jury interprets it as. But if ever there was an expert for the Commonwealth who would actually define this for the jury, it should be Judson Welcher. So that's another thing I wanted to keep in mind here. And then let me look at my list. Did I have anything else I wanted to just say before we get going? Oh, I wanted to also remind everybody, including myself, that, this whole Judson Welcher thing, right? This is the dude who, as you guys, I'm sure are aware, Hank Brennan really was begging for more time. He can't come in. He's so busy. He's got this plan and that plan and da-da. And then even after all that, he bought himself another, 5 days or whatever with the break. So if you imagine somebody wearing out all of their procrastination, if you will, or like, whatever, extension. It seems to me like Hank Brennan has waited as long as humanly possible to put this expert on. So there's that. So, okay. So Need Some Z says, she disagrees about the neurosurgeon. He did not impress you, but he did make many points that very much support the defense. Exactly. And that's why he's a credible expert, in my opinion. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I think most people, if not everybody, myself included, are in agreement that he was an excellent witness for the defense. But he wasn't weaselly, and he was blunt, and he was not extremely knowledgeable. And, as an expert witness likely would be in this case, they're going to be, they're going to be offering opinions that are helpful to the defense, right? Just because that's what the facts have to offer. So, catching up on the Idaho stuff. Okay, cool. Where are you at on that, Mary? Did you start from the beginning? He's as much of a clown as Burgess. Well, that is crazy. I can't wait to see it. Welcome, Twiz. Gangstas. Happy to see you, Twiz. By the way, we got the go-ahead and the approval to watch Twiz's big interview. So we will be doing that. We'll probably do that this weekend. Twiz's big star debut. So that's exciting. Welcher gives Need Some Z's used car salesman vibes. Yeah, and that's right, because of Burgess. And as we know, right, he formulated his report, he being Judson Welcher, before that change to the whole stupid timeline. So lower my expectations. Would clipping someone pirouette them 20 feet in the air, though? Boy, I'll tell you what, I just finished the timestamps just recently here for the live stream from 5 days ago or something, where we revisited Trooper Paul on Cross, and it was just so much fun getting to timestamp all of those great moments of Trooper Paul's. There's just so many. Credible for the opposing side is a bad fact. Exactly. Twiz is hoarding the crayons. So did I have anything else on my list? I think that's it. We're still really close to 2K. I think we got to 2K, and then, as it happens, right? And then I think I lost a subscriber or two, so I think I'm back below. Anyway, I'm just excited because when we get to 2K and it's like solid, we're going to have a big squirrel party. So that's what I was going to say about that. Interesting. So yeah, and going along the lines of like the whole Kenny Kinsey thing, right? So it makes you wonder, how many people did he consult, right? Before he came across people, experts, quote unquote, who offered an opinion that he thought was favorable to the Commonwealth, because it's not hard to imagine that was probably quite difficult. And, so. Oh, you just binged all of Murdoch. So did you finish of the revisiting key testimony? That's super awesome. I haven't really been in the Discord except for 1 second to post those 2 things in Karen Read today, so I've not been caught up on what y'all are saying in the Discord. But that's awesome. I hope you enjoyed it. There, Mary. Okay, so they don't have their timestamps done yet, which is fine. Without further ado, let us, look at the OnlyFan going. All right, I see you, OnlyFan. Okay, let's see. Are they starting it off with a sidebar? Probably. Yup, classic. Classic. It's a long sidebar. And they're back with the fan. Oh, the jury's entering. Okay. We don't have sound yet. Here's Alan Jones. Okay, here we go. Ooh, look at the green. Miss Little's got a nifty hair thing. What's she got? Look at that. What is that? Like a clip? A rectangular clip. The orange highlighter, though, is not on end yet. Let's see if I'm sure at some point we'll see it standing on end. Rules to show accurate for that. Yeah. Exactly. Oh, that's fine.
You told me for the embassy report in case I'm hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
By the way,
Good morning, sir.
Meg, if you're still listening, I chucked a bunch more, an angel too. Anybody who follows the whole thing with the hair and the foliage and the balayage, I did a bunch more on my hair last night. So looking much blonder today than yesterday.
All right, so we're going to have a short voir dire. Okay, so Mr. Lessie.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Starting it off with the voir dire. So there he is. He's got a nice haircut. I would say. Will that be the only?
Good morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning.
If you look at any documents in answering my question, I appreciate you letting me know that, okay?
Okay.
Do you have any documents open in front of you at this moment?
I do. I have a minor.
Your Honor, I've asked.
Oh man, who's getting flashbacks to Dr. Hughes on that one from Deputy Heard?
Until the question comes up.
Oh my God, he had his documents out. So here's the thing. Whenever an expert witness starts out with like all their documents in front of them, that already makes me wonder how much experience do they actually have testifying? Because literally you can't ever do that ever. Like how do you not know that? Like that's a bit troublesome.
Do without it, sir, for a few minutes.
Depending on the question. Sure.
Okay, so just let us know if you need to look at it. Don't look at it without permission, please. All right, go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Your
Lessie.
Honor. Dr. Welcher, you have changed your PowerPoint presentation in the last few days in this case, correct?
I
No.
deleted a slide and removed a couple words.
Right, but you changed your PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Correct. I deleted a slide and deleted a couple words.
My God.
Who have you spoken to at the Commonwealth in the last 2 weeks? Anybody associated with the Commonwealth? Who have you spoken to?
In the last 2 weeks, Mr. Brennan, Mr. Lally, Lieutenant Tully,
Anyone else?
I think Mary Ellen Gray,
Anyone else?
the tech person Cindy this morning.
And with regard to those conversations, what prompted those conversations? Who initiated them?
Oh my God.
I was originally told I was going to have to be out here last Monday. So there was a whole flurry of conversations around that.
And there it is. So what's really funny, we talked about this, right? And I told you guys, like, we paid attention to it because of how confusing and convoluted Brennan made it when they were arguing about this, about his availability and stuff. And remember, sometimes it was like, who's he talking about here? And I think some people assumed that Brennan was saying he couldn't be available until after the Memorial Day weekend. And that's not what Brennan said. And it was very clear that Brennan said he wouldn't be available until Monday or Tuesday, as in last week. And what's really funny is then when he didn't get called, Brennan made it seem like he was not available. But it sounds like, no surprise to me, he was available. But again, the procrastination. Oh my God.
I was initially told I may have to give all my rebuttal testimony on a whole huge data set I'd received.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. My question was simply because we have a limited amount of time. Who initiated the conversations?
Oh, there were multiple conversations.
How many?
I have no
More
idea.
than 10?
I'm sorry?
More than 10?
Probably not.
All right. What did you discuss with, do you understand it's no longer Detective Lieutenant Tully? It's, as I understand, it's Lieutenant Tully. Did you have conversations? You said you had conversations with him, correct?
Correct.
When was the first conversation? How many? And what are the nature of those conversations?
Are you limiting it to the last 10 days or in total in my life?
Within the last 2 weeks.
Last 2 weeks.
In his life.
I believe it
How
was
many conversations have you had in your entire life? Is that what he's really?
when I got here on Saturday night. I informed them I'd landed. And then Sunday morning, he gave me a ride over to the district attorney's office.
And what did you discuss from when you, did you have any discussions with Lieutenant Tully before Saturday? Within the last 2 weeks?
Not to my knowledge.
What did you discuss with Lieutenant Tully? Topics.
Give me a time frame.
I keep saying the last 2 weeks. That's the
So
time frame I'm looking
all
at.
the conversations I had with him.
Yes,
Can you have somebody pick me up at the hotel?
I'm talking substantive, sir, about your outline, your PowerPoint presentation. What discussions about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
Wow.
I had no discussions with him about the topics in my PowerPoint presentation.
Who did you have discussions with from the Commonwealth about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
Mr. Brennan, Mr. Lally.
Describe those conversations and how many you had, including the first one that you had.
Well, I originally submitted my presentation with my original report way back, I believe, in January.
Right. I'm asking for conversations within the last 2 weeks.
Okay, question wasn't clear. Then on Sunday, we just went through top to bottom through my presentation. Mr. Brennan wanted to make sure he understood everything in it. And then I met with Mr. Brennan again on Sunday. We ran through it briefly again. And then that was largely it.
Who suggested the changes to your presentation?
Mr. Brennan.
Mr. Brennan suggested the changes that you make.
He indicated some of the things, for example, the slide I deleted referenced testimony that I was not allowed to include on a slide.
Were there any discussions with anybody from the prosecution team about the changes with regard to the what I would call the Dighton route, the Dighton distance, and the total mileage? Do you know what slide I'm referring to, sir?
I do, yes.
Who initiated the discussion on the changes to that slide?
So that slide was changed, I don't know, probably 8 or 10 days ago.
Oh, it was changed 8 or 10 days ago.
Correct.
Were there any changes made from 8 or 10 days ago to what's now in your presentation?
Not beyond what we talked
Oh,
about.
okay. So 10 days ago, those changes were made.
8 to 10 days ago. I could actually probably figure out exactly when if you like.
Now my next questions go to Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess is a colleague of yours at Aperture, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of issues relating to the accuracy or inaccuracy of his CV?
Unfortunately, I've been bombarded with emails that have referenced that. I've seen it. I have not read them.
You've been bombarded with them, but you have, and you say unfortunately, but you have not read any of them? None?
Maybe 1 or 2 lines. For example, they come in, they're looking like legitimate business emails. And then I pull it up as a business email. I'm like, okay, I'm not supposed to do this. Court said I can't look at this.
Now, I want to go back to your slide presentation. I understand that you intend, subject to our objections to the court's ruling, you intend to present testimony with regard to your PowerPoint, where you are going to elaborate on your 1231-38 to 1231-43 trigger 1162-2, and you're going to add to what has been in your presentation a verbal discussion with regard to Mr. Burgess's change that he made in his May 8th report with regard to the variance time window. Do I have that correct?
No, you don't. It's not based upon a verbal discussion. It's based upon his report.
Okay, so you're going to make, you propose, what you're intending to do is you want to add the change from Mr. Burgess's May 8th report to what you're going to testify to on your PowerPoint. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
And the only reason you're going to testify with regard to altering the 1231-38 to 1231-43 window is because of what Mr. Burgess has done on May 8th. Is that correct?
It's better data. So I'm altering it and correcting it with better data that I've received from Mr. Burgess.
Right. But my point is, if it weren't for Mr. Burgess's change, you wouldn't be making any changes in your testimony, correct? It's only because of what Mr. Burgess did on May 8th. Is that correct?
Only from his report, correct.
Correct. So, and you understand, sir, that change has significant effects on the very issues in this case with regard to the timeline and the collision you allege occurred, and comparing it to human volitional conduct of Mr. O'Keefe with regard to his manipulation of the phone. You understand the consequences of that change, do you, sir?
I do. I would disagree with your assertion that it's consequential. Again, my original data, which is in my PowerPoint and has not changed, that data is still there. The timing was extremely close within the error of the measurements, which Mr. Burgess ultimately showed in his subsequent report that was within the variance associated with those timing devices.
I understand, but my point, sir, and I want to understand if I have it correct, is that is going to move the time that you assert the 1162-2 trigger occurred, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that's a substantial change given the issues in this case when seconds matter, or do you think it's an insignificant change?
I wouldn't say it's insignificant. Again, I haven't modified my PowerPoint at all. I was happy with the data I had and satisfied with the data I had. Again, once presented as engineer would with better data, we use better data. I'm sorry.
Please, Clerk Voir, let him finish.
Yeah.
It brings it closer in time to Ian within.
Okay. Better data, great. No one can dispute if again, in any trial, parties are going to argue which data is better. But you know what? That should be sorted, I don't know, before trial. And if these experts from Aperture had already submitted their reports, right, based on the data that they were using initially, what does it say about that data? I mean, to me, that either shows that they didn't actually do their due diligence to make sure they had all the requisite data necessary to formulate a reliable opinion from the get-go. That's option one. Option two is that was sufficient and this new data isn't better in terms of reliability or from a scientific perspective. Maybe it's better for the Commonwealth, right? But it's not better data. It's maybe, again, like, you guys see what I'm saying? There's no logical other option here besides that.
Last contact point data. But even if we don't have that, given what I knew about the variance in the cell phones, my time was still within that window anyway.
Right?
Sir, you've just answered my question, which is you agree that it affects the timeline in the activity of Mr. Whiffin's report. You said brings it closer. Did I have your words correctly?
Correct. What I was concerned about was your word about significant change. It brings it closer. It doesn't necessarily bring it significantly closer. My original timeline was very close, within the range of the accuracy of those types of cell phones, infotainment system data. So even if I didn't have Mr. Burgess's subsequent report, the data is still within that time window.
Sir, is it?
And why was it necessary then to do all this, right? It was really not that big of a deal. I know these are rhetorical questions, guys. I'm just thinking, I haven't heard all this yet. This is crazy.
It a fact that with the variance of Mr. Burgess that you're now you want to testify to, that there is a change because your 1162.2 trigger 1231.38 to 1231.43, you know that there's a device lock event on the phone of Mr. O'Keefe after that time period. You understand that, correct?
Yeah.
So again, there's a window of plus minus on that. Technically, those timestamps on that are, as you indicated, again, it's literally, I wrote that on my slide. It includes my slide where I have that exact comment.
But my question, sir, is the change means now that with the Mr. Burgess variance moving, you now have part of the moving range that occurs after the device lock, whereas before your change, the device lock occurred after every bit of your range of 1162.2. I have that correct, don't I, sir?
You do.
Okay,
Okay, so
Your Honor,
that's it.
that's all I needed. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to bring the jury in. Are they outside the door? Awesome. You may as well stay right there.
Thank you.
Okay?
I forgot to
I'll see you at sidebar.
And another sidebar. Time for another sidebar. Sidebar time. You guys remember that from Deputy Heard? That was one of my sidebar songs.
So I have to make independent reading.
Don't give a shit.
Sir, can I just stand and raise your right hand? Yes, sir. Do solemnly swear the honest truth, the court and jury, the case now hears the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I refer to my resume.
All right, Mr. Brennan,
Thank you.
whenever you're ready.
Good morning,
So again, the CCs aren't available yet. He said, may I refer to my resume?
sir.
Morning, Mr. Brennan.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Did he maybe hear that that would be something he'd want to make sure he got right?
And spell your first and last name for the court reporter who's next to you.
Absolutely. My name is Judson Welcher. My first name is JUDSON. Last name is Welcher, WELCHER.
Sir, what do you do for a profession?
I'm an accident reconstructionist and biomechanical engineer.
I'd like you to explain to us a little bit about what an accident reconstructionist does.
Sure. You can think of accident reconstruction and things such as this as the physics and engineering that happens in car crashes. So accident reconstruction tends to deal with everything that happens to the car and outside the car, skid marks, vehicle damage, the electronic recording systems in the vehicle, things that have to do with the motion forces and how the physics of everything occurred and how that affected the motion of the vehicles.
You said that you were an accident reconstructionist, but also a biomechanical engineer. How is your work as a biomechanical engineer different than an accident reconstructionist?
So simply, you can think of biomechanics as similar, but to everything inside the car. So biomechanics is looking at how the effects of physical forces are applied to the human anatomy. When I'm trying to explain to somebody what I do, I say, hey, it's like a civil engineer who's designing a bridge. So many trucks and cars on the bridge.
Wait. Didn't he say inside the, hold on.
Engineer different than an accident reconstructionist.
So simply, you can think of biomechanics as similar, but to everything inside the car. So
To everything inside the car? Like the interior of the car? He's saying the first bit was the outside of the car, skid marks, what have you. But he's saying the biomechanics is what's happening on the inside of the car?
biomechanics is looking at how the effects of physical forces are applied to the human anatomy. When I'm trying to explain to somebody what I do, I say, hey, it's like a civil engineer who's designing a bridge. So many trucks and
Talking about to the driver?
cars on the bridge. Are that going to cause the beams in the bridge to fail? Is that going to cause the cables to fail? So a human body is governed by the same laws of physics, just like the bridge. Obviously, it's made of a lot of different materials, but in a human body, my beams are bones. My cables are the muscles and ligaments. Different material properties, but everything's governed by the laws of physics and principles of engineering. So I'm looking at how physical forces, the outside of the car, when people are inside the car, seatbelts, airbags. The first seatbelt was patented by an engineer. It's engineers who quantify the force of the crash and what kind of injury damage there is to the body. So it is force that causes damage like a fracture. And so we're looking at how the physical forces are applied to the body and what that means in terms of what happens to the body.
Okay, so it does sound like he's saying the people inside the car. Like if they get in a car accident, the people inside the car. It's like the driver, the passenger. That's what that sounds like then.
Dr. Welcher, I want to ask you a little bit about how you became a biomechanical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. Can you tell us?
Sure. So when I was getting ready to go to college, my father, who was a physician, said, whatever you do, do not go to medical school. Because I was getting ready to go to medical school. So this was 39 years ago, I believe. 35 years ago, 39 years ago. He said, it's just not worth it. So I said, okay. So then I entered into mechanical engineering. I grew up riding motorcycles, taking things apart, frequently pissing my parents off when I couldn't put it back together. But I like taking things apart and figuring out how things worked. So I went to university and got my undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering. From there, I happened to be at a Thursday meeting of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. A group came in from a company that did this type of work, and they showed some examples of how you apply engineering concepts that you learn in mechanical engineering to the human body. And so I was like, man, that's a great job. That's the perfect mix of engineering that I have and my desire, to learn the medical side of things as well without becoming a doctor. So I talked to them. I actually applied to the company and was ultimately hired as a biomechanical engineer.
How long did you
By
continue?
the way, guys, and please enjoy the Trooper Paul quotes that we've got scrolling at the bottom of the screen there.
You as a biomechanical engineer until you went back to school?
So I actually, very quickly after I started the job, I took a human anatomy class at a community college. I quickly realized that wasn't enough. And so around 1993, I went to the USC Medical School and enrolled through what's called concurrent enrollment, which means you can take the class, but you're not actually in medical school. It's a medical school class. But I took gross human anatomy. So it was me and 160 or so other doctors. I took the same human anatomy that first year medical students at USC took. So it began in 1993.
Did you continue to work as you pursued your higher education?
I ultimately started my own company, continued to work, continued to do research, and a wonderful opportunity to have two beautiful children.
What is happening? Also, I think that's the same water brand that Shanon Burgess had. Why is he like slurping on this in the middle of a sentence?
Continue to do research, and a wonderful opportunity to have two beautiful children, and continue to this day.
Tell us
By
a
the
little.
way, that's the type of water bottle where you can squirt that into your mouth. So you've got one of those sports caps, as they call it, right? So you don't have to slurp it like what's something that slurps? A slurpy thing.
And have two beautiful children,
Oh my God.
and continue to this day.
The microphone.
Tell us a little bit about the company you started and when.
Sure. So in about October of 1994, I started my own company. Me and the guy who was my immediate supervisor said, hey, we can do this better. We can do more research, more testing. And so we started our own company.
What kind of company was it?
It was an action reconstruction and biomechanical engineering company. We also early on did a bunch of testing and design work for amusement park rides. The same concepts for car crashes applies to roller coasters, basically anything. So we worked and had some contracts on improving ride safety. And I was also on the ASTM committee that looked at amusement park ride designs.
Did that company
I have
grow?
to say, if you guys are ever like, do one search on YouTube for this topic, you'll find that there's a whole universe of these videos that exist. The videos of horrible things going wrong like on roller coasters. Like you would be surprised. Like, or not, and not just roller coasters, like, theme parks, amusement parks. It's kind of insane. But you know what? It's like, if somebody like Shanon Burgess and potentially this guy, again, we're just getting started. I haven't seen all this yet, but, you think about something like a roller coaster where you're flipping upside down and you're going at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and that every single thing that your life is dependent on is people like potentially this guy or people like Shanon Burgess or whatever were responsible for making sure that that was done properly and that it is safe and that it's not going to fail and that you're not going to fall out or that it's not going to get stuck or go backwards or zoom into the other end. The disasters are really limitless and infinite of all the things that go wrong on those things. I can just tell you when I was a little kid, we went to Disney World and I was probably like, I don't know, just barely old enough or tall enough to ride Space Mountain. And the only thing I could think that entire time when I was on Space Mountain, I could hear the car and it was like this really loud ka-chunk, 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 ka-chunk as the metal hit metal hit metal. And I remember very vividly seeing there were these metal bars just over my head and all around. And it was like, it made me so acutely aware of like, this is a machine that people designed and built. And I remember being a little kid and thinking to myself, yeah, how much do I trust that humans did this properly? None at all. And that was the last time I rode a dangerous roller coaster because I was like just acutely aware of human error. And that is, yeah, one of those things. So.
From 2 people?
Correct. We took it from 2 to about 25 people, and then we ultimately sold it in right around January 1st of 2022.
You're smart.
Before 2022, did you obtain a master's degree?
I did.
Perhaps.
And what was that in and where was that from?
So again, I was working full time. Actually, while I was doing my master's degree, I was also teaching classes at Texas A&M through their law enforcement training division. So it was extension classes. But I ultimately completed my master's thesis in December of 2001. That was from USC, University of Southern California, and I received my master's degree in biomedical engineering. I wrote my thesis. It was basically on automotive seat design, but it was titled Whiplash-Associated Disorders.
He's reading off of his
Related anatomy.
Well, I hope he gets yelled at because he's reading directly and he's not even pretending not to. Honestly, Dr. Hughes pulled that off better. He's looking down and reading. Oh boy. Again, to me, right off the get-go, I'm like, how many times has he testified as an expert? Because first thing you were told, right? Expert or not, right? But like, you can't just read from your shit with limited exceptions. For example, people like, who was it? Like, what's her face? The hair lady, right? Where they get special permission, but it's not like an opinion. It's like literally all bazillion numbers that are, assigned to a certain piece of evidence. Experts cannot, he's just not even faking it, man.
Biomechanics of injury and the relationship between injury potential and automotive seat design.
Also,
Pardon the interruption. If Dr.
literally, I bet that's what he's going to say.
Welcher reads through this report, and he just said, "Can we know?"
Sure. Dr. Welcher asked me if he could refer to his resume, and I said
That
yes.
wasn't referring to it, though, Bev. That was reading from it. Also, I think he deserves a front and back of the hand spanking. Couldn't agree with you more, though, Angel. And again, in these horror videos that you can find on YouTube, oftentimes it is something like that. It's the 16-year-old who does something wrong, and they forget to do this one step or whatever, and everything goes to shit. But I would say that maybe 70% of them are like mechanical failure. And it's horror stories like you guys can't imagine. So
if you read, just let us know.
yeah.
And it's my resume, not my report.
Your resume, did I say?
No, you did. He said report.
Yeah, no, it's his resume.
You share with us that your company continued to grow until you ultimately sold it in 2022. During that time, did you continue to pursue higher education after you obtained your master's degree?
I did. So again, ever since 1993, I've been slowly pursuing higher education, both obtaining my master's degree as well as my PhD. During that time frame, I also published 20 peer-reviewed scientific publications. I taught for 5 years at Texas A&M and served as a peer reviewer for both the Society of Automotive Engineers and for a short period on the Archives of Physical Medicine. So I was working and running a company with my co-creator, as well as teaching, conducting research, publishing, also while going to school part-time.
Take us to 2011. Were you still pursuing education at the University of Southern California?
I was.
And what occurred? What did you
Why
achieve
are we
in
going back in
2011?
time?
So in August of 2011, I finally obtained my PhD in biomedical engineering. I wrote my dissertation, reading from my resume, titled Development.
He's not asking permission. What is happening? Reading from my resume, looks down. Can you not angle it so you can at least look up when you're going to read from your resume and not ask permission?
In biomedical engineering.
Wow.
I wrote my dissertation, reading from my resume, titled Development, Validation, and Testing of a New Sensor Array for Intra-Articular Pressure Measurement, In Vitro Human Lumbar Spine Intra-Articular Facet Testing, which is a lot of big words to say. I was testing cadaver spines, looking at the loads inside the spines associated with various motions of the spine.
Did you achieve your PhD in biomechanical engineering?
It's actually in biomedical engineering. Biomechanics is within the field of biomedical engineering.
So you have a PhD in biomedical engineering?
Correct.
You mentioned that you have published many articles. Have there been articles that you have published that are relevant to some of the subjects that you're going to talk about during your testimony?
I mean, I have a number of, again, peer-reviewed scientific publications. Peer review just means you submit it to a journal and they have other people review it, give you comments, your peers in the field. I do believe there are a number of them that could certainly be relevant to both the physics and, for example, pedestrian injuries.
If I could mention a few.
Oh my God.
You wrote an article on sideswipe collision dynamics. What's sideswipe collision dynamics?
So I was actually an invited speaker at the World Congress, or sorry, not the World Congress, the World Reconstruction Expedition.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I was actually an invited speaker at the World Congress, or sorry, not the World Congress, the World Reconstruction Expedition. They asked me to give a presentation on the theory, science, and mathematics behind sideswipe or side impact collisions. That would include side collisions, glancing collisions, shallow angle impacts, such as like a corner of a bumper goes into the side of a car, any kind of glancing or clipping type impact.
Similarly, in many of the articles that you wrote, is one of them about methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles?
It is.
Tell us a little bit what that.
So that was a Society of Automotive Engineers paper, again, another peer-reviewed paper that we worked on. It was kind of an extension or continuation of all that research, where we just looked at the physics and the mathematics, basically the reconstruction of glancing or sideswipe type impacts.
Similarly, methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles. Is that similar to the other papers, or was that different?
Yeah, I thought that was the same one.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
If I can continue, another article, a publication that you wrote, occupant kinematics and loading and low speed lateral impacts. What does that mean?
So in the course of my career, I've done probably 12 to maybe 1,300 actual crash tests. I've crashed everything from skateboards, mopeds, up to trains, motorhomes, and ambulances. I've conducted, relative to this case, probably we've been involved with 50 to maybe 70 pedestrian impact tests. So the low speed side impact one is we actually put human volunteers in side impact collisions. And what we did is we had accelerometers, which are things that measure acceleration. If you had physics or remembering, Newton told us force equals mass times acceleration. So knowing the acceleration of something, you can get an idea of how much force is applied to it. So we have various sensors on the body. We have various sensors on the car for the reconstruction aspects of it. So that study was the biomechanics portion. And the first paper you read about the reconstruction was the reconstruction portion. So the first paper you discussed was everything outside the car. Then we looked at how the forces applied to those impacts to people inside the car.
Have you had a lot of publications and studies about the force applied to people outside of a car?
I don't know if I'd say a lot, but I was an invited lecturer to the Actual Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference, where I specifically gave a paper and a series, or basically a lecture on what's called pedestrian impact biomechanics, which was.
Were you able to do it without just reading from a sheet while looking down the whole time? I mean, anytime he says lecture, right, that means you're speaking and giving a presentation about material that you know well. Anyway.
Is exactly as the name implies. And, what happens to pedestrians when they're impacted predominantly by cars and vehicles.
How much of your work involves pedestrian impacts?
Probably maybe 10%, 5 to 10%. Most of it's car to cars.
Biomechanics of low speed impacts. Is that another paper that you wrote?
That is a paper I wrote.
I don't want to read all of your papers and all of your publications, but on a different topic, did you write a paper on the study of the measurement of Generation 2 Toyota event data recorders and low speed side impacts?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about what measurement of event data means in this?
So Toyotas, newer Toyotas particularly, have two types of electronic equipment on board that can record crashes. There's what's referred to as an event data recorder, or EDR. It's somewhat commonly referred to as a black box. It's not exactly right, but it's close. And then there's a secondary system, which is really more closely tied to maintenance. That's called Techstream, but it will pick up data that you can frequently relate back to various events. So that particular paper was looking at the event data recorder data in Toyotas.
We'll get more to that subject later, but is event data recorders a subject that you're well schooled at?
Yes.
It's interesting that he said this it maybe once or twice so far, but I thought maybe it was a fluke, so I didn't say anything, but now he's just said it again. He keeps saying the paper looked at, which is an interesting way to phrase it, right? It's not I looked at, or I studied, or I wrote a paper on, or whatever, the paper looked at. I mean, it almost is like not even taking any type of ownership, like the paper looked at. Like, for example, I could be talking about a paper that, I don't know, Einstein wrote, for example. And I could say, yeah, that paper looked at, da-da-da-da. I didn't have anything to do with it. You know what I mean?
To the papers that you've written, have you continued through the years and after becoming a PhD or research in this area, in these areas?
Correct. For example, every year we're part of a conference called SATI, which is our company, largely led by the engineer, Christopher Burgess, that we work with, has spearheaded us going out and conducting crash tests for that conference. For 10 years, we did a lot of the instrumentation and crash testing at the Actual Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference. And then for a number of years, the company actually went down and did crash testing for what's referred to as a Spine Research Institute down in San Diego. So we've been hired by various professional organizations. We came out here once, the Massachusetts Association of Actual Reconstructionists, I think I'm messing the name up, had a conference. We came out here and conducted crash tests for training other experts out here. We did all the instrumentation, the biomechanics of that crash testing.
In your research and testing, you have pages with dates of the different researches and testing you've done. There's over a dozen of the research and testing items and articles that deal with pedestrians. Is that a common topic in your research and testing?
Yes. So again, frequently at the conference, we're doing pedestrian tests. The last Actual Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute conference, there was a series of pedestrian crash tests run there. SAT-TI 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, some pedestrian crash tests that were done there as well. So there are a number of instances on my resume where I have both attended class, and then I mentioned the one time where I gave an hour and a half long lecture on pedestrian injuries.
After you became a PhD or a doctor, did you continue your education and research?
No, I just have to note, that's why I pointed out earlier. It's so interesting when he described the biomechanical engineer, he specifically said people inside the vehicle. So if you look at literally what he said, the accident reconstruction is like looking at the damage to the outside of the car. And the biomechanical engineer portion is looking at what happens to the people inside the vehicle. How does any of those, according to him, in his own words, how does any of those specialties, where does the pedestrian fit in? Because the pedestrian's not inside the car and the pedestrian is not the car. Just saying.
Correct. I've always continued my education and research up until, I just got back from the Event Data or Actual Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute EDR conference, or the Event Data Recorder Summit. My company, through my relationship with the founder of that summit, was a sponsor. So Aperture was actually a sponsor of that conference. We actually sponsored it the previous year as well. And also as part of that, I assisted one of the researchers in conducting.
You guys, I can just tell you for a fact, Brennan's not listening to anything he's saying. He's not listening. He's bored and he's flipping through his papers. He's not paying any type of attention to this answer.
And also as part of that, I assisted one of the researchers in conducting, it's called front camera module testing for pedestrian impacts on Chrysler vehicles. General Motors vehicles.
As a biomedical engineer, are there any groups, organizations, or certifications that are important?
I think ACTAR is important. So ACTAR is an acronym. It's ACTAR, and that's short for the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists. And so it's a bunch of professional groups, originally from some concerns, I believe, from the Department of Transportation, got together and set standards for reconstructionists. Again, these are kind of minimum standards. You have to show, you send in your resume, you talk to them about your research, and then if you're deemed qualified, you sit for an examination that tests your skills, day-long test, theory, a practical portion, and then every 5 years, you have to have 60 continuing education units to become reaccredited. I've been an accredited accident reconstructionist since February of 1995, and my accreditation is current and active up through today.
So you've been accredited for 30 years?
Yeah, correct.
I don't want to trick you on the math.
No, I never thought about it, but yeah, I guess it has been 30 years.
Okay, we're going to come right back to here, 21325. It's so odd the way he answered this question about the biomechanical engineer. I want to go back to it real quick, and then we'll come right back to where we were. So, because he did say the inside of the vehicle, and that's when I thought it was weird. I was like, biomechanical engineer, and he's talking about damage to the inside, like the interior of the car. But then as he elaborated, I mean, obviously he's not answering things in the best way, right? But as he elaborated, he was talking about, people and, like, for example, the seat belts and whatnot. Let's just go back and hear that one more time real quick, because when you hear, like, again, just hammering the point home, none of those in his own definitions has anything to do with a pedestrian at all. So 21325. Okay, I'm going to jump back to just where he's explaining this here.
Electronic recording systems in the vehicle, things that have to do with the motion, forces, and
literally perfect spot. All right.
Construction tends to deal with everything that happens.
About what an accident reconstructionist does.
Sure. You can think of accident reconstruction, things such as this, as the physics and engineering that happens in car crashes. So accident reconstruction tends to deal with everything that happens to the car and outside the car, skid marks, vehicle damage, the electronic recording systems in the vehicle, things that have to do with the motion, forces, and how the physics of everything occurred and how that affected the motion of the vehicles.
You said that you were an accident reconstructionist, but also a biomechanical engineer. How is your work as a biomechanical engineer different than? The
thing is, when you hear bio, right, humans or bio or animals, right? If it was just a mechanical engineer, that'd be different. But a biomechanical engineer, right?
Accident reconstructionist. Okay.
So simply, you can think of biomechanics as similar, but to everything inside the car. So biomechanics is looking at how the effects of physical forces are applied to the human anatomy. When I'm trying
applied to the human anatomy. So there's your bio.
So biomechanics is looking at how the effects of physical forces are applied to the human anatomy. When I'm trying to explain to somebody what I do, I say, hey, it's like a civil engineer who's designing a bridge. So many trucks and cars on the bridge. Are that going to cause the beams in the bridge to fail? Is that going to cause the cables to fail? So a human body is governed by the same laws of physics, just like the bridge. Obviously, it's made of a lot of different materials, but in the human body, my beams are bones. My cables are the muscles and ligaments. Different material properties, but everything's governed by the laws of physics and principles of engineering. So I'm looking at how physical forces, the outside of the car, for when people are inside the car, seatbelts, airbags. The first seatbelt was patented by an
There it is. So none of this has to do with pedestrians, right? Outside of the car and then people on the inside of the car.
everything's governed by the
Yeah,
laws.
but also to that end, though, he's also not mentioning things like the specific data or whatever, but specifically it leaves pedestrians out of the entire thing here.
Of physics and principles of engineering. So I'm looking at how physical forces, the outside of the car, when people are inside the car, seatbelts, airbags.
Right
The
there.
first seatbelt was patented by an engineer. It's engineers who quantify the force of the crash and what kind of injury damage there is to the body. So it is force.
There it is. Injury, damage to the body. So the driver and the passengers. Isn't that weird though?
that causes damage like a fracture. And so we're looking at how the physical forces are applied to the body and what that means in terms of what happens to the body.
Of the people inside the vehicle. So for example, Karen Reed's injuries. Okay. So there we go. So now we're going to go back to where we were, 213.25. Right here.
Have you testified in court before?
I have.
Have you
Okay.
testified in state courts?
I have.
Have you testified in federal court?
I have. Matter of fact, in Boston.
Have you ever testified in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified being called by the plaintiff?
I have.
Have you ever testified being called by a defendant in a civil case?
Yes.
Have you testified in criminal cases?
I have.
Have you ever been called by the state or the government?
Yes.
Have you ever been called by a defendant?
Correct. Public Defender's Office.
In any of the cases, whether it's civil, criminal, plaintiff, defendant, government defendant, does that in any way change your analysis about data regardless of who or where you testify?
No, I take my job is to be a critical analysis of the data. So I wanted to look at the data as objectively as possible and form conclusions based upon the data, trying to remove wherever possible speculation, try to remove wherever possible reference to testimony. Now, sometimes testimony is the only thing we have. And so we need to rely on it for bits and pieces. But generally, my job is to try and look at data and see what the data shows. I have no dog in this fight. I don't, quite frankly, care. What I'm doing is trying to do a good engineering job, which is looking at the data and drawing sound principles and sound conclusions from the data.
Okay. I just want to say that I would love for whenever they get to cross, which I don't think they started today, I would just love for Alessi to ask, sir, do you know how many other accident reconstruction experts the Commonwealth consulted before they consulted you? Because that question has been asked in numerous trials, right? Like you're like the 8th one or whatever. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, does he know he was probably like literally their last option, you know? I mean, if we know about Kenny Kinsey, but there were probably others.
Presently, you said you had a company and you sold it. Where do you work?
It's a company called Aperture. I guess we were acquired or merged into it technically.
How many offices do you know Aperture has?
Oh God, I should know that. I mean, we have them in Massachusetts. We have them in, I think there's 3 or 4 in Texas. There's like 4 or 5 in California. So I want to say there's at least, I don't know, 13 to 15.
Do you work at a particular location?
I do.
Where do you work?
Long Beach, California.
Do you work with other people? Do you have a team?
I do.
How many people are on your team?
5.
And what's the team comprised of?
It,
Is everybody a PhD in engineer?
one individual is a PhD in engineering, Dr. Umali. And then I have 3 other engineers and 1 case reader. I guess it's 6 people. I have a case manager as well.
Is there any, do you work interchangeably at the different branches around the country, or do you have your own team in California that you work with?
99% of the time, it's my own team. Occasionally, we'll get a case from another office. I've worked on a couple cases out of the Texas office and maybe a couple out of the Nevada office.
Were you asked to look at any data or information relative to this case?
Yes.
In looking at data and information, do you try to look at a narrow or broad range of information?
So I definitely cast a very broad range. We try and get as much information as possible.
Yeah.
And then, weed it down to what is important, weed it down to what is consistent with the data. So start off very big and then get down to sort of the meat and potatoes of it, the important information.
Do you necessarily rely on everything you look at?
No, I certainly consider everything I look at, but I frequently don't rely on everything because sometimes it's not reliable or it's irrelevant.
In this case, can you share with us materials generally that you looked at in your review?
Sure. Your Honor, may I read from my report?
Yes.
Thank you.
He asked that time, I guess.
Mr. Reporter, I apologize at the lengthy list. Slow? So I have police reports, including the Canton PD incident report, and I have
Oh my God.
8 other reports, also the 34 Fairview Road Rams final report or cars report. I have the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's residence. I believe that's One Meadows. I have the cruiser cameras, which are the police vehicles, onboard cameras, both front and rear cameras from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Wow.
I believe 10 different videos. I have photos and videos of the scene from Sergeant. I have photos of the vehicles, 140 photographs of the vehicles lined up together. I have 20
Sergeant without a name?
I have photos and videos of the scene from Sergeant. I have photos of the vehicles, 140 photographs
What is happening?
of the vehicles lined up together. I have 25 additional photographs of the scene, 18 separate photographs of the scene,
True or
2
false?
photographs of the scene, one group of 92 of the scene, one group of 50 of the scene, another video showing the cars lined up bumper to bumper, 4 videos of the scene. I have a video showing Miss Reed's vehicle being pulled into the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department. I have a 360 diagram, surveillance video files from McCarthy's, surveillance video files from Waterfall Bar, Canton Police Port, Sally Port videos from Dighton. I have the Lexus Connect Verizon records. I have the alarm.com videos. I have a video of the tow truck arriving at the Canton Police Department.
Wow.
One titled Native Location, John O'Keefe's phone. Past witness statements. The report of examination from the coroner. Jennifer McCabe's Cellbrite data. Something called Lexus Infotainment. Different past summary testimony of numerous witnesses. Earlier summary testimony of numerous witnesses. The Boston Magazine interview with Miss Reed. A Dateline interview with Miss Reed.
Oh my God.
A 2020 interview with Miss Reed. Lab reports from BODE, Crime Scene Response Unit, Boston, Crime Scene Service Section, Maynard, Crime Scene Service Section, Southeast, the Criminalist File Folder, Trace File Folder, UC Davis Veterinary Report. I have Verizon records, GPS location records, John O'Keefe GPS points, Axiom cache location, weather reports, medical records, including the...
Why do you, literally, I just was zoning out because of this funny thing from Angel about this teacher. What is the point of this?
Canton Fire Department run report for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed, medical records for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed from Good Samaritan.
I mean, this is supposed to be for the benefit of the jury so that they have an understanding of what you relied upon when you made your analysis. And he's just reading da 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 da. I don't even think he's paying attention to what he's saying. I'm sure Brennan's probably messing with his papers again. Weirdness.
I have 2 retrograde extrapolation reports, one, and a serum plasma conversion report relative to Miss Reed. I have the neuropathology report. I have the Orange County Medical Examiner's report, the diagrams, the postmortem toxicology report, and a second same autopsy report, more pages.
In addition to the information that you reviewed, did you on your own go out and obtain information that you thought might be helpful for your review?
I did. So first what happened is I asked for all the information on the case. So I received some information, and then what we do is we start doing our homework. So we start doing the groundwork. So once I received some of the information, what I did was, modern cars have what's called a VIN number or vehicle identification number. It's a unique 17-digit number. So what we'll do is we'll decode that VIN number, and that gives us information about the vehicles. So I did that for Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's 2019 Chevy Traverse. So ran the VIN numbers, use the VIN numbers. It tells us year, make, model, safety equipment, things like that. I then got dimensional data from a program called Expert Autostats. And then I have complete parts diagrams for the vehicles. So I have literally bumper to bumper parts diagrams from something called the Mitchell Collision Estimating Guide. And what that is shows parts, involved in the vehicle.
Oh,
so for
boy.
example, Miss Reed's vehicle, have bumper to bumper. I certainly have all the parts around the rear bumper and tail light of her vehicle. And then of course I started additional work on top of that.
Oh my God. Great.
After you began your study, sir, did you have an opportunity to personally...
That's exactly how he phrased it with Burgess, because I kept making fun of him, as if he's in kindergarten and he's doing his homework, right? Once you began your study, it's it's just so fucking weird, man.
look at items that were involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did that include?
That included looking at Miss Reed's vehicle, looking at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, going to the scene of the incident. I ultimately purchased a 2021 LX 570, the exact year, make, and model of Miss Reed's vehicle.
I thought the Commonwealth purchased it.
And conducted testing with that vehicle, as well as doing a whole bunch of research and compiling data for my report and slides.
You mentioned slides. When you went through your investigation analysis and ultimately led to whatever conclusions you have, did you provide and create a PowerPoint presentation that could assist you?
I did. I provided a PowerPoint presentation on January 30th.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Right. That was my understanding, Neeson's. He made it sound like I purchased. He didn't even say Aperture. Like we were told previously that Commonwealth bought this Lexus, right? Now he's like, I purchased. Like,
Yeah.
what is happening?
So I'm handing you a binder. Kindly take a look at it.
We should have used Trooper Proctor, former Trooper Proctor. Crash
Okay.
down
So
here.
is that appear to be a copy of the PowerPoint presentation you prepared for us today?
It appeared right. 141 pages. Didn't look at every page, but it looks right.
All right.
Really? You didn't look at every page?
I've asked to mark this for identification.
Okay.
Yeah, right. You're right.
For identification.
It is funny too, right? Because it is a big difference. It's almost like trying to make it seem like he's so thorough or maybe also so wealthy, but also him saying, I purchased it as if it wasn't from the taxpayers of, Norfolk County that had to actually, like, the taxpayers bought that Lexus, right? The people on the jury bought that Lexus.
With court's permission, I'd like to have Dr. Welcher use his PowerPoint presentation to walk us through some of the information he'd like to share today.
Okay. No objections to us, right?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor,
I'm glad.
I'm looking at a paper version in front of me.
Okay. Is the paper version the same as what we're going to see up here?
It is.
Okay. And that's
And
fine.
Mr.
Thank you. And Dr. Welcher is going to manage the PowerPoint presentation. Sir, you mentioned that you wanted to look at the area and look at the scene. Your office is in California.
It is.
Why was it important to come all the way out to this area to see the scene firsthand?
Commonwealth sparing no expense.
I'll let you set up before I start asking you more questions.
$85K for that thing? Hang on, what?
We went through this, had it working perfectly.
Oh God.
Here we go.
Okay.
So that's me. So that's my first slide.
I
Again,
have a couple questions for you, Dr. Welcher.
please.
The first is your office is in California.
Oh, yes, sir.
Why was it important to come all the way out here and view the scene firsthand?
And you want to have as much information as possible. So I wanted to, physically look at all the things so I can actually see with my own hands, my own eyes, lay hands upon it, look at it as best I can. You try and inspect and look at as many things as you possibly can. Sometimes they don't exist anymore. Sometimes they're gone. And you have to make a best approximation if you can't do that. In this case, I was able to look at the scene in both vehicles.
Was that an important part of your study, Doctor?
I think so. Again, it's always good if you're going to talk about what happened to the cars or what happened to the people to look at what happened to the cars, meaning to actually look at the cars, not just look at photographs when possible. So I have physically looked at the cars. For example, on the Lexus, I climbed in it, over it, underneath it. I downloaded data from it. I did a whole bunch of things looking at Ms. Reed's Lexus to assist in my analysis to try and add some further objective data to what we're doing here. So same thing with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Looked at the rear bumper, took some pieces off the rear bumper to see what was behind the cover, to see what kind of damage we did or didn't have. So went to the scene, looked at the measurements of the curb, looked at where some of the lines are on the road because you can see them in some of the photographs. Again, it's always good when possible to inspect everything you can inspect.
If you could now begin and tell us how you started your
All that to the people who investigated this case. By the way, I'm looking up the car, the Lexus.
investigation.
Sure. So on September 23rd, I had an opportunity to come out. Mr. Brandon was the first time I ever met you on that day, I believe. And I had to receive material before that. And what you see here is, this is my inspection of Miss Reed's vehicle. In the upper left photograph, you'll see, oh, this doesn't work very well.
That's
Upper left photograph, that's Miss Reed's vehicle. That's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, the Chevy Traverse. And then what you see here is a laser scanner. You can see on the ground here. Laser scanner is creating a 3D model of the vehicles. So I use that to create a 3D model of the vehicles. You can see me in the upper right photograph. That watch is this watch right here, my Garmin watch. And what I'm doing is looking at the construction composition of that right rear corner of the bumper. I'm looking at things such as the dimensions, where various lights and components are, and how does the geometry of that bumper relate to things that would be hit when backed into.
Dr. Welcher notes this is 9/23/94. Is that an accurate date of when you came and first started looking at the vehicles in the area?
You said 24, correct?
I did.
You said 9/23/24, correct. And then on the slide, what I tried to do is underline what I'm doing. So this is inspection of the Reed Lexus, And as noted, I'm only showing you a couple. I actually took 445 photographs.
Do you remember when you began this case, the month or the date?
No, it was obviously before this. I had material before I came out to look at the vehicles.
You think it was months before this?
I don't think it was months. No, it was maybe a month, if not less.
So you began your work in the fall of 2024?
Correct.
And I just want to ask you about the picture in the middle. You see the right taillight housing is missing. Did you
Correct.
understand that had been removed prior to you looking at the car?
It was, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. However, some of the evidence stickers, these white stickers here, were still on the vehicle.
You did not place those. Did you place those stickers on yourself?
I did not.
Were they there when you first saw the car?
Correct. They match what I'd seen in other photos.
Thank you.
So just continuing on. So what you see is, again, I mentioned looking underneath the bumper. So we wanted to see what, if anything, was damaged on the corner. So I'm putting my hand to show where the frame rail ends. This is me looking up underneath to the backside of this taillight. If you can see, this red taillight actually sticks out. And so I'm checking the front here for damage. I'm checking the back for damage.
1 second, please. Okay, doctor, when you were looking for damage on the previous slide, did you find any damage to that lower right red taillight?
No, there was no damage to the taillight.
The middle picture is from the inside, looking at the inside of that taillight. Was there any damage to the inside of that taillight?
There was not.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Why does he keep saying you're welcome? That's weird.
So again, look at the height of it. I mentioned this lower taillight. Notice how the structure of the bumper protrudes out. You can see one of the marks, which is consistent with the contact to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Here, this scratch mark, scuff mark. Notice how close it is to this light. Again, some of the evidence, stickers. Just a better view of those than going down the side of the vehicle. So with all that information, I mentioned a laser scan. So you move this laser scanner, and each minute 51-second scan is collecting about 50 million data points. And so you scan all the way around, and then what you do is you merge all that data together. So even though this looks like a poor photograph, what you're seeing is hundreds of millions of photographs, hundreds of millions of points. And so you literally can figure out, if you want to know the distance from this lug nut to where the lighter is on the ashtray, you could probably do that to an accuracy of about 2 to 3 millimeters. So really, taking tons and tons of data. So it knows the exact position of every one of these millions of data points, and it knows the color associated with those data points.
Why is that data imaging so important in accident reconstruction?
You want to have an accurate model of the car. So, you probably don't need literally that many points to get an accurate model, but that's just the nature of the way the science is going. Computers are getting better and faster. Scanners are getting faster. So you get an enormous amount of data when you use these scanners nowadays.
It says key not detected over there on the left. So what?
So then, as indicated on the underline here, I did a CDR. That's a little different than what you heard me say before. CDR is crash data retrieval. So that's the hardware and software that you use to download or actually copy or take an image of. It means you're just taking an image off what's on the vehicle.
Interesting. Did anyone notice that if you look at the top left there, the Commonwealth's Lexus, apparently they couldn't actually get the proper color floor mat because look, it doesn't matter. I was like, what is that? I'm like, oh my God, it has a black floor mat instead of the beige or whatever. Weird.
The EDR, which is the event data recorder.
Weird.
So you use the crash data retrieval hardware to download the event data recorder, otherwise commonly known as a black box. So I downloaded the black box from this vehicle, and although you can hardly read it here, again, I mentioned there are two systems on this vehicle. This is the CDR system or EDR system. There's also the Techstream, the EDR system. This system is primarily to manage the safety components, protect the occupants of the Lexus. So things like fire the airbag. Fire was called a pre-tensioner. Keep track of the severity of the crash to decide whether we need to fire the airbag. So it's not really designed for pedestrian impacts. So when we downloaded this vehicle, we got what's called a none file. A none file simply means that there's no data there. The system's working properly. We had no fault codes. But for a car hitting a pedestrian to cause a file here, this is really more designed for car-to-car impacts, something that's going to have a significant impact on the occupant of the Lexus. And again, the Lexus is a 6,000-pound vehicle. Mr. O'Keefe's only 216 pounds. So it's not going to register from hitting a pedestrian.
Were you surprised that there was no information about a collision in the EDR?
No, exactly what I expected. Okay, I mentioned the second system. So as underlined up here, this is the Techstream. So this is from Toyota Techstream data. You can see the screens here.
So maybe he talks about it later, but if he's saying okay, it's not going to register for hitting a pedestrian, right? But remember, we know there were, how many was it? 30 or something of these different trigger events for on Karen's Lexus over the past the previous 6 months or something. You guys remember when we heard that statistic? I think it was from Alan Jackson. And it was in other words, there'd been a ton of these, or no, maybe it was a lessee. Yeah, I bet it was a lessee when he was crossing Burgess. Anyway, that, you know, this was like a regular thing. So are we to understand that then all of those situations, whatever they were that caused this trigger event to happen all those times regularly, those, like, was she hitting, like, what was she hitting all those times or whatever? Like, in other words, he's like saying hitting a pedestrian wouldn't trigger this, but like whatever will trigger it, is whatever it is something that can be done on the regular. So I don't know, man.
There's generally two types of files, what's called a vehicle control history and a PCS file. The PCS file is the protection system. So I also looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. PCS is pre-collision system.
Oh my God.
Looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, same thing, took a series of photographs, laser scanned it, looked in it, underneath it, behind it. I mentioned taking some of the bumper parts off. So I took this rear cover off here to look at the damage behind the bumper cover. Most cars have what's referred to as a face bar. That's that piece of metal that you see here. And there's a piece of energy absorber here. That's your face bar. So I'm looking to see if there's any damage to that. There was no damage to that.
Before you go forward, I want you to take a couple steps back because I want to ask you some questions to explain
Please.
Techstream data. Could you go back a couple slides, please?
Sure.
Okay. You mentioned that in the EDR, which is similar to a black box, there was no information found. And then you mentioned a different system, the Techstream. Can you make it clear for us how these systems are different and where they're stored on a motor vehicle?
Sure. I mean, a lot of data is stored in a similar location. The Techstream system was originally designed, according to Toyota, for maintenance issues. It seemed to come about around the same time Toyota was having problems with sudden accelerations or allegations of sudden accelerations. So the Techstream data or vehicle control history will give you information when there's, for example,
Hold up. Let me hear that again. Hold up.
or location. The Techstream system was originally designed, according to Toyota, for maintenance issues. It seemed to come about around the same time Toyota was having problems with sudden accelerations or allegations of sudden accelerations.
Did you guys hear that? One more time. Oh my God. What the heck? Did you guys hear that?
To Toyota for maintenance issues. It seemed to come about around the same time Toyota was having problems with sudden accelerations or allegations of sudden accelerations.
Sudden accelerations, they were having problems with it, but then he corrects himself and says allegations of sudden accelerations. You don't say.
So the Techstream data or vehicle control history will give you information when there's, for example, excessive acceleration or rapid shifting of the vehicles or rapid steering of the steering wheel. So the statements are that that's designed to help the maintenance people, if you come in with a problem with your vehicle, to diagnose what that problem is. It has a lot of utility in accident reconstruction because if you jam on the brakes before a crash, frequently the Techstream data will record the crash.
You mentioned Toyota a number of times. Could you share with us the relationship between Toyota and Lexus?
Sorry, in my mind, they're the same thing. Toyota and Lexus, obviously a little different, but Lexus is basically made by Toyota. So Toyota and Lexus has the Lexus safety system. Toyota has the Toyota safety systems, which you both read with the Techstream data.
The Techstream data, in this case, does it play an important role in your analysis?
I think so, yes.
The Techstream data, did you independently download that data yourself?
So I independently downloaded it, and then I also ran a test with Ms. Reed's vehicle, and I created a new Techstream file so that I had a stamp in the ignition cycles of what the current ignition cycle was. So I did a sudden acceleration test of the vehicle.
On the Lexus or on the exemplar vehicle?
On her Lexus.
When you did the downloading, why did you do it yourself?
Again, you, whenever possible, want to be the one that does it, make sure it's done correctly, and be able to say, hey, how do I know that's from that vehicle? Well, I know because I was the one who did it. And so if I get it from someone else, then they frequently have to bring that person into court to say the other ones that did it so then I can use it. So if I do it myself, it eliminates that problem, and then I have no concerns over where it's coming from. So then I know hey, I did it. This is the right car. This is the right program.
You left us at slide 10 when you were inspecting Mr. O'Keefe's car?
Correct. So again, simply a blue arrow indicating that I looked down behind all this stuff.
Your updated command there?
Took measurements of it. And then similarly, I have a 3D point cloud of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So part of the reason we're making these 3D point clouds, and we'll touch on this further, in addition to the scene, you can then basically put all these things back together in the computer. So instead of having to drive the cars to the scene, for example, or to Mr. O'Keefe's residence, you can take these computer models and additional data and put it back in the computer and reconstruct everything on the computer. So before we had the exact angle of impact. Again, this is for looking at when Ms. Reed contacted Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, backing out of Mr. O'Keefe's garage at One Meadows. I lined them up just to generally show the approximate location. A couple things, notice how, again, this lower portion of the Lexus bumper sticks out. Notice how the side of the Chevrolet slopes in as you get higher up. So this portion sticks out more than this portion. And this is where you would expect any contact damage to occur, assuming there was an impact. So
I'm not hearing anything about measurements, right? As we know, pictures are all about perspective. And honestly, this sounds like he's invading the province of the jury by making this determination. Sometimes with stuff like this, it's like the picture speaks for itself, right? Listen to how he describes this with literally no data to back it up.
Out. Notice how the side of the Chevrolet slopes in as you get higher up. So this portion sticks out more than this portion. And this is where you would expect any contact damage to occur, assuming there was an impact. So again, looking at the measurements up the height of the vehicle, of course, as you indicated, Mr. Brandon, the taillight's gone. And then went to the scene. So same thing, went to the scene, took, again, 297 photographs of the scene, had our people scan it to create a computer model of the scene. So, literally, if you want to know the distance from this window to, say, some manhole cover on the road, we have the data to figure that out, down to a couple millimeters.
In addition to
oh my God, I can't wait for cross-exam.
Doing the digital mapping, you mentioned other review of materials. Did you have an opportunity to review dash cam footage from Canton Police Department police vehicles to see the general location of where Mr. O'Keefe was when first responders were assisting him?
Objection, Your Honor.
So that's just a yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the Techstream download. So this is a screenshot from the Techstream download. Keep in mind, this is kind of maintenance software. So we're looking at a number of things in the maintenance software. What we see is, and this is noted in the report too, that when the vehicle gets into the Canton Police Department after this event, you can see the mileage is 12,665 miles. So that shows up in Trooper Paul's report. It shows up in the photographs, and it shows up.
Did you guys hear Trooper Paul?
Paul's report, 165 miles. So that.
Yeah, looking at that floor mat again. I didn't even know about that problem with the floor mats sticking up. Sorry, I inhaled my water. I was like, oh, it looks like, why is it not matching in color, right? Like, that's weird. But you're so right. I can tell from looking at that thing that it doesn't look like it's held in place. Like in my Prius, it's got like these holes in the corners, like a locking mechanism, and you can't slide it in any direction at all. I don't know why they didn't think about that with the Lexus or other cars. Like, seems like a no-brainer.
That shows up in Trooper Paul's report. It shows up in the photographs.
Right, we know, Heather.
And it shows up as matching the mileage in the Techstream data, both at triggers 1164 and triggers 1167.
I'd ask you if you can enlarge the data on the right and break down what it actually means, the different columns and the. Is it possible for you to enlarge that?
Why is it that in these trials, they always have these maps that are, that's Google Maps. Do they make it look shitty, like on purpose with like a bunch of extra work? Because, I just don't understand. Can't read it at all. Like, what are they doing?
My fingers are too fat.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Okay. So what you're looking at is what I call event 1162. If you see anything in blue on these charts, that's information that I added. I typically put my initial, JBW, Judson Welcher, that's me. And so this is referred to as the key cycle trip. So key cycle is simply you turn it on, not necessarily turn the ignition on, turn it on, turn it off. That's one key cycle. So I labeled this one 1162-2 because there's also one that's on the same key cycle that I'm calling 1162-1. The system also records the mileage. So again, this is a maintenance system generally. So what you see is the T here is the trigger, and there's a point. So this time in the Techstream data, you could think of it as like a stopwatch. It starts when the car turns on and stops when the car turns off. And then if it sees a triggering event, a T, it records that information. So this is when the trigger happened. So that's 1,142.2 seconds. And so
And again, just to reiterate, she had a number of these triggering events over the past, this came up again with Cross, with Burgess, whatever, the previous 8 months or 6 months or whatever it was. And this dude said that while whatever those incidents were, they caused these triggering events, hitting a pedestrian did not qualify, was not up to the standard enough to cause that to happen. Again, it's like, what was she doing with all those other times, right? Like on the regular, is she just like mowing over like telephone poles, or like what the hell?
I've converted that to minutes and seconds, because most people don't think in seconds. And so what it also does is once it sees a trigger, it's constantly circulating data through the computer. So when it says, okay, we have a trigger, it saves 5 seconds before the trigger and then 5 seconds after the trigger. So the trigger's in the middle, and you have 5 seconds of data before and 5 seconds of data after.
I have a couple questions for you, Dr. Welcher. First, starting with the clock, the time in seconds on the left. You mentioned that begins when the car is turned on. What type of clock is that called?
It's just a continuous clock, meaning it's not a clock like a time clock. It's more like a stopwatch kind of clock.
Has it ever been referred to as a running clock?
The same thing. You start the stopwatch, it's running.
Based on the Techstream data alone, found in that one spot, can you tell from the data in the Techstream alone what time the power was turned on?
No, not alone. It simply tells you how long it's been on. It doesn't necessarily immediately tie it back to a clock time. You need additional information.
And so this in and of itself, the Techstream data doesn't give you a certain time on a clock, like 1 o'clock or 2:30, anything like that.
No, it simply tells you in this case, when the trigger occurred, it's been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds.
You also mentioned that there's a 10-second window of information this captures, 5 seconds before the T and 5 seconds after the T, the triggering event.
Correct.
Your Honor.
Sustained asking.
That window of 10 seconds, what happens if that doesn't capture the entire event? What if there's something before or after? What does the Techstream data do?
So it depends on what the something is. So if there's another trigger, then it will record more data. So you can have 2 triggers that are recording things on the same time window as well, or very close to the same time window. So you need another trigger to keep it going. But in essence, what it does is when it sees a trigger, it saves that 10-second window and then just keeps monitoring things until it sees another trigger.
If the data captures a trigger, it has a 10-second window, and an event continues past that 10 seconds, so past the 5 seconds on either side, and there's no further trigger, do you get any other information from the Techstream data?
No. For example, in the trigger event, and say 5 seconds later, the vehicle's still moving, well, the data just ends. And it says it's going 17 miles an hour, for example. It doesn't continue on. We just know that when the trigger ended, it was going 17 miles an hour.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay. So
hold on.
we have.
So remember, guys, I said that I heard about like 2 seconds of this testimony from today prior to now. The part that I heard was this part. And I was like, what is he talking about? And I remember thinking, well, it's probably not going to make sense because I'm just like jumping in randomly. And like, I'm also my first day on that new big job. So that's the part that I remember. So I wanted to hear this again and just see if like, is it me or is it him?
You need another trigger to keep it going. But in essence, what it does is when it sees a trigger, it saves that 10-second window and then just keeps monitoring things until it sees another trigger.
If the data captures a trigger, it has a 10-second window, and an event continues past that 10 seconds, so past the 5 seconds on either side, and there's no further trigger, do you get any other information from the Techstream data?
No. For example, in the trigger event, and say 5 seconds later, the vehicle's still moving, well, the data just ends. And it says it's going, 17 miles an hour, for example. It doesn't continue on. We just know that when the trigger ended, it was going 17 miles an hour.
I don't understand that because he said it continues running. Hold on.
Is past that 10 seconds, so past the 5 seconds. If the data captures a trigger, it has a 10-second window, and an event continues past that 10 seconds, so past the 5 seconds on either side, and there's no further trigger, do you get any other information from the Techstream data?
No. For example, in the trigger event, and say 5 seconds later, the vehicle's still moving, well, the data just ends. And it says it's going, 17 miles an hour, for example. It doesn't continue on. We just know that when the trigger ended, it was going 17 miles an hour.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
That doesn't make more sense to me now than it did earlier.
Okay.
You guys,
So
did that make sense to y'all?
we have mileage recorded in this system. So what we're trying to do is use the available data to see if we can determine what event this is, or is this the event, or is this something that could have occurred outside 34 Fairview on the evening of this event. And so one of the things we're utilizing is the mileage. Okay, so 12629 is at the end of event number 2 on the 1162 ignition cycle. When the vehicle ultimately comes into the impound yard, and this is actually before that, comes into the impound yard, it has 12,665 miles. That's a difference, did the math for you here, of 36 miles. Okay, let's consider where that could have come from. So we looked at the various paths and descriptions of where Miss Reed's Lexus was driven after leaving 34 Fairview on the night of this event, up until the point,
Why does the map
time.
have to look like this always in these cases? Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it.
And time the vehicle ended up at the Canton Police Department. So we
It was weird.
used
It was.
Google Maps. We adjusted for the correct date and time of the year. And then what you'll also see is we adjusted for the correct time of day. So although you can't really see that, let me see if I can blow it up.
Yeah, you can't see it.
So you can see that's looking at the mileage and time. Again, really didn't use the time, just used the mileage on Saturday, January 29th, around 12 a.m. That, of course, does not take into account the weather.
And what are the addresses? It's hard to see on the top from where to.
You know, I got typically 7 minutes, typically 6 minutes, typically 7 minutes. Again, my new job. There's a lot of different ways to get there. It's not in Greensboro, it's in Winston-Salem. So that's the next city over. And honestly, the drive to get, for me, between Greensboro and Winston is notoriously hellish, to where that's how awesome this job is, that I would even make that drive, because I would rather name a lot of things and I would rather do them than make this drive. And just because I experienced this literally today, you know, there's like all these different route options. And they all say like 36 minutes, 37 minutes, 38 minutes, somewhere around there. And literally, whether it's on the way there or on the way back, and I've tried several different routes, it's like solidly off by like, I don't know, at almost 20 minutes. And when it's giving that estimate, right, it's accounting for traffic. Google Maps is supposed to, right? It's supposed to be accounting for the traffic at the time. Weirdly, driving to and from this job is during rush hour traffic. And I've noticed that when I look up these routes, even if it's like late in the evening, just to try to like make sure I know what I'm doing, it still says the same amount of time, but like during rush hour, it doesn't change. But anyway, nonetheless, in all these different conditions, every time I've driven it, it's like, I don't know what's happening. Like, they need to get their act together, because like it's like a solid 18 minutes off. And by the way, I speed like a crazy person. Like, I consistently go like on the highway and whatnot, like easily 20 over. So I should be shaving time off of it. So basically, relying on this business for anything is just completely useless.
That, of course, does not take into account the weather.
And it's not taking any.
And what are the addresses? It's hard to see on the top from where to where.
So this is from
That's funny.
34 Fairview to 1 Meadows Avenue, which is Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And there are other mileage that you have there?
Correct. So we basically ran through the entire path as we understood it. Again, we didn't have complete information. We didn't know the exact roads. We didn't know if turned around, stuff like that. So you're seeing the suggested available paths, and we end up with a range of data. So we go through all the paths, and you can see that this is what we end up at the bottom here, which is very hard to see. So the minimum suggested route is 36 miles, 36.1 technically. You have a range of 37.9 to 39.7. But again, that's right in the range of the 36 miles. So that's a data point that's starting to build our confidence in what is in the Techstream data being related to our event.
This is all an effort to match whether or not the 1162 data is relevant to a particular event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Let me ask it this way. Matching all the
Can you not
distances
read?
by miles. Is this the only way you're trying to determine whether 1162 is the event in front of 34 Fairview Road?
No. So again, these things are all tools. You can't take necessarily one data point in a vacuum. You need to consider the totality of the data, which is what I did. So we mentioned the continuous clock that was in there, or the running clock that was in the vehicle. So what you see over here,
Could you enlarge that for us, Doctor?
I am doing that right now. You can see we have the time. And again, I've converted in blue to.
I just have to say, I'm still not clear because they keep referencing the running clock, the continuous clock, but then he was like, the clock only lasts for 5 seconds before and after the triggering event. I don't know. It almost seems like instead of trying to help the jury understand this, they're just hoping the jury will just tune it out and just assume he is saying things that make sense for what the Commonwealth wants them to think. Like, I'm starting to get the feeling that this is all very much gaslighty, which, you know, between Burgess and then this guy, it's like, what is there of substance, right? It's like a lot of words. The job of these expert witnesses in any case is to help the jury understand. It's to help the jury understand. Whenever you're evaluating the effectiveness of an expert witness, remember, that's the point of them, is to help the jury understand whatever it is they assessed. Is this dude helping you guys understand anything yet? Because so far, I'm at more questions and more contradictions, and things are making less sense. You know what I mean?
2 minutes and seconds. This is the first trigger on that key cycle. So on key cycle 1162, there was 2 separate events. The vehicle keeps a continuously running clock. So we're able to see the time each event occurred relative to when the vehicle was started and the difference between the 2 events. Okay. So at trigger event 1162-1, we know that the ignition has been on between 10 minutes and 57.4 seconds. Or that's when the trigger is, sorry, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds. Again, the trigger has plus or minus. So that's from 10 minutes, 52.8 plus 10 seconds, which gets you to 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds. Or as I wrote here, 10 seconds total. So again, the Techstream data indicates at the time this event was written, the trigger occurred, again, at 10 minutes. You see we have the T, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds.
Dr. Welcher, if I could ask you a couple of background questions.
Thanks, Flash.
This block of time that you're reviewing that mentions 2 triggers, can you tell whether those triggers are immediately related or 2 separate events?
So you can tell they're separate events because there's a separate amount of time between them. There's about 8 minutes between the events. And so they're on the same ignition cycle, meaning the vehicle hasn't been turned off in between. And we have this continuously running clock that records when these things occurred. So it tells us when event 1 occurred, when event 2 occurred. We know it's on the same ignition cycle. So if we have some idea of when the car was turned on, we can then tie that back to clock time or real world time. Okay. So lots going on here, right? A lot to digest. This is trigger event 1162.1.
Yeah. It is a lot of things going on. And it's so interesting that he's acknowledging that. It's like, it's almost like he's acknowledging that he's doing a shitty job. It's like, yeah, it's a lot going on, a lot to digest. It's like, you should have followed that up with like, you know, but I mean, okay, I guess you wouldn't say this out loud, but what you should be thinking is, but don't worry, jury, I've got you. I'm going to put this in a way that makes it simple and makes it make sense. But I think he's more like wanting to just brag about overcomplicating it or something. Again, it feels more like trying to drown the jury than like save them and rescue them.
Okay. So lots going on here, right? A lot to digest.
Oh.
This is trigger event 1162.1.
I wonder if any jurors rolled their eyes at that.
Provided with data and a report from Mr. Burgess that indicated the infotainment system was turned on at 12:36. Zoom in for you folks. That corresponded to a GPS location that looked like it was outside the Waterfall Grill on Washington Street. So additional cell phone data that we had is that we knew there was a 3-point turn made when the Lexus passed Fairview on Cedar Crest, pulled into a driveway and made a 3-point turn. So what you see over here is GPS data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And with that information and knowing when the system turned on, we're able to now tie the Techstream data to a real clock. meaning what time of day did that Techstream trigger occur. So we're going from the running clock to a real world clock. So if you take when it was turned on for Mr. Burgess's report, you can see that the Lexus was turned on at 12:12:36. You add in the Techstream information, you get it at 12:23:38. And now we have a cell phone data point at 1:54. So at the time my report was written in these slides back in January, that was all the information we had in terms of data point 1:54. That was the one that was closest in time to it. So we had since received additional information.
Dr. Welcher, let me ask you a couple questions, and if you can zoom in a little.
Okay. Do y'all know that song? What is it? I don't remember what it is originally, but I changed the lyrics. Oh, where did that George stick go? Oh, where could he be? You guys know what song that is? Like a kid's song. Anyway, I don't know what it's usually about, but now it's about George stick.
Well, we might be able to see it a little better from here.
Where would you like it?
If we can start at the top when you explain in text. You told us that the Techstream data does not have an actual clock. It has a running clock, like a stopwatch.
Correct.
And then you mentioned that after you receive information from Mr. Burgess, you could put an actual time onto it. How do you do that?
Sustain.
Very good.
You shared with us that the Techstream data runs on a running clock.
Correct.
And then you received further information so that you could actually identify a time.
Thank you, Kitsmits.
Where did you receive that information from?
I'm going to allow that.
That was from Mr. Burgess's report.
And do you know where that information came from?
That came off the SD card, I believe, in the infotainment system.
Do you know when Mr. Burgess found the SD card on the infotainment system?
No, I'd have to go back to his report. But it was in it. This information was in his original report.
Based on the SD card information about when the car was turned on and off, how do you match that with the Techstream data to get a time?
So when the car is turned on, that's approximately when the running clock starts in it. There may be as much as a 3-second delay in it, but that's approximately when the clock turns on. So
Oh my God. I feel like you're
this shows us when the stopwatch was started for the Techstream data. So knowing that infotainment system has date and timestamps on it, so that ties it to a real world clock from GPS information. And so now we can, when that infotainment system turned on, it's very close in time to when the Techstream data started recording data. That allows us to tie the two together.
The times that you're showing on this slide, does that relate to the first or second event on the Techstream data, the first or second triggering event?
The first event.
Do you characterize the first event in any way?
I call it the 3-point turn.
In addition to the data you analyzed, was there any other information you saw that evidenced or supported that a 3-point turn occurred at the area depicted in your slide?
Right. We have a whole series of GPS data with heading angles, as well as a description that Ms. Reed gave in an interview.
The time that you have after you consider the SD card ignition on and the running time, what clock is that based on?
It's my understanding that's a clock in the infotainment system. And then we are ultimately trying to also tie it back to the clock on his cell phone. Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, correct.
Do you have any understanding whether all devices have the exact same clock?
So it's my understanding they do not. In my discussions with Mr. Burgess, reading reports, that they can have, there can be as much as 30 seconds to a minute of variation.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Have you ever heard
Sorry, Your Honor, that answer.
Sure. Just disregard that answer.
Have you ever heard the term variance before?
I have.
What do you understand that to be?
That means differences from the answer,
I'm sorry, differences from what?
from typically the correct answer. Like meaning that a given data point has variance in terms of how it's measured, when it's measured. So different measurement device can have a different variance around the actual true number.
You mentioned on the slide a time of 12:23:38.
Correct.
And O'Keefe's cell phone data at point 154, approximately 12:23:58.
Correct.
Is there a difference between the clock on the Lexus Techstream data and that of Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
There is.
When you developed the slide, did you have the benefit of more detailed information about data point 154?
I did not receive that until May 8th.
Did you later learn more information, more specific information?
Yes.
Okay.
We'd love to see that. Put it in the Discord.
I'd like to show an exhibit to Mr. Welcher that's already been admitted.
Okay.
It's 192A.
So we're just doing this is great. I feel like I'm learning a lot. Not here in the chat. We're just, revamping some of these tried and true, what do you call them? They're not lullabies, but classic songs, but with all the lyrics being about Twiz. So I've been working on the Twiz Road. Where did my George stick go?
Ms. Gilman, can we start with 192B?
Classic.
Dr. Welcher?
Yes, we'll come over.
And they're approaching. What else could we do? Do like the alphabet. What are some more kids songs or whatever? What would you even call those? I don't even know if they're technically kids songs. Have you guys heard that song by Raffi called Banana Phone? That's fucking hilarious. To do that one because, you know, y'all know how Twiz is with phone data.
Dr. Welcher, if you could take us back to slide 30.
Yours 3 rhymes. That's it. Thank you, Flash. That's it.
And so we understand you mentioned there were 2 triggering events. Is this the first one or the second one?
It's the first one.
Is that the one you've labeled the 3-point turn?
Correct.
And where did that happen? What street?
Cedar Crest.
At this 3-point turn triggering event, there is a time in red, 12:23:38.
Correct.
Where is that time taken from?
That's coming from the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe at 0.154.
Okay. And is there another time on there?
I mean, I do the math between those two.
Okay. Could you make that a little larger? Could you zoom in so we can see it better?
That's what she said.
So there's an infotainment time of 12:36. I guess another time to answer your question. Then we have
the 12:36. What does that indicate? What's that relevant to?
that's when the Techstream data is basically turned on, plus or minus a little bit.
When you say the Techstream, is that relative to when the car turned on?
Correct.
Okay.
So when the car turned on, then we add the time for the trigger. So what we have is we have data in the Techstream that shows the speed, the position, the steering of the vehicle on that trigger. And so we're trying to match the timing and the description of what the vehicle was doing with the Techstream, the infotainment, and the cell phone data.
Is the data that you analyze regarding the speed, the direction, and the timing to determine whether this was consistent with a 3-point turn?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. And if you can enlarge that because it's hard to see back here.
That's what she said.
Sure is. Okay, so again, we are looking at event 1162.1. The information in blue is speed. It comes out of the Techstream in kilometers an hour, convert it to miles per hour, feet per second. Looked at the total distance traveled. Shift position. So in the Techstream data, a shift position of 1 indicates you're in drive. A shift position of 2 indicates you're in reverse.
There's no zeros. What would a 0 indicate?
0 is usually neutral, and I believe 3 is park. So there's also data on the acceleration of the vehicle. So basically, what is the effect of whatever you're doing in terms of stepping on the gas or not stepping on the gas? And there's also information on the steering of the vehicle. So again, there's trigger 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. So over here, a positive number equals a leftward steer. So you can see we have in the forward velocity or forward motion in drive, goes forward with leftward steer, stops, shifts into reverse, and then continues with a rightward steer back.
Could you take us over to the left of that data?
I feel so bad for this jury right now, guys.
When you look at the number 1162-1 as an event,
This is rough.
key cycle or when a car is turned on, power ignition on until the point is turned off.
The thing is, like I said, his job is to help the jury understand. There has got to be a better way to present this if you want the jury to understand it. Now, is that coming after this? I don't know. We shall see, but we're not there yet.
Whatever amount of time. Can it have more than one triggering event?
Yes, you can have lots of triggering events. In this case, it has 2. On a key cycle 1164, there's 11. On 1167, there's 10.
If you could move a little bit to the right on this, is there something you can see on here that caused the triggering event, some of the data?
Yes. So if you look at the triggering, the indication of what this trigger was, what you see is accelerator opening ratio, which is basically, you can think of it how much you're stepping on the gas pedal. And so if it exceeds, in this case, 30% quicken time after shifting into reverse, that tells the system, hey, we might need to start recording this data. So what you can see went into reverse, and then within a very short amount of time, accelerated pedal went above that 30%. That's what caused the T or the trigger in the Techstream data.
Okay, so that partially answers that question I had from earlier of like, you know, what type of events were occurring on the regs, as I was saying, that caused this. Let's hear this one.
Data. So what you can see went into reverse, and then within a very short amount of time, accelerated pedal went above that 30%. That's what caused the T or the trigger in the Techstream data.
So here's the thing. So the accelerator, and you know, I do remember this from the first trial, right? It's like if the acceleration rate is like all of a sudden like, whoa, off the charts. But you know, that's why I just have to say, I mean, y'all, there's the very beginning of his testimony or within the first, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, he mentioned literally that Toyota was having essentially what it sounds like a recall or an overhaul of their whole engineering of the Techstream data because of, what did he say? Like spontaneous rapid accelerations or something like that along those lines, right? And then he's added the word allegedly in there. And some of y'all mentioned the thing about the mats, which that seems like that could still be a thing too. But what he mentioned specifically had to do with the engine, the computer element, right? He said it was in the Techstream. So, you know, for example, if you've got something like a floor mat that's not hunkered down and it can hit the pedal and cause acceleration, that is what you would call like a like the failure of, I don't know, like honestly, it's just stupidity by not putting a thing to lock it in place, right? It's not a mechanical failure, like if it's programmed wrong, right? Completely different. He mentioned the Techstream specifically, and the thing that's so different about that, right, is it's like beyond your control. And imagine if you've got faulty, it's data. If you've got faulty data like that, so in other words, is it actually? I guess one question I would have is like, do we know that is it actually okay? Whatever this thing that they needed to overhaul in Techstream data, was it actually causing the vehicle to spontaneously accelerate, or was it just causing the data to reflect a spontaneous acceleration? I would imagine it's the latter, and here's why. Because if literally these cars, due to like the computer, the code inside the car's computer, right? If that was like spontaneously accelerating your car for you, imagine how many accidents would have happened, right? Just the same as if it was like spontaneously all of a sudden, you know, decelerating, slowing you down, or braking, or whatever. You know what I mean? Without your control, just randomly. So that to me means that spontaneous acceleration, you know, he had another word for it that was even more drastic sounding than spontaneous acceleration. It was like anyway. So what that would mean then is the data reflects that, but the vehicle's not doing it, right? And it's just so crazy that he said that, because it's like, well, is that what's going on with Kieran's vehicle? I mean, has that come up? Like, well, I'm sure it will in Cross. In other words, like if that was what was going on, it's like that would have been, those vehicles that were affected would have been, you know, recalled, right? And I feel like that would have come up already at some point, even if it was just like in the first trial, like that all this, right? The Techstream system and all that's got all this data is completely botched, and, you know, therefore you can't trust any of the data. I don't know. It's just really interesting that of all the things that the Techstream could have been faulty for, of all the things, it was faulty for this like spontaneous drastic acceleration, right? And like literally the thing that is an issue here. You know, it makes me want, was there anything to corroborate? Okay, let me just think. So they're talking about GBW vehicle speed. You know, I'm just thinking like, was there anything else besides the Commonwealth's own theories? Was there anything else to corroborate? I mean, no, there wasn't, right? We knew that there was no sounds. Like, I'm just trying to think, like, was there anything that just to corroborate that the vehicle did in fact have like this all of a sudden pedal to the metal acceleration? I'm not even worried about which direction, right? But like, because of the thing that he mentioned that was faulty in the Techstream data, it was the acceleration part, right? Like, nobody saw that happen. There was no tire marks, right? Like, our burnt rubber on the road. There was nobody that heard it. It also is from most everyone agrees. There's a handful of people who say it's possible, but most people say it wouldn't be possible to do that in reverse. Like, you'd have to be a professional stunt driver. In other words, if the only thing that says that the vehicle had this like crazy, all of a sudden, whoo, acceleration, right, is this Techstream data that is known to have this problem, And that's what they're relying on. I don't know. Am I crazy? Did they already address this? Or like, I don't know, man. Hi, Happy Annie. Welcome. It's the 27th, Flash. Also my dad's birthday. Shout out to my dad. And we do have international peeps. That's true. Flash, what was the deal with the fish sauce? Are you having Thai food? Anyway, do you guys, am I crazy? Was there something else besides this data to suggest anything about this acceleration? Just like when you think it can't get any worse, right? It's like if literally this entire case is hinging on this data showing that she accelerated and like literally, and remember too, even with Trooper Paul, right? In the first trial, he talked about this Techstream thing. He said that Lexus or Toyota was having these issues and and they didn't, it came up. Like I remember it coming up, and he even said like they're changing their whole system. And this was after the accident, right? So it's like, were they making these changes to Techstream because this issue was happening to these vehicles at this exact time? And that's what it's sounding like. I don't know, man. Ugh.
Row next to 41.5, engine RPM data. Can you explain to us what that is?
Sure, that's how many revolutions per minute the engine's turning.
What's this, Flash?
The more gas, is it generally the higher the RPM?
Correct. There's going to be a little lag. Your car doesn't move instantaneously. You have to step on the gas, then the RPMs go up, and then it starts going faster.
If you could explain to us the total distance and distance travel columns, how do you read that?
Sure. So we know the speed at various times. We know from this data that there is, you can see half a second between each one of these timestamps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
But the RPMs, though, is the same source. I'm not a computer person, as y'all know. Is the same source, like whatever it is that's like, like in your car when you're driving, you can see the RPMs, right? Or, again, if there's this like error in the Techstream programming that is recording completely or recording things that didn't happen, right? Accelerations that didn't happen, speeds that didn't happen. Like, in other words, whatever you'd be seeing on your vehicle dashboard, right, for speed and for RPMs would be probably accurate to the vehicle, mechanically speaking, right? And they would at least correlate with each other. And like, unbeknownst to the driver is like the behind the scenes, this data is recording like something that's just completely not real. Because like, in other words, if the same code is responsible for that acceleration problem that they were having, that he mentioned, then wouldn't the RPMs that it's calculating also be off? They would have to be, right? Let's just say that you're accelerating and you're going from 2 miles an hour to 4 miles an hour in real life. And that's what the vehicle's doing. But like this Techstream glitch is saying you went from 2 miles an hour to 200 miles an hour, just for the sake of the example, right? And that's what it's recording. Then it's also going to record RPMs that are just as off, right? So, okay.
10 data points at half a second. That's the 5 seconds of pre-crash data. So if you know you're going so many miles per hour, again, I converted it to feet per second. Feet per second, you're going so many feet per second for half a second, for example. You just multiply those two together and it tells you how far you went. So what I'm doing is looking at speed traveling during the interval. That's during this short time period. And then I add it all together here for total distance traveled.
You mentioned that when the data is captured, it's limited to 10 seconds. When we look at the top row of JBW vehicle speed MPH, it's 9.94. Is that 9.94 miles per hour?
It is.
Can we tell whether it was going faster or slower before this data?
We generally cannot. You might have some, it looks like it's slowing down. And then you see right here, this brake switch application. So you have two things relative to braking. You have the brake switch, which is simply whether the brake is on or off, just enough pressure to make the brake light come on.
I just want to reiterate, given what he said about that Techstream, I don't think we can rule out that literally all of this is incorrect. Because again, take any categories, whether it's the accelerator, whether it's the RPMs, whether it's the brake pressure, all of this is a ratio to one another, right? If you just take any one of those categories, and let's just say that there's a glitch and the system's messing up and one of those is like going to be way off from what reality is, then the rest of them are also going to be way off, right? So literally, this could all just be like a fever dream. And I mean, I will say, like, given what he said, it was almost like a Freudian slip, right? Like a slip of the tongue, right? At the beginning of his testimony. That's why that caught my attention. And it was because he said allegedly, and he corrected himself. And that's when I was like, what now? You know what I mean? And it's like, man. Anyway, okay. I'm not going to.
And then you have brake oil pressure, which gives you some idea of how much pressure is in the system, which is a rough indication for the braking. But then what you see here is the longitudinal acceleration or deceleration. This gives you some idea of how much the vehicle is speeding up or slowing down. So generally a minus sign is a slowing or accelerating in reverse.
And for the bottom of those columns, I'd ask you whether or not at the beginning of the window, if you had any other information, is it the same situation for the end of that window that's captured?
Correct. So at the end of this window, you can see it's still going about 8.7 miles an hour when the trigger stopped. So after that trigger plus 5 seconds, the system said we no longer need to monitor it. Things have returned to an okay state. And so then it stopped monitoring the system.
Based on your analysis and review and looking at this data, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether or when this event occurred as it is portrayed in the data?
Yes, I did.
And could you share with the jury to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty when did this occur?
So this, you want time-wise or location or both?
Start with location, then time.
So it happened on Cedar Crest. It happened between cell phone data points 154 and 155. And it's a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. And it occurred, according to the Techstream data, about 12 minutes, 23 seconds after the vehicle was turned on. So,
and do you have an understanding of the variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
I mean, then
Yes.
you get
And what is that variance time?
then you get to the clock variance. I feel like we're in the land of make-believe here.
21 to 29 seconds.
And so the Lexus clock at 21, 23, 38, what time would that put
Imaginary. I mean,
Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a
Yeah,
minute, please.
it's just the leading and okay, there's still a sidebar and there's the fan. What are you talking about, Flash, with a chiropractor in the Philippines? Okay, here they come. Oh, yeah, it's almost.
Could you zoom in a little bit on the right photograph and text under the right?
Huh. Judge Bev looks a little bit unenthused / grumpy, which is unusual when it's a Commonwealth. Hold on, let's watch this. Watch her, watch this.
Could you zoom in a little bit on the right photograph
Maybe not.
under the right?
Okay, I think it was like right there, like maybe a little bit exasperated. What do you guys think?
A little bit on the right photograph and text under the right.
Like that looks like one of those moments where she did one of those deep sighs, but we just couldn't hear it because she wasn't close enough to the mic.
Okay.
Mary,
You're
I
saying to us the time relevant to 12:23:38. And could you tell us again, remind us, what is 12:23:38 referring to?
The 12:23:38 is syncing the Techstream time to real world time. So we know how long the Techstream is on. We know when the vehicle was turned on. So we're adding those two together. So if you add the 12:12:36 to, for example, 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds for when the end of the trigger is, that gives you 12:23:38. So the end of the trigger in real world time, no longer in the running clock, is now 12:23:38
Based on the infotainment clock?
based on the infotainment clock
And that's from the Lexus.
from the Lexus.
The sustained.
And where's that from?
The Lexus.
The 12:23:58 number, what's the significance of that?
So that is Mr. Keefe's cell phone data at point 154. Again, from the original data we had just at 154 and 155 and not the in-between points. So
And at the bottom in parentheses, explain to us what that means.
sure, if you look at where the Techstream math works out to be, 1223.38.8, and compare that to 1223.58, the difference between those two is 19.2 seconds.
The difference between which clocks?
Between what the Techstream infotainment system would show compared to what point 154 on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone is.
And based on new data, do you now have information about what the variance, the difference is between the clock on the Lexus infotainment and the clock on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes,
And what is that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to allow that?
Because
it's you need to advance the Techstream clock
I thought, never mind.
21 to 29 seconds
You need to advance it 21, 29 seconds for why? Why do you need to do that?
because the cell phone is ahead 21 to 29 seconds.
After you advance the text stream ahead 21 to 29 seconds, can you then compare the information, the time that's coming from the infotainment system Lexus to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone from his iPhone?
Correct. That's what you need to have an apples to apples comparison. You need to get them on the same time clock.
Thank you.
You're
You can proceed.
So I think we left off here. So that's 1162-1. So what we have is we have the cell phone data, the original cell phone data on the right-hand side. And then from that Techstream data, we have whether it's going forward, we have the speed, we have the steering angles. So from that information, we ran a simulation to show you what the Techstream data means. This is what the 10 seconds of data is. Again, just because the simulation stopped, that's just where the Techstream data ends. Again, as we showed you earlier, the car's still moving. That's just the last data point we have. So what that Techstream data shows is matching a 3-point turn on that Cedar Crest Street. So we have the vehicle motion, the timing data consistent with the interview statements about making a turn, 3-point turn.
Can you take us back to the data chart and show the 2 points that you just mentioned, the turning? Where's that reflected in the data?
Sure. So you can see
You'll have to enlarge that. I'm sorry, Doctor.
column N,
Bigger.
that's the ship position. So that's looking, we start off going forward right here. And you can see at the start of the simulation, we're going about 9.94 miles an hour. And then as you start a 3-point turn, you generally start, in this case, if you're going to the left, with the left turn. So you can see we have this steering angle here, then the transmission. So again, we have the brake application. So you're coming in, but you're slowing down and you get down to a speed of approximately 0, shift into reverse, back up, and then start to turn the other direction as you're backing up. So again, you want the rear to go to the right, you turn the steering wheel to the right is negative. And then as you start to pull around and pull forward, you turn back to correct for the steering. And so that's what this shows. So again, if you put it all into a simulation program, the speeds, the shifting, the distance, keep in mind we only have that 10-second window of data and the steering angle for that Lexus. That's what it indicates.
Can you enlarge the photograph on the right with the data points and explain to us the significance of that?
Can you flash?
Sure. So again, what we're trying to do is we have the infotainment, we have a text stream. We're now trying to see how that correlates to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. So we have
Okay, I'm going to back this up a second. Flash. So I found the Brad Simpson you're talking about, and I'm finding court docs. So check Discord. I'll message them to you.
a simulation program, the speeds, the shifting, the distance. Keep in mind, we only have that 10-second window of data and the steering angle for that Lexus. That's what it indicates.
Can you enlarge the photograph on the right with the data points and explain to us the significance of that?
Sure. So again, what we're
Hang
trying
on,
to do is
Hold on.
we
He
have
had it pulling into that driveway. Hold on. I'm confused because there were vehicles there. Hold on.
data and the steering angle for that Lexus. That Lexus. That's what it indicates.
Can you enlarge the
I
photo?
need to make sure I'm paying attention. Did he try to say that this happened? Hold on. That's the problem. Because also, wasn't the 3-point turn supposed to be occurring at that Cedar Crest? Hey, hang on. What is happening?
Forward, you turn back to correct for the steering.
Oh, God.
And so that's what this shows. So again, if you put it all into a simulation program, the speeds, the shifting, the distance, keep in mind we only have that 10-second window of data and the steering angle for that Lexus. That's what it indicates.
Can you enlarge the photograph on the right with the data points and explain to us the significance of that.
Sure. So again, what we're trying to do is we have the infotainment, we have a text stream. We're now trying to see how that correlates to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. So we had originally very coarse data points, 154 and 155.
What is happening?
There's additional data.
They're saying, you guys, am I crazy? No, like they're saying that. Look at what it says. Vehicle motion of the Lexus text stream at trigger 1162.1. The end of the 3-point turn occurred at approximately 12:23:38.8 a.m. This driveway was full of vehicles. Am I missing something here? Am I missing something? Y'all, what? I feel like there was even videos or photos. I don't remember it from this from the first trial. I feel like we even saw a photo of what that driveway looked like at a couple different times. That probably would have come in through like Brian Albert or Nicole Albert, somebody who didn't testify this trial. Do you guys remember that? Because I have like a visual image in my head of what that driveway looked like with all those vehicles being there. And remember, like part of it seemed like, yeah, because, okay, it's all coming back to me now, because I remember that testimony about that driveway came up a lot with the Ford Edge. And actually, what I was thinking from everything about this driveway and the garage, it seemed like to me that the placing of all those vehicles in that driveway that potentially was at least partially in an effort to block the garage, either because something nefarious was happening in the garage or because they hid the Ford Edge in there. And there was other funny testimony about not going in the garage for stuff. So I'm remembering it really vividly. Like there was this whole thing about all these vehicles being parked back to back to back. And that's why people were pulling up on the side of the road. I don't understand. I'll look for that flash. I don't know. I don't know, man. This is not to mention the Commonwealth played with all their interview clips from Karen Reed on the different things that they're supposed to be like, oh, that's her confessing, and they're trying to use it against her. She talked about doing a 3-point turn, and she talked about doing it like at Cedar Crest when they were lost. And like the way that the Commonwealth chose to play that as if they were using that to say like, oh, look, see, she's proving it. Like she's proving us right. That was the context with which they played it.
Points and explain to us the significance of that.
Sure.
All I can say is when I've been doing timestamps, whenever they do the Karen interview clips, I've been nicknaming them and timestamping them with the nickname. And so that one is probably timestamped something like 3-point turn interview clip, and it'll be easy for us to find that to hear exactly what she said. But anyway, wow.
Sure. So again, what we're trying to do is
This is crazy.
we have the infotainment, we have a text stream. We're now trying to see how that correlates to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. So we had originally very coarse data points, 154 and 155. There's additional data points between here. So we're looking at how well does ART's predicted time compare to those two. So with the cell phone correction, you end up with the text stream data at 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. So that's actually right in between these two data points. And so we know 154 was closest, but it's on the right-hand side of the road. 155 is when it's turned around and heading back in the southerly direction. So the cell phone data corroborates the text stream timing data in conjunction with the infotainment system data.
Oh my
Thank you. Please
God.
continue.
Okay, so we talked about 1162-1. That's the first trigger on the text stream. So we're going to go to 1162-2. So I've highlighted that in yellow. So we're now talking about the second trigger. So this is on the same ignition cycle. It's on ignition cycle 1162. We have that same continuous running clock, but we've now synced it to real world clocks. So instead of the running clock, we now have some information on the real world clock. So at this time, we know the ignition has been on.
Guys, he's differentiating it and calling I heard a real world clock. What was he calling? Jesus.
Continuous running clock, but we've now synced it to real world clocks. So instead of the running clock,
We've synced it to the real world clocks.
we now have some information on the real world clock. So at this time, we know the ignition has been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds. So at the trigger, 19 minutes and 2 seconds. And again, we have 5 seconds either side of that. So between 18 minutes, 57.6 seconds to 19 minutes, 7.5 seconds.
Could you enlarge that, please?
Which part?
That part where your arrow is. You were speaking about the clock. Could you explain that so the jury can see?
Sure. So again, this is continuous from when the time comes on. I just converted it to minutes and seconds here, so you can see how long it's been on. This is the mileage. These are the speeds over here. And this is some information on how far it traveled. Again, we have the plus minus on the steering. That gives us some information on the steering. Really, there's very little steering going on at this point. Slight leftward steer.
Dr. Welcher, did you determine how long after the first trigger, that 3-point turn, that the second trigger occurred?
Yes, 3-point turn occurred about 8 minutes after.
You said the 3-point turn occurred
I'm
after?
sorry, this event, I misspoke. 11.2 occurred about 8 minutes after.
After the 3-point turn?
Correct.
Thank you. Can you walk us through this data?
Sure. Okay. So we have the accelerometer data here.
Flash, I think I've got what you're looking for. I'm waiting for it to load.
I've highlighted
really?
a shift from drive to neutral
No.
to,
They've shown this house before. And I remember thinking, what house is that? Is that the, I'm backing it up to see the house again. And I remember questioning it, but then whatever context it was shown in before, I remember thinking they answered it that it was 34 Fairview. I think part of it had to do with the freaking yard. I mean, obviously this is the most clear and wonderful picture of all time, but I remember thinking that I had that same question before, simply because I was like, wow, I didn't know they had solar panels. And but then it was clarified. And then I would remember saying like, oh, maybe the new homeowners put solar panels on. So I'm pretty sure I have an idea. Let me see if Flash's thingy is loading. I have an idea. What was Brad's middle name? Chandler. Is this going to work? Okay, I have an idea. Give me just a second. Nope, I can confirm literally right now that is supposed to be 34 Fairview. Let me show you guys. Yep. I mean, even though I remember this being confirmed the other day with probably with Shanon Burgess on the stand, like you guys know how I am. Check it out. So we're gonna go. So you guys see what's on the screen right there. All right, check it out. Right here. So there. Hang on. There. Let me see if I can make it any more. You guys see what I mean? They'll look at, and you know, you can look at the other houses in comparison, like relative to it. See, it's like the group of 4, and then that, I mean, that's it. I zoom in, and maybe zooming out makes it better. And there's that road there. Hold on. Wow. I mean, it's a good thought just because of how it's like, it can't be 34 Fairview, right? That they're trying to say she made the 3-point turn. And again, I was confused before because I was like, oh, the solar panels. But like, In this case, nothing makes any type of sense, and they're saying it's 34 Fairview. So there it is. Holy mackerel. Hopefully you heard that follow-up there, Charlie Lynn, on that. But I appreciate you. I appreciate that, again, because I squirrel minds, right? Because I literally had that exact same thought the other day, because I was like, that can't be 34 Fairview. Okay. They never disappoint on making it get worse. All right. So I backed up to find the map. So let's go back here.
So the first column regarding time, could you remind us again what that is?
So again, that's the continuous running clock.
And the second column in blue?
That's where I take that time and convert it to what we more commonly use, minutes and seconds.
And now we have a key cycle event, different than the 3-point turn. What's the number?
So this is now 1162-2. So again, it's technically in the system the same key cycle. I called it 1162-2.
And the red number next to it to the right?
That's the mileage. So it's actually at the same mileage as 1162-1. So we know obviously they're within the same mile.
If you can scroll over a couple of columns. From your data, can you tell during that event how far the Lexus traveled during
Yes.
that event?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
So we have accelerometer data. We have velocity data or speed data back here. I corrected for what you see down here is, and I go through this in a later slide, but right here you can see a significant increase in RPMs, but yet the acceleration is dropping. So what that means is if your RPMs are going up and the speed's going up, that means you should be accelerating more. But what happens because the acceleration is dropping, that means what's actually happened is the wheel's slipping. So what I've done is I've used the accelerometer data to calculate the speed once the vehicle is put into reverse. And once we know the speed, again, feet per second, we know every data point is half a second. So speed times time tells you how far you moved. Feet per second, feet divided by seconds times seconds gives you feet. That's how far you went. So you get how far you went in each interval, then you get the total distance traveled. And so this is relative to the start. So 0 is the start. The vehicle goes forward about 34 feet. Then you see it basically stops in this area here, then begins to back up and ends up backing a total of 53 back from where it originally started. So if you add 53 to 34, you get 87. So the total motion, 34 forward, 53 back, the Lexus moved 87 feet.
Again, all of this is based on what is potentially completely false data because of the Techstream issue. Again, remember too, she would have destroyed all those cars parked in the driveway. Dude.
Total.
Dr. Welcher, when you say the Lexus moved 83 feet total, is that according to the data or is that the entirety of the movement of that Lexus?
No, that's just from when the data starts to when the data ends. So if you look at when the data starts, you can see that the vehicle is actually going 13.67 miles an hour. When the data stops, the vehicle is still going 23 miles an hour. And you can see,
I'm sorry.
you can still and see that it's still at 74% throttle. So, this is 3/4 of full throttle in reverse.
So to start with the distance traveled, if you can go to the top, we see that the speed is 13.67. Is that where the data gets picked up?
That's where the first data point is. Again, the trigger is here. This is 5 seconds before the trigger.
Are you able to tell how fast or slow the vehicle is traveling before that data point of 5 seconds before the trigger?
No.
And likewise, on the bottom, the speed. At the end of the 10-second data points at 23.61, can you tell whether or not that speed stayed the same, increased, or decreased?
I mean, considering you're 74% throttle, it likely increased. How much, I don't know. And you can see that up here, she's on the brake. Down here, she's not on the brake. And so she's not on the brake and at 74% throttle.
And what is the percentage of throttle that has to be initiated to cause a triggering event?
For a shift into rear and a rapid throttle application, is 30%.
If you look at the next column over, go to the top heading for the jury to see the engine RPM data. Could you explain that?
Sure. Again, that's the engine RPMs. And so, as I mentioned, you have this jump in engine RPMs and a very dramatic jump in the reported speed of the vehicle. But when you look at the acceleration is actually dropping. So again, that's a telltale sign that the tire is spinning because the vehicle is not being accelerated. And so I've used the accelerometer data. Again, if you just, so a process called integration, you integrate the accelerometer data.
You know what's so funny? The tire spinning came up in the first trial, but I think it was more of like a suggestion for like a possible explanation as to this data, if it's valid at all, was like the tire spinning. I know it's been discussed a lot, but I think this is the first time we've heard it from like a quote unquote expert.
It will give you the velocity.
That's what he did.
So what I've done is it's called piecewise integration to get the speed data that takes into account the tire slippage, and from there calculate the speeds or the position at each interval going across the top here.
If I could stop you at
Yeah,
your
Heather,
column
did you,
that says JBW
Heather, we
speed
were talking, did you hear my big news though, Heather?
at each time step.
For real, for real?
Yep.
If you go to the bottom, please. So does your data indicate that the speed is changing at the end of this 10-second event?
Objection, Your Honor.
There's only one 3-point
Is this-
turn. There's only one 3-point turn that's been mentioned. I mean, they are relying heavily on that 3-point turn. And it's the same 3-point turn that they've been using with like their clock variants. Like if I pull up, by the way, Flash, I'm still working on getting you those records. If I pull up, where is it? Okay, hang on. Just a sec. Let me unshare, reshare. All right. So this is like courtesy of Vinny and Court TV. So the clock adjustment, right? So everything is like in relation to the 3-point turn because there's the backing maneuver, right? Here's the 3-point turn. So here it is. And then with the adjustment, we get that. They're relying on that 3-point turn to like sync up. And see, there's the stairs. It just literally doesn't make any type of sense. Even in the ways, even in new ways from what it didn't already make sense. And again, having said that, I'm still completely like, it's still entirely possible that there's some other bit that makes this make slightly more sense from what I'm picking up on. But this expert is not making it clear. Instead, it's just convoluted as fuck. And that is his job. And if we can't figure it out, the jury probably feels the same way. And it's not our job to, nor it's not the jury's job to sit there and try to like, interpret this in a way that is helpful and be like, oh, maybe he meant this or maybe he meant that. You know what I mean? So anyway, okay.
Speed changing at the end of this event.
Yes.
How so?
Well, again, you can see it's increased about 2.7 miles per hour. And again, we know from what I already stated that last time step, you're still at 74% throttle and you have 0 brake application.
Is it possible from the data to tell how far the Lexus went forward before it went in reverse in total as far as feet?
Not in total, no. We just have this 10-second window. I can tell you what it did during this 10-second window.
Is it possible to tell how far it continued after the data?
No.
The shift position changes from 1 to 0 to 2. Can you again explain to us what that means?
Sure. 1 is drive, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. And then brake switch status, again, a 1 is you're on the brake pedal, enough to activate the brake lights. 0 is you're off the brake pedal.
Each one of those indicators, 1, 0, 2, how much time is for each of those?
0.5 seconds.
So can you tell how long the Lexus was in neutral for?
So again, it only occurs at one time step. And again, there's a little timing issue. Like we only have data every half second. You don't know exactly where in that time it was.
Okay, you can continue, Dr. Welcher.
Next slide or continue on this slide?
Unless there's something else you want to point out to the jury on this slide. You
Nope,
can
I'm
move to
good.
the next.
So similarly, using this information to then try to tie it back to the cell phone data to make sure we have the real-time information. Again, this was written back in January before I got the additional information. So what you can see is, I'll zoom in. Again, we're now talking about trigger 1162.2. We know that that's 18 minutes that the vehicle has been on, 18 minutes, 57 seconds, 19 minutes, 2 seconds. This is the range. Again, the plus or minus 5 seconds. The 19 minutes, 2 seconds is when the trigger occurred. Infotainment system, adding those two together, 12:36, plus the 19:7.5 indicates the end of 1162-2 is at 12:31:43.
That 12:31:43, is it based on the Lexus clock from the infotainment system?
It is. It would need to be corrected to the O'Keefe cell phone data.
And when you reconcile that variance of 21.9 seconds, what is the time?
You end up with 12:32:04. So if you simply take this.
Hey, Flash, I got it. I'm going to send this to you on Discord. Make sure this link opens. I've got all the court records for this for this all of it. I got it.
And add 21 seconds to it,
So
and add 29 seconds to it. So you get between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you reconcile the two clocks and you have that range of 12:32:04 to 12:32:14.
12:32:12.
I'm sorry, 12:32:12. Does that simply accommodate the window of data, but not before and after?
Correct. So, again, even on John O'Keefe's cell phone, even within his cell phone, there's somewhere between 21 to 29 seconds difference on his cell phone. So even that one piece of instrumentation has some variance to it. So we know it's between 21 to 29 seconds at this approximate time. So this is taking into account that variance.
So the only time window that you have is based on the data, and that's reflected in the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12?
Sustained.
Is there any other window you can accommodate with the data you have other than that 10-second window?
Yes.
What's that?
So I was given information about a final lock event on the phone.
Let's stick with this window if we can.
Okay.
Since you only have 10 seconds of data, is it possible from the Lexus clock data to have a larger window than this 10-second window?
No, the Lexus, or excuse me, the Techstream will only give you a 10-second window, but it doesn't tell the whole story because the vehicle's still moving.
Understood. Okay, continue, please.
So I have this other event, a lock event, and the information I was given that's at 12:32:09. And so we have the Techstream data ending at somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12, which puts this number right in the middle of that, more or less.
Continue.
Is this a good place to take a luncheon break?
Certainly.
Okay, so why don't we do that, Jennifer? So we'll take 45 minutes for lunch. And again, Dr. Wilson, just follow up.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
You are muted.
I'm going through all of these things here for Flash. Okay. Wow, I don't.
Left to right.
Yeah, so it continues. Let me see if
This court is in session. Please be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Ron.
so Heather heard the news. Yay,
Dr. Welcher, when we left off, you've given us
You heard the news.
your opinion on this slide. Could we proceed to slide 35, please?
Slide 35.
I believe the next slide is 35.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when we look at this slide, I'm going to ask you to zoom in, and if we can start from left to right, and we can identify each category as you discuss it and explain to us the importance of the columns.
So we already touched on this from left to right. The first column is the continuous running clock. Second column is where I converted it to minutes and seconds. You can see we're on trigger 11:62:2. This is the second trigger. The particular boxes that are highlighted are where there's change. For example, in the upper right, when you're transitioning from drive to neutral to reverse. And then I already discussed this a little bit, but where the wheel's slipping, you can see you have high acceleration pedal application, increase in the RPMs. But when you look at the effects on the vehicle, you can see that it's accelerating less. So that's indicative of slippage of the wheels. And then I simply show at the bottom the math I use to derive all that. So again, we touched on most of this. It's the same slide you saw before, just to show how corrected for the speed.
If you could zoom in for a second, I want to ask you a question about the RPM column.
RPM column, go ahead.
If you could zoom in.
Oops.
You see in the last line, the last piece of data captured, the RPMs changed from 3,200 to 3,300.
Correct.
And the accelerators is fair to say, is that depressed? What's the way you characterize that?
Sustained.
How would you characterize 74? What does that mean?
I mean, it's 3/4 of full throttle. It's 74% of full throttle.
If above it's 74.5, it drops to 73.5 and then back to 74. Why is the RPM higher than above?
So there's, again, this data is referred to as being asynchronous. You're recording it at particular times, but the computer's scanning the network for the data. So it's not all on exactly the same time step. Not only that, but there's frequently, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
There frequently is a delay from when you step on the accelerator pedal to when that translates to increased RPM at the engine. It takes a little time to build it up or take it down.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I just
So similar to what we did on the first one, basically what we did is we took all the Techstream data that we had, which includes the shifting, the forward, the reverse, and the steering. Again, there was a tiny bit of leftward steer, and put that into a simulation program where we're simulating what the Lexus will do. So we take into account the mechanical characteristics, the steering response of the Lexus. So this is to show what it represents on the left-hand side. So each one of these little hash marks, different color, represents 10 feet. The red lines show the extent of motion. Remember what I said?
Wow, great, because you can really see that. What is happening?
It initially pulled forward, then backed up past its initial spot, and then went backwards further distance.
Wow.
So what this shows is where we simulated this in a program called HVE. So that's the vehicle, the Lexus pulling forward. And then it accelerated in reverse past its initial starting position and came to rest right there.
Doctor, when you say it came to rest there, do you
I'm
have
sorry.
data that the defendant's Lexus stopped there?
No, it did not come to rest. I misspoke. That's where the Techstream data ends.
What am I-
As you can see here, it's still going. It's still going approximately 23 miles an hour when that ends.
You'll have to zoom in on that so the jury can see what you're referring to. Please.
So again, as I mentioned, the Techstream's taking a window of data. It doesn't take anything outside the window. You can see that when we account for the wheel slippage, that the vehicle at the time of the last data point, again, is at 74% throttle, 3,300 revolutions per minute, and is going backwards approximately 23.9 miles per hour. And you can see it's traveled a total distance backwards of 53 feet back from where it initially started. Or if you consider where it pulled forward 34 feet and then backed up 53 feet, add those two together from the point it pulled all the way forward. So this is 10, 20, 35 forward. And then it'll go 10, 20, 30, 40, 53 back for a total of 87 feet. So from the maximum point it pulled forward to where it backed up, again, that was 34 feet forward, then a total of 53 back, total travel distance of 87 feet. So went all the way forward where it stopped, it then backed up 87 feet. When the Techstream data stopped, it's still moving. It's still moving about 23 miles an hour, and you're still at 74% throttle and 3,300 revolutions per minute on the tachometer, RPM gauge.
We could turn the light on for a moment. Dr. Welcher, in your analysis of the data and the information you acquired and the evidence that you relied upon, did you come to some conclusions and opinions regarding the defendant's Lexus that evening?
I did.
As part of that opinion, you mentioned that you considered mileage to map distances as one way of mapping the location of the vehicle. Do you remember that?
I do.
If you could provide us with slide.
Oh my God. Read in.
I believe it's slide 25. And could you widen the left-hand box a little bit? And you mentioned you measured or you ran information about distances between different routes.
Correct.
Specifically regarding Fairview to Meadows, the first box. Do you see that?
I do.
There are 3 different mileage numbers.
Yes.
And then there's streets to the left. Can you explain what's set out in that box?
Sure. There's basically 3 different routes you can go: Sherman Street, Pleasant Street, Washington, and Sherman Street.
When you considered the shortest route, 2.3 miles on Sherman Street, did you attempt to determine how long it would take to travel 2.3 miles, how fast the car would have to be moving or how slowly it would have to be moving to travel 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds?
Yes.
And what did you determine?
So to go 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds, you would need an average speed of 32.47 miles an hour.
What if you took the longest route, 2.8 miles, and you considered 2.8 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds? Did you make a determination?
I did.
Could you share that with the jury?
It's 39.5 miles per hour.
Is that what the average speed of the Lexus would need to be to travel that distance in that
Correct.
time?
I decided I'm not going to think anymore. I'm not going to put any more brain power into this data because until they confirm that it wasn't all due to the Techstream acceleration glitch reference at the beginning of his testimony, I'm hoping that they're about to wrap this up and get to the part where, from what you guys have been saying in the chat, he does some sort of reenactment or something.
Now, turning to your study of these Techstream events, do you have an opinion,
Your
to a
study.
reasonable degree of engineering certainty, how many triggering events occurred? How many triggering events occurred in that ignition cycle 1162?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
In 1162, the Techstream recorded 2 triggering events.
And do you have an opinion as to the type of triggering event, the type of movement of the defendant's Lexus in those 2 triggering events?
I do.
Regarding the first triggering event, 1162-1, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, what type of event the first triggering event was?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
The actual trigger was excessive rearward acceleration. The event was during the course of a 3-point turn.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the time between triggering event 1 and triggering event 2 in that cycle 1162?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the time between those two triggering events?
Approximately 8 minutes and 5 seconds.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to the type and triggering event of the second event, 1162-2?
I do.
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the type of event to that second triggering event?
I'm going to allow it.
It's, again, the trigger event itself was a transition into reverse and then high throttle application. It's a forward motion followed by a lengthy high-speed rear impact or rear motion.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike that portion of the answer.
Yes, I'm not going to highlight it.
I
So
appreciate it.
get the answer.
Flash, it looks like I'm coming to a dead end here where it looks like you can actually get the docs, but like they won't. It's weird because it looks like they're supposed to be on there. From what I'm seeing, they've overhauled their entire like system, right? And it could just be that like it will be available, but they haven't figured out how to get it up there yet because you know how it is with the courts and technology. But I'm going to look one more place here.
Transition into reverse and then high throttle application. It's a forward motion followed by a lengthy high-speed rear impact or rear motion.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike that portion of the answer.
Yes, I'm not going to highlight it.
I
So
appreciate it.
get the answer again.
Would you like me to ask the question again, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Leslie, yes, right? I'll strike the previous answer. Go ahead and ask the question again.
Okay. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to the nature of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
Just for the record, Your Honor.
Yes.
Could you share your opinion with the jury?
The triggering event was high throttle opening and transition to reverse. It's a forward motion followed by a higher speed rear motion. And at the end of the trigger event, you're still at 74% throttle.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the entire distance captured in that 10-second window during the back maneuver or 1162-2?
Do you have an opinion about it?
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about
Yes.
the entire distance that is captured in that 10-second window of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
So it obviously only captures what's going on during the trigger. It doesn't capture before or after the trigger.
Understood. Do you have an opinion as to just what is captured as far as the distance?
Yes,
And what is your opinion?
that it's 87 feet. So again, the initial forward motion is 34 feet, followed by it backing, crossing the initial point, and then backing up an additional 53 feet.
And finally, regarding this part of your analysis, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to whether the defendant's Lexus was decelerating, accelerating, or remaining the same at the end of that data captured at the triggering event 1162-2?
It was accelerating at 74% throttle.
In addition to your analysis of the Techstream data, one final question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the relative time this backing maneuver occurred with the defendant's Lexus that you just spoke about?
Yes,
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
sure. It matches the window of the cell phone data for Mr. O'Keefe that puts it in front of 34 Fairview. So the backing event occurred somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
So I
end
now
of the
want to
event.
turn to a different part of your study of this case.
Okay.
At some point, did you try to determine whether there was an intervening event that could have caused damage to the defendant's right rear taillight separate from a collision at Fairview?
I did.
Objection, Your Honor.
So the form of the question is Brennan.
At some point, when you looked at the data and analyzed this case, did you consider including or excluding evidence, or did you analyze evidence to reach a conclusion, including or excluding whether there was an intervening event that caused damage to the defendant's Lexus right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
When you started your analysis, what information or claim or evidence did you become aware of that you want to analyze to include or exclude as the cause of that damage?
Sure. So my approach to this case is three prongs. I'm looking at the downloads, the technical information. I'm looking at this backing incident, and then I'm looking at Mr. O'Keefe's injuries and how they relate to the events, potentially. So the second
But he's a pedestrian though, right? And don't you only do people inside the vehicle?
prong, which is looking at this data. So I had a Ring doorbell video showing Miss Reed backing the Lexus out of Mr. O'Keefe's residence at approximately 5 o'clock in the morning. And so we wanted to look at the backing activity and whether that contacting Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, whether that was sufficient to cause or what damage it could cause, in particular, was it sufficient to cause damage to the right rear tail light of the Lexus?
When you were asked to engage in the study, were you ever asked to reach a certain conclusion?
Never.
Was there ever any influence other than the data and facts on your analysis?
There's never been influence. The influence, again, it's whatever the data shows.
When you engaged in whatever studies you undertook that you'll explain to the jury, were you given any direction or limitations on what you could or should do?
No.
When you received the information, did you understand, regardless of the result, it would be provided to everybody?
I guess generally, yes. I mean, I go through the data, I give you the results, you do with them whatever you see fit.
Okay. And in this case, when you decided to engage in that study, had you had an opportunity to review the ring video footage from Mr. O'Keefe's home on the morning of January 29, 2022?
Yes,
Tell us how you went through your study, how you began, and the steps you took, please.
sure. Probably best on the slides. So one of the things we first did was to get an exemplar Lexus. What does exemplar mean? It just means I got the same exact year, make, and model vehicle as Miss Reed. So Miss Reed's vehicle is on the left-hand side, taken during my inspection. And then I found this exact same year, make, model, manufactured at the same plant, everything Lexus in Texas. So even though it looks like a European plate, it's a Texas plate. Purchased the vehicle, had it shipped out to California. So I verified that the Lexus is in fact the one I got, the same exact one as Miss Reed's. These are all the standard equipment. Miss Reed's is on the left. My exemplar is on the right. It says Reed Lexus TIS, that's Toyota Information Services, or Toyota Information System. So I ran it through TIS, which is the umbrella program under which Techstream runs. I also ran it through My Lexus, which is the Lexus website, and then started about doing what's referred to as a photogrammetric analysis of the video.
Can you explain to us what a photogrammetric, help me with the word, photogrammetry?
Photogrammetric. Doing photogrammetry is a photogrammetric analysis.
What does that mean?
It's just a big fancy word to saying you're looking at data and photographs. And what we're trying to do is take two-dimensional images, say you get from video or photographs, and knowing some information about the photographs and some of the dimensions of things in the image, get or convert it to a three-dimensional space. In other words, be able to get exact three-dimensional measurements out of that two-dimensional image. So I had the video, just to show the provided video that I was given.
Okay, cool.
So Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. I don't know if you noticed, but there actually is contact between the vehicles. So one of the first things we wanted to do is determine the frame rate, which is how many video frames are played per second. Your normal kind of video camera has about 30 frames per second. Your standard movie is 25 frames a second. You know, a modern IMAX is like 60 frames a second. The frame rate of the camera, how many images it shows per second, because video and films are just single images played really fast, so it looks like motion. And so determining the time between each frame tells you how much time occurred. So if we know the time between each frame, and then we can figure out how far the vehicle moved, distance divided by time is speed. So we put it through a couple different programs. This is called AMP5. We got 19 frames a second. This is a specific forensic program called Axon Investigate, 19.8 frames a second. This is a publicly available program called FFMS. Same thing, 19.8 frames a second. Another program, Media Info, 19.8 frames a second. Anyways, 5 different sources, we're getting 19.8 frames a second. So then what we've done is add information now. So now that we know how many seconds each frame represents, we now put a clock back in to tie that into time. So it's the same exact video, except we have a frame counter now, and we have a time. So we have some information now on the time between each frame. So here's frame 0. This is frame 265. We're 13 seconds into it. Here's frame 305. Notice you see brake lights on the back wall here. Notice how they're not super red because you still have reverse lights on. Now they all go off. So the Lexus brake lights have been turned off at frame 353. 356. Lexus brake lights begin to come on. 357, they're back on. Lexus comes to a complete stop at frame 369. 384, the reverse lights turn off. So now look how red this is because we no longer have the white reverse lights in it. And you can see the Lexus starts to drive forward. So frame 825, this is after the Lexus has left the scene. But notice the tracks in the snow. So we have very definitive locations for the wheels of the Lexus. We lay over a grid on the various frames. So we then took the images and did what's called clarification, which is where you overlay images from multiple versions or multiple views of the same vehicle and it helps sharpen the image, but it slightly dulls the color. So you get a little cleaner, crisper image. So here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before clarification, after clarification.
Excuse me, Your Honor, pardon my interruption. Can we get numbers of the slides as we're toggling back and forth?
Sure.
Absolutely. Okay, I'll make an effort. So slide 76. You're welcome. Going to slide 77. We're going to focus in on this area here. So what we will actually show is where the snow was displaced in these two spots. The spots right across from here and right across from here. If you could focus your attention on those. Slide 77. So slide 78. To bring us all together, we went out to Mr. O'Keefe's residence and took a scan, a laser scan. So you see the laser scanner over here. Laser scanner is right here.
Call it by its name. It's a Pharaoh. Yeah, Pharaoh.
Fence hasn't changed position. The camera's changed slight position. We can account for that. So here's the subject video. We have the correct resolution. There's a new camera. It's going slightly faster frame rate. That just means we have different times between frames on the new camera, but we're simply using it for calibration to the old camera. It's the same container for the MP4, and it's using the same video codec. A video codec is how the computer encodes the video.
Next slide number, please.
Oh, yes, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 79. Slide 79, part 2. So really, we care most about is the resolution. So slide 80, you can see these are what are called control points. So from the laser scan, we locate these various points. So the 3D scanner knows the exact position of all these points on slide 80 in the image. And so what we can do is use this information in conjunction with the video to create a scaled version of the video. So when we have three-dimensional images or three-dimensional measurements, we can then use that to give us some three-dimensional information from our 2D video. So there's the points on slide 81. Slide 82, excuse me, slide 81, second part, we're basically just fading in. So what you see now, if I go back to the beginning of slide 81, this is the picture from the video camera. And then what you see here is, which is barely any difference, and that's because what we've done is we've now overlaid the points from the laser scan. So now each one of these little speckly points, we know the exact 3D coordinates of those. So we can now know the exact position of all these fence posts, all the positions on the driveway, and we can use that to calibrate. Going to slide 82. So using that information, it's called solving for the camera. We verify that we have appropriate residuals, meaning we don't have too much error. Slide 83. Okay, subject video.
This dude might be one of the worst experts I've heard in terms of, let me put a couple qualifications here. As in one, actual like hired expert, as in not a law enforcement officer that works for the state, right? A hired expert. And two, in terms of explaining data that is crucially important. I mean, this is supposed to be likely the Commonwealth's last witness, right? This is their entire fucking case. I mean, and again, Hank Brennan procrastinated like crazy to get to him. This is supposed to be for the jury, for any juror. If you're Hank Brennan, you think the jury's with you, right? If you think that there's a couple of jurors that are not quite with you, this witness is supposed to make it make sense so that the jury, by the time you rest your case in chief, they're all with you for guilty. This is supposed to be, I mean, literally, we've all been waiting with such anticipation, and so has the jury for this. And literally, he may as well be making up nonsense, as far as I can tell. I mean, it's far too wordy. You know what I mean? He needs to say more, but with less words, for starters.
And this is the subject video with the control points overlaid on it. That's a subject video where we're phasing in the laser scans of the scene, 84. So this is both on slide 84. I'm just toggling between the point cloud and the video. And what I'm trying to illustrate is how well we were able to overlay the point cloud onto the video data. So for example, if you say watch one of these fence post points up here while I toggle between the video, there's a laser scan, there's the video. So we've done a good job. Again, the residuals show that we've done an adequate job of matching the data. Slide 85. So what I'm doing here is toggling between, this is the video of the car, remember I told you I went out and I inspected Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and did a laser scan of it? So we're now taking that laser scan of the video, or excuse me, of the vehicle, and overlaying it onto the car in the video. So this is the video image. That's a laser scan laid on top of it. So we know all the dimensions in the laser scan. We know all the dimensions in the scene of this. We have the tire tracks. We can create and take data points along the tire tracks, create a map of those. So green is the right rear. Again, the vehicle's backing out, coming, slide 87, coming out this direction, backing here, stopping, pulling forward towards the bottom of the screen. Backing out here, pulling forward like here. Slide 88. So this is the Lexus lined up. This is when the Lexus has come to a complete stop. This would be maximum engagement. Again, this is just toggling frame 88, showing we have the time and the frame number. 369 on the same slide. We've now overlaid the Lexus laser scans on top of the image of the Lexus. So there's the video image, a still image that we took from the video. And here's where we overlay the laser scan of the Lexus. So we've overlaid the laser scan of the Lexus onto the Lexus. We've overlaid the laser scan of the Chevrolet onto the Chevrolet. And we've overlaid the laser scan of the scene onto the scene. So now what that allows us to do, we now know the position of everything in there. And we've also tracked the position of the tire tracks. So that's what it looks like if you overlay the computer model of Ms. Reed's vehicle onto the tire tracks.
Slide number 15.
Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. Slide 89. And then I'm just toggling slide 89 where I turn the vehicle off so you can see how the tire positions match up. Another toggle of slide 89. The tire positions line up with where the end of the snow was. From all that information, again, we lined it up in the video, we lined it up in the scene, we have the two vehicles. We can get the exact position of the vehicles when that Lexus stopped. So when that Lexus stopped, that's going to be the maximum engagement. So from that information, we can get the angle of the vehicle. We can get the degree of overlap, the impact configuration. And it's hard to see because of the angles and because these vehicles are not at right angles to each other, the exact contact. Now I mentioned, and we're on slide 94 now, that contact on the rear of the Chevy Traverse. So you can see we actually, I mean, you can't see. So we took a whole bunch of data points within those two areas where the snow got dislodged. And we're looking at.
What is the jury supposed to do with this?
Where that is. So if you look at that on the vehicle, so this is where it is on the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's Chevrolet. You can see it's about 25 and a half inches above ground, 32 and a half inches above ground. Here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So these marks are kind of, this is the Chevy Traverse words, are approximately right here. Again, I had the opportunity to inspect Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. There's no damage where these marks are. So sure, it knocked the snow off, but it wasn't sufficient to cause damage to his vehicle. We then map that data onto Ms. Reed's vehicle to look at where that height is. So you can see the only contact marks are down at the bumper level. I mentioned how that bumper sticks out. This is exactly where you'd expect it.
I mentioned how that bumper sticks out. Yeah, you mentioned it slopes. What all this looks like is, so he'll say these things like he's been doing this entire time. He'll say these things, right? Right? You name this little thing here, little thing there, where there's nothing to back it up, right? And then like hours later, he's now putting it all together with his final like conclusions where he's supporting his initial statement of what he already said. In other words, it's like taking the numbers and making it fit what you already thought. That's what this sounds like to me.
So the only evidence of contact is nowhere near the upper taillight. I emphasize the word upper taillight because it is right in line with the lower taillight, but yet the lower taillight also was not broken. So again, 25 and a half, that's 24 right here, 25 and a half, that's 24 right here, 25, 25 and a half, that's right where that scuff mark was. It's also right at, again, the level at the top of that light. This light is not broken. I've looked at the front of it, I've looked at the back of it, I've looked all around it, it's not broken, and it sticks out further than the light above it.
Prove it. Hang on. Or I guess he's kind of proving it with measuring it there, but
24 right here, 25, 25 and a half. That's right where that
I
scuff
mean,
mark.
you can't see what he's talking about, though. You literally can't see any numbers on that, whatever yardstick.
Was. It's also right at, again, the level at the top of that light.
Not to mention, as we all know, these scuff marks, this is complete and utter bullshit, right? I mean, come on. This is, I was going to say, I can't believe the defense is not objecting, but it's like, I ate my own words before I could say them, because I know why they're not objecting, because they would rather this shit come out and then use it to their advantage, all while ripping him apart limb for limb.
This light is not broken. I've looked at the front of it. I've looked at the back of it. I've looked all around it. It's not broken, and it sticks out further than the light above it.
That's so funny.
So
Heather. Yeah,
using
you're
those
right.
positions, matching the overlay of the vehicles, we can get the speeds from that. We know where the Lexus is. We know how much time it is between each frame, so we know how far it moved. And so what we know is that when it first came to a stop, right before that, it was going about 0.7 miles per hour. So realistically, somewhere between a half to 1 mile an hour, just to account for some variations, but definitely going 1 mile an hour or less at impact.
Slide number, please.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 99. That's the dimensions.
So all of this is still trying to prove something about the collision with John O'Keefe's car. I guess they're saving the pedestrian collision for last.
At 102, similar to what I said, no damage to that light, no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's traverse in that area. And then if I could, I would like to go back because I realized I skipped over something. So this is slide 85. So this is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before contact. I don't know what happened this one.
What is going on? What is going on? What is going on? You guys, is somebody having like a spasm or a seizure, or are we at a light show? Like with all the colors, it's almost like strobe lights, like dance party, like accident reconstruction dance party, like at the club.
I don't know what happened this one.
What's going on? Here, guys, here. Let's have a little bit of entertainment. Real quick. Let's have a little bit of entertainment, if nothing else. You ready? What's a good club song? Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Boom, 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 boom.
I don't know what happened this one.
Oh, no, I need something faster. I need a faster one. I've never been to the club, so I don't know. I don't know. The only thing I can think of at the moment that would have the right tempo would be this. Actually, yeah, okay. Everybody dance now. Boom, 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 boom. Everybody dance now. Boom, 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 boom. Everybody dance now. There we go. That timing was pretty good that time. Okay, that's all I wanted to do. I just wanted to make it like fun at the club for a moment, because this is the opposite of that. Oh yeah. Right. We're gonna party like it's your birthday. Then it's a party like it's your birthday.
This slide shows that
Don't give a fuck.
we
It's
had-
your birthday. Yeah.
There was snow here, now there's no snow there.
Dr. Welcher, did you look on the driveway after the touching between the two cars to see if you could see anything on the snow at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
So referring to this slide, this is after the Lexus has pulled away. Looking in the snow, I see nothing in the snow.
Were you looking for anything in particular?
Of course I was. I was looking for taillight fragments.
In any of
course
the
I
videos
was.
that you have that show Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle after the defendant's Lexus touches it, do you ever see any remnants or shards or fragments of taillight on the ground?
I do not.
Flash. That's why you
When
said
you did your
right
analysis and study, trying to include or exclude this touching as the source of damage to the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight, did you consider speed as part of that analysis?
I did. I
Did you
consider speed, and then
y'all, the way he was like, of course I did, was so. Ugh,
looking for anything in particular?
of course I was. I was looking for taillight fragments.
right there. Ew.
Looking in the snow, I see nothing in the snow.
Were you looking for anything in particular?
Of course I was. I was looking for taillight fragments.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but haven't we seen, maybe not this trial, either this trial or last trial or both, another video of this from the defense where you can see freaking taillight pieces? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Any of the videos that you have that show Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle after the defendant's Lexus touches it, do you ever see any remnants or shards or fragments of taillight on the ground?
I do not.
When you did your analysis and study, trying to
Study.
include or exclude this touching as the source of damage to the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight, did you consider speed as part of that analysis?
I did. I
Did you?
consider speed, and then again, knowing we have the positions of the vehicle, we looked at the degree of overlap, and there's only about 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap between the vehicles, which is insufficient to cause the taillight that's recessed in from the edge on the right rear of the Lexus to contact the rear of the Chevrolet.
Considering all the data analysis that you did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the right rear taillight of Ms. Reed's Lexus was broken or damaged during the contact with Mr. O'Keefe's car at around 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022?
That impact did not break or crack that taillight.
Is that your opinion?
That's my opinion.
Is that to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
That's to a high degree of engineering certainty.
Ugh. Like literally all of that, hours and hours and hours, that's to get to that right there. I feel like the jury is ready to just throw in the towel and be like, goodbye, cruel world, to where like, they're just like, I don't even care anymore. Like, I don't even care anymore. Fine. Whatever your opinion is fine. Like, I'm really curious what the people in the gallery, if they had anything to report about how the jurors reacted to this. This is grueling. This is really grueling. Sometimes, you know, testimony is grueling because it's like slow or, you know, like there's a lot of pausing or a lot of long evidence, you know, like numbers. Like, for example, what's her face? Christina Hanley or something, right? This is grueling in a unique way that, again, I don't think I've really seen it quite like this before, where it's just a lot of words, but nothing, no substance. And it's like, it's wild. It's really weird. And like all of the freaking maps and all of the data and anything with like actual data was impossible to read. At least he gave the jury something to look at with those videos, but that was only the last 10 seconds. Anyway.
You mentioned there were 3 areas of study, and we've been through 2.
Correct.
Could you tell us what you focused on your 3rd area of study regarding this case?
So the third area of study, I'm now focusing in on the injuries, the at scene, physical evidence, taillight fragments, broken glass, things of that nature.
Okay, and when you conducted your studies and reached conclusions,
Your studies.
did you, in your PowerPoint, provide slides to help explain your process and inevitably your conclusions?
Yes, sir.
If you can take
Will
us
it actually help explain anything is the real question.
through the 3rd section of your efforts regarding this case, specifically your efforts to identify the different pieces of evidence and your conclusions about a collision in this case.
Absolutely. Slide 104.
Please.
So this is a.
Is this 105, Dr. Welcher?
I'm sorry, 105. Yes, sorry. Slide 105. This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's
Oh, y'all.
right arm.
Anyone who hasn't been in the Discord recently, go to the food talk because Mary's been posting all kinds of scrumptious food things that I can't eat, but you guys, oh, look at those potatoes, y'all. I have to say, even though unless I can make them with vegan version, which you can make anything vegan, but I will say, like, I can say definitively, I'm sure those were amazing. They look great. You guys all need to go check out the funeral potatoes. They look really good. The browning and I love the garnish with like the green onions. And is that like some dried herbs on top as well. Looks scrumptious for those of you guys who like, and I think is there some bacon or ham or something on there? Yeah, you guys should check it out though. It's going to make you all hungry though, I promise.
Forearm, hand, and wrist. In anatomy, your arm is defined from your shoulder to your elbow, and then from your elbow to your wrist is your forearm, and then this is your hand. So technically, when you say arm, it really means from your elbow to your shoulder. Most people call this whole thing arm.
Okay, so word to this. Welcome, Kane. So here's the thing. I'm going to back it up. I just have to say that this is why I love Flash, though, because, you know, Flash is just, y'all know, I love it when as a human, you don't lose the ability to surprise yourself. I love it when other humans surprise you. And especially when it's because they are defying a stereotype or I don't know if stereotype is the right word. Basically, there are certainly people, and at Flash, I think you probably even agree, who are really like religious that are not that fun to be around or be friends with or talk to or whatever, and who maybe also are a bit hypocritical. And I just want to say, without getting too much into like the whatevers, that Flash is amazing. And literally anybody who is like practices Christianity should strive to be like Flash. I think that he is the example of how to do it right if you're going to do it. And shout Flash. Also, welcome James. And I think I already said welcome to Kane, but he's just now waking up. So excellent. And have you guys all seen Kane's custom emoji as per his request? Yeah, and I will say too, like being born and raised in North Carolina, you know, but it's true for anywhere in the South, right? You know, you get exposed to a lot of different types of people who really feel like they need to convince you that, you know, like the whole fire and brimstone thing is like a real thing down here. And it's crazy because I've played a ton of gigs back when I was gigging a lot, like at different churches. And I've got some stories, you guys. I've got some stories. Maybe on the next members only, I'll also include some stories about these different churches. And I've got horror stories, and I've got some really nice stories too, where again, you know, certain ones stood out as like, wow, like the people were different. I don't know. Anyway, I'll save that for our members only. But anywho, there's some people who, just like what people do with politics sometimes, right? There's some people who wield religion like a weapon to use against others, and how some people will do the same thing with like politics. There's like that type of thing for any religion. I mean, really, people can do it with anything, but where people get really fired up in general, as far as just the human race, is religion and politics, right? So anyway, just shout out to Flash for being awesome. We love you. And shout out to the Rat Daddy and XBF stories. I don't know what you're talking about there, Kane. Right. I mean, society is, I mean, I don't know. Clearly, maybe not having the best opinions. So, and as you guys can tell, like Flash is just so great and just kind and open-minded. And you guys know how I feel about that, right? I think that for everybody as a person, being open-minded is the important thing. And that's why I also appreciate, Mary, for you saying that you're like learning and viewing others. Absolutely. Absolutely. No one benefits from being in an echo chamber. That's for sure. Echo chamber, it might be more pronounced. Okay. So here we go. He's going to talk about the arm.
Right arm, forearm, hand, and wrist. In anatomy, your arm is defined from your shoulder to your elbow, and then from your elbow to your wrist is your forearm, and then this is your hand. So technically, when you say arm, it really means from your elbow to your shoulder. Most people call this whole thing arm. It's actually the upper extremity. Arm is from shoulder to elbow, elbow to wrist is forearm, and hand. So you can see I wrote arm and forearm. So arm, elbow to shoulder, elbow to wrist is forearm. So looking at the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, forearm, as well as his hand. So this is me. I'm actually 6 feet, half an inch tall. What you see in the upper right is the coroner's examination.
This is me. It sounds like the way somebody would say it if like they're showing you a yearbook picture from when they're in like first grade and they're like proud of it, or like they got an A+ and then they got a picture with like a gold star. And I don't know. That was odd. That was odd.
Arm as well as his hand.
Like, does he feel like this is his time to shine? Like he's gonna, I don't know. Let me just,
So this is me. I'm actually 6 feet, half an inch tall. What you see in the upper right is the coroner's examination report for Mr. O'Keefe. He's 73 inches tall.
okay.
That's 6 feet, 1.
A million squirrel points in the chat for whoever can guess why I just almost lost my mind, but I'm trying to rein it in because I feel like it's just going to get worse from here. Why? I'll play it again. What caused the pause? That's what we can call it. What caused the pause?
Oh, this is me. I'm actually 6 feet, half an inch tall. What you see in the upper right is the coroner's examination report for Mr. O'Keefe.
What caused the pause? It has not to do with the height, although I don't doubt that he got his height wrong or whatever. Something else. Something I heard. What did you guys hear what caused the pause? And he's definitely standing weird. In all those pictures, he's definitely standing very oddly. Okay, so here's what caused the pause. Coroner. The coroner's report. Sir, you can't use coroner and medical examiner synonymously, just like you can't use pledge and donate synonymously. Just like you can't use Wendy Adelson and innocent synonymously.
He's 73 inches tall.
Completely
That's 6 feet,
different
1 inch
thing.
tall. At this time, I was 220 pounds. Mr. O'Keefe at the time of this incident was 216 pounds.
Now is he trying to be like, he lost weight? Like, is that him bragging about a weight, like a diet? Hang on. At the time I was.
The upper right is the coroner's examination report for Mr. O'Keefe. He's 73 inches tall. That's 6 feet, 1 inch tall. At this time, I was 220 pounds. Mr. O'Keefe at the time of this incident was 216 pounds. So I took measurements of myself. I'm actually wearing the same make and size shoes as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand of jeans as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand and size shirt of Mr. O'Keefe. You see the Lexus in the background. We have matched the height to the Lexus. What I'm showing here is both my height, and then keep in mind where the height of this wing is relative to my right eye.
Wing?
So now I'm wearing, in addition,
Wing. Or is there a bird in the mix?
and keep in mind where the height of this wing is relative to my right.
Are you talking about the spoiler? I am not a car person, but that is not called a wing. That is called a spoiler, right? A wing?
We have matched the height to the Lexus.
Right, Kid Smiths?
What I'm showing here is both my height, and then keep in mind where the height of this wing is relative to my right eye.
This got, hold on. Let me just read it. Again, I know nothing about cars. I'm just a squirrel. But this dude is supposed to be doing cars for a living, inside and out. Again, he's only missing the pedestrian part of that equation. But anyway, anywho, carrying on. And he's calling it a wing? I feel like I'm crazy. Am I crazy? Oh my God.
So now I'm wearing, in addition to the same shirt and shoes, same type of sweatshirt, and actually the same kind of baseball hat. We tried to determine the exact glass from the Waterfall Grill. Found out they were getting different ones at different times, but I ordered my glass from the same distributor that Waterfall Grill ordered their glasses from. So you can see in my right hand here, I have a glass. Here's a glass.
I will just say, given that picture, he ordered a glass from the same distributor. That doesn't mean it's the same glass. And honestly, we saw a lot of pictures of that glass with the bottom of it. I will just tell you guys, the bottom of the actual glass had a much more, what do they call it? Like the rocks bottom, where it's like thick glass at the bottom. This is completely, honestly, it looks quite different. Like if you're not going to get the same glass, or at least a glass that is closer to the actual glass, why bother getting it from the same distributor? Because that really means nothing. Like that one distributor probably has like 50 bazillion different styles of glasses you can order. So it's just completely useless. Like you could have gone to like the Harris Teeter grocery store across the street from where I live, or Target, and probably gotten like a more similar glass to the one. Oh my God.
It looks
So I feel like this is going to be, this entire thing is like this.
similar. It's from the same location.
Uh-oh.
And then in the lower right photograph, what I've done is I've rolled up my sleeve, taken the sweatshirt off, and I'm going to look at how this contact pattern lines up. So the first set of slides, I'm simply standing next to the Lexus. We know we have a broken taillight. We know how scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. I'm seeing how those may or may not relate to the height and position of the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, if you could back up one slide, I have a question for you. In the middle photograph, at the top.
You know what? I think he actually did lose weight, guys. If that's his arm. Is he actually using this as like a chance to brag about like his weight loss journey? Because that will be another first for trial. For an expert, or for anyone for that matter. Remember how like at the beginning of this, like not the beginning of this testimony, but like, I don't know, 2 minutes ago when he was like, so this is me. And I was like, that's oddly feels like a first grader bragging about an achievement where they got a gold star. And I was like, what is this? Like, what is going on? Why is he like acting all weird about it? Anyway, let me know what you guys think. Is part of this here like him trying to be weird about his weight loss journey? I don't
Position
know.
of the taillight.
This is odd.
Dr. Welcher, if you could back up one slide, I have a question for you. In the middle photograph, at the top of the Lexus, there's like a rim. What do you call that?
I call it a wind wing. I mean, it could be a wing.
Okay, thank you.
Let me back this up. The weirdness is worth appreciating.
Injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, forearm, as well as his hand. So this is me. I'm actually 6 feet, half an inch tall. What you see in the upper right is the coroner's examination report for Mr. O'Keefe. He's 73 inches tall. That's 6 feet, 1 inch tall. At this time, I was 220 pounds.
At this time, I was 220 pounds. And then you get to the pictures. And if y'all have seen him on the stand.
I call it a wind wing.
But this is I call it a wind wing. This is just like in Murdoch, Riger. I call it Riger. What? I call it a wind wing. It's a spoiler. What is happening?
Broken taillight. We know how
You just make things up.
scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. I'm seeing how those may or may not relate to the height and position of the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, if you could back up one slide, I have a question for you. In the middle photograph, at the top of the Lexus, there's like a rim. What do you call that?
I call it a wind wing. I mean, it could be a wing.
Okay, thank you.
Literally not a car part. I'm going to look it up just to be sure, but I know it's definitely called a spoiler. Also, do you guys remember when they did the jury view and Breenan said to the jury to pay attention to that thing? And it was like, what? What the fuck is he talking about? That was in anticipation, clearly, of this weird testimony. Car wind wing. Okay. Well, that confirms it, you guys. Wow. All right. I'm going to show you guys what this is because wow. All right. This is even sadder. I was honestly hoping for at least one thing that could be like akin to this, just so I could be like, okay, well, again, I love being proven wrong, where it's like, okay, so normally it's a spoiler, but like one time out of 100, maybe you can call it that. Look. Car wind wing. Literally not even at all. It's these weird window things. Literally. This is a dude who does car accident reconstruction. It just doesn't, like, what? Well, there's a spoiler there, but as you guys can see, literally all of them are these weird ass windows. I think this is actually worse than the Riger moment.
Thank you.
Air dam would be another. Okay, so I then set about to do a little bit of testing with the Lexus.
Why is that blue?
The first test you're going to see is me just walking backwards or actually sideways into the Lexus. What I've done is I've painted the Lexus right rear taillight with what's called grease paint, kind of sort of like paint, but it doesn't dry. And then I have backed up sideways, side shuffled into the Lexus with my arm out, see what the damage pattern looks like, or basically where someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height.
Oh my God. So now it all makes sense. He does think this is his theater performance. I was literally thinking when I was thinking like first grade, like A+, you got a sticker or like a science fair project. But then I got another whiff of it as we went back and watched it again. And I was like, it really is more kind of like a kid in a school play. Like they're doing theater and they think it's like a big deal. And they're like, it's my time to shine. What's the yellow? Is this his, like, does he think this is his Oscar moment? I have a lot of questions. Oh shit, there's like autopsy picture. I don't think that's supposed to be there.
And then I have backed up
Ruh-roh.
sideways, side shuffled into the Lexus with my arm out, see what the damage pattern looks like.
I don't even know what to make of that. That's like literally. I don't know where to begin. Besides being obviously the dumbest thing of all time, and a number of other what's on his hat? Is there a tag on his hat? Okay, one question at a time. Is if he's going to try to say that this is something that could have happened, and you look at this movement, and that is this going to be the Commonwealth trying to sell the jury that this dumbass thing happened, and then Karen Reed is now responsible and like hit with a second-degree murder charge? I can't figure this
Kind
out.
of sort of like paint, but it doesn't dry.
And what's the
And then
yellow?
I have backed up sideways, side shuffled into the Lexus with
Side
my arm out, see what the damage pattern looks like, or basically where someone of Mr.
Hold on, I need to put this on. This is like if Trooper Paul had done a video, right? Trooper Paul never demonstrated the pirouette, but this is, I think, going to give us that same magical feeling as if we had that.
And then I have backed up
I'm honestly dumbfounded. I'm like confused. Guys.
sideways, side shuffled into the Lexus with my arm out, see what the damage pattern looks like, or basically where someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height's arm would contact the rear taillight.
So the thing is that, first of all, so Kit Smith is saying, I think that she's saying that's not even representative of what the Commonwealth thinks happened. First of all, I don't think it's really clear what the Commonwealth thinks happened. But second of all, what I've gleaned from what they're trying to say is that the taillight bit John O'Keefe's arm, as in the arm shattered the taillight. I mean, this has not been made clear, but this is the dude who's supposed to be making it clear. So whatever he's going to be suggesting is supposed to be wrapping up. Again, he's making it fit whatever their theory is, right? So to the extent being like, okay, the taillight hit the arm shattered the taillight, the pieces of the taillight cut the arm, and then I think we still need a pirouette or something to get him over there into the yard, and then the cold hard ground, and the head with the cold hard ground, and then Karen Reed is charged with second-degree murder. Like, that's what I think. Am I missing anything?
So then what you see is I've shown the photographs again. I show the paint transfer onto my arm.
So Kit Smith's, the point is like, there's nothing valid about anything that this dude has presented here today. I mean, I can't, honestly, it's been a complete disaster. And I was actually not expecting it to be that much of a disaster. But in other words, the validity of this experiment and whether he took the height into account, it's like, I guess I'm so way past that because so much of what he based everything on is imaginary, be it the clock shift, be it the apparent Techstream malfunction where it does that acceleration thing that he said at the beginning of his testimony. That, like, I think the important thing to assess is like whatever he's going to put forth is the Commonwealth's theory, right? I mean, I haven't seen it yet, but that's ostensibly what they would be doing. So, like, in other words, for the Commonwealth to have not taken the proper height into account only makes sense, right? Like, that only tracks with what we should expect at this point. Like, we should not expect there to be correct things. And so, if anything, that probably confirms that this is really what the Commonwealth's theory is, right? It's like everything's opposite.
The yellow grease paint on my hand was to show where my hand would hit the taillight.
Oh, okay.
And so just kind of me walking slowly sideways into it, the approximate location of the taillight, and I'll line it up with the broken taillight in a second, lines up with the approximate location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Dr. Welcher, let me ask you a question. When you're engaging these demonstrations, are you
Wearing John O'Keefe's clothes? Why would he be? Hold on.
attempting to try to show exactly how Mr. O'Keefe was struck?
No. So we don't know exactly how he was struck. And pedestrian impacts are extremely sensitive to exact angles. And so where exactly your foot is, whether your foot's off the ground, can have an effect on where you end up after that. We just don't have enough information in this case to determine all that information.
So then what the fuck was the previous 6 hours for then, minus the lunch break? What? So you've just, if I was on the jury, hold on.
Pedestrian impacts are extremely sensitive to exact angles. And so,
Okay. So,
so we don't know exactly how he was struck. And pedestrian impacts are extremely sensitive to exact angles. And so where exactly your foot is, whether your foot's off the ground, can have an effect on where you end up after that. We just don't have enough information in this case to determine all that information. We know the taillight was broken. We know the glass was broken. We know we have damage to the rear of the Lexus. We know we have lacerations in Mr. O'Keefe's arm. So I'm trying to see if there's any correlation between all those.
yeah, you can definitely tell he lost weight. I mean, I think that's part of it. I mean, I think that's like look at him. You can really tell he's lost a lot of weight actually. And he's like wanting to show off his weight loss journey in this video. I need to look something up real quick. Okay, I just have to quote Michael Scott real quick from The Office. Let me back it up a second so that it'll be relevant.
Where you end up after that, we just don't have enough information in this case to determine all that information.
Okay, now to quote Michael Scott, there is no way of knowing what goes on inside the tiger's head. We don't have the technology.
We know the taillight was broken. We know the glass was broken. We know we have damage to the rear of the Lexus. We know we have lacerations in Mr. O'Keefe's arm. So I'm trying to see if there's any correlation between all those.
Well, can body posture on a clip or a side swipe collision change the trajectory or the injury?
Of course.
Can the way somebody moves or reacts before impact change it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What are other things that can change the trajectory of the person?
Now it sounds, hold on, let me just, I feel like it's warped because of the difference in speed. Okay.
Can body posture on a clip or a side swipe collision change the trajectory or the injury?
Of course.
Can the way somebody moves or reacts before impact change it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What are other things that can change the trajectory of the person and the injuries?
So for example, if you get hit and knocked off balance or clipped and knocked off balance, you can take additional steps. That'll affect how far your body travels.
You guys remember one of the things I said at the beginning of this live stream I said, one thing that I've been waiting for that no one's done yet is defined. What is the difference between hit and clipped? Because they've been using these words throughout this entire trial. Last trial was just hit. This time it's really more of an emphasis on clip. And I keep saying, you guys know, you have to define this shit for the jury, right? And every time they say clip, it drives me crazy because it just sounds like trying to say a nicer way of saying hit. Like the way you would use it, what's the right way to put it? Like almost condescending or patronizing. Like when you don't want to say that somebody is, what would be an example? I don't know. I can't think anything off the top of my head. But like, in other words, it's like supposed to have a different connotation, but like literally, what does it mean? Like, and I said at the beginning of the live stream, I was like, I really hope like this would be the expert. This would be the person to define clipped, because literally it could mean it's completely subjective. And like, it just seems like such an esoteric term where it's like someone might say it and think, oh yeah, like they know what I mean. But how can you assume that they know what you mean? And also, that's not how it works when it comes to being an expert testifying for a jury. Anyway, I just remembered that he hasn't defined it yet. I don't know if he does. Y'all don't have to let me know because he doesn't have much time left, so we'll find out.
If you have 1 foot on the ground versus the other foot on the ground affects how the body rotates. If your arm is at 90 degrees or 85 degrees, will affect the kinematics. We attempted to model different possibilities, and we're getting results that were all over the map. Small changes in the pedestrian position give you huge change in the output. And so from the Techstream data, we don't know exactly when in the Techstream data he was hit. So we don't even know the exact impact speed. In most pedestrian.
What is going on? I feel like, are we being punked? Was this entire thing just to be like punked, but not in a funny way, like in a dick way? Like, look, I just wasted like fucking 6 hours of your life, like to the jury, right? Like I just wasted all, like, what? As you go along in your testimony, your opinions are supposed to solidify everything, not like go the opposite. Like all this was for nothing. I don't understand.
Will affect the kinematics. We attempted to model different possibilities, and we're getting results that were all over the map. Small changes in the pedestrian position give you huge change in the output. And so from the Techstream data, we don't know exactly when in the Techstream data he was hit. So we don't even know the exact impact speed. In most pedestrian reconstructions, you typically have a point where the impact occurred, like where the person was, like in the crosswalk, for example, and they get hit and their tire leaves a rubber scrub. That's called the area of impact or point of impact. You then can look at how far they were thrown and using some laws of physics, calculate how fast the car had to be going.
No, did y'all know what's on his face? I don't know how I didn't notice this before. Do you guys see all those red marks on his face? I mean, I'm not trying to be rude, but like, is that from like him testing out an accident or something? Like, does that come up? Did anyone notice that? I know now's not the time because it's dark, but I never noticed all the red marks on his forehead. But is that from like one of his little experiments? Do we ever learn?
Well, we don't have that in this case. We don't know exactly where Mr. O'Keefe was on the roadway when
there's the light.
When this happened. Sorry, I'm about to go to the next slide.
What is going on, you guys? What is going on?
Using some laws of physics, calculate how fast the car had to be going. Well, we don't have that in this case. We don't know exactly where Mr. O'Keefe was on the roadway when this happened. Sorry, I'm about to go to the next slide.
Without having an exact point of impact or an exact speed or an exact body position, are you able to specifically replicate the actual collision in the way Mr. O'Keefe's body would move?
Exactly replicate? No. And again, in terms of how he would move.
Oh my God.
Again, we don't know where exactly.
So it may as well. Why the fuck then did we not just stick with the pirouette theory? Honestly, that's not any more or less plausible than anything else. They're all equally plausible or implausible in this world that we're in here with this nonsense that's also based completely on what is more likely than not completely false data because of the Techstream.
On the roadway he started. So in terms of how he moved, that's a function of where he started. We don't know if when he was.
I want to see this dude stand up on the witness stand when he gets done and do a pirouette into the gallery. That's what I need to finish this.
Flipped. He took an additional step before falling backwards.
And there's clipped. Hold on, let me back this up and stop talking over it.
Where exactly on the roadway he started.
This is wild.
So in terms of how he moved, that's a function of where he started.
Oh my God.
We don't know if when he was clipped, he took an additional step before falling backwards. So that will change how far you are off the roadway. So the impact, which you'll see in a second, even at 2 miles an hour, will induce rotation of the body. So
Did he just say rotation of the body? Well, I forgive him now because I forgive him now. We've gotten to the pirouette. All right, all is forgiven. Cross is going to be amazing on
before
this.
falling backwards. So that will change how far you are off the roadway. So the impact, which you'll see in a second, even at 2 miles an hour, will induce rotation of the body. So depending on the speed, the higher the speed, the more rotation. So if I may,
And again, that speed is based on that Techstream data. That seems like it was completely fucked up. It's like if you start with one imaginary thing, what like data or whatever, you start with one imaginary piece of data, right? Like I'm telling you, like this whole thing about the accelerometer and the fucking problem with the Techstream is huge to me because every single fucking thing in this case is like based off of that. Again, I don't even think it matters as much as is it reverse or forward or whatever. It's they're looking at the change in the acceleration, which is how they get to the speed, which is how they get to the RPMs, which is how they get to the distance, which is how they get to all of it, right? And then from there, 12 billion hours later, you base another thing on that, and then you base another thing on that, and then you base another thing on that, and then you bring in the paint, and then you bring in whatever the fuck else. And you add all these things, and then you get to where we are now. Let's all just remember that literally all of this is based on imaginary things. It's all, I don't know. I don't know anymore.
so slide 111, this is simply showing where I walk sideways, how this lines up
Oh my God.
with the location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Here's the post-contact scuffing on the taillight. Here's a picture of Miss
You've got to be kidding.
Reed's vehicle on the right-hand side. So now I said, okay, that was me walking into the car.
You
Let's
guys,
have-
he definitely just wants people to see the arm muscles there. I'm telling you, there's something weird going on here with like, look at my arm.
Of the car,
Before it was look at my legs when he was lying on his back.
drive into
I
me.
even said at the time, I was like, that's weird. Why does he want everyone to keep seeing his legs? Huh.
I did this at very low speeds. And you'll see,
What is
and we'll show this from two different angles. That's me showing, I'm doing test 2.
why?
This is from a camera that we have.
All of this could have been accomplished like normal people would do with a dummy, right? That actually had the proper things. The fact that like this dude clearly wanted to be in this video acting out, but also the weirdness of all of it. Well, there's just so much that he's wearing the same outfit as John O'Keefe is very interesting to me. I find it incredibly offensive and insensitive. Not only is it not necessary, and of course, like Kinsey pointed out earlier, it's not accurate, right? Because he's not wearing the hoodie. But beyond being inaccurate, is it really necessary anyway? Even if it was accurate? But beyond that, why? I've never, ever seen anything like this, ever. Like, if you're going to do anything, get an actual crash test dummy or whatever that is built to have the specifications like John O'Keefe and put John O'Keefe's actual clothes as they were found on it. If you're trying to make it seem like, here's what it would have been like if John O'Keefe was there. I mean, common sense. Instead, we have this dude. And what is the yellow?
Pointing down at it. This is the speed. You'll see it's only about a 2 mile an hour impact. But even a 2 mile an hour impact redirects me back and causes me to rotate and take a step.
I mean, is this dude not the crash test?
Your Honor, can we approach this?
Yes.
This is absurd. I've literally never done a bench press. I don't even know how to do bench press. Is that the one where you lift the weights up or you pick the weights up? Like, is that you're standing up and then you raise them above your head? Or is that they're on the ground and then you pull them up to like waist level? That's how much I know about that type of thing. You know, I'm more of an endurance person, you know, like marathons or like, you know, what do you call it? Like body weight type of exercise or just like general squirreling type of exercise. As you guys know, I'm standing all day, every day. Well, I guess now I do have to sit at the new job, but having said that, I find lots of reasons that are actual reasons to stand up. And
what slide is this? I think I just can't see it. What slide is this?
114.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And that is very true. It does.
One moment, Dr. Welcher. When you were showing us this video, you walked to the side of the passenger side of the car, didn't you?
I did.
And why did you do that?
I was discussing with them what to do.
You were discussing with who what to do.
The driver.
But in no way were you trying to imitate or give a demonstration of what you believed Mr. O'Keefe's movements to be.
Oh, no. This speed's just 2 miles an hour. I was having a discussion with the driver about what we needed to do to conduct the test.
So when you walked up to the passenger side, it wasn't to replicate a study or a movement or give an opinion.
No, that walking had nothing to do with this case except for me instructing the driver what to do.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sorry about that.
No apology necessary. Could you go?
What is happening? Are these? Why am I'm starting to get the feeling that these two, as in this witness and Brennan, are having some sort of like conversation just between the two of them and have like completely tuned out that there's anybody else listening. Like, are they like secret lovers or something? Like, what were they doing over these 5 days? Because I don't think they were preparing for this testimony. So what were they doing over the 5-day break? Like, this is weird as fuck.
Driver about what we needed to do to conduct the test.
So when you walked up to the passenger side, it wasn't to replicate a study or a movement or give an opinion.
No, that walking had nothing to do with this case except for me instructing the driver what to do.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sorry about that.
No apology necessary. Could
I'm so lost.
you go back to the beginning when you were explaining this so we can go through it?
So this is the dynamic test 2. So again, this is the view from behind.
Does he just want Brennan to see his behind?
Okay, just to avoid the confusion, I will start it here.
Yeah, let's please avoid confusion because we're so not already too far gone for that.
What speed is the car traveling?
You can see it. About 2 miles an hour.
This is the dumbest thing I've ever.
Excuse me, Your Honor, that is the objection that we spoke about.
Oh,
okay.
I mean,
All
you
right,
guys
so that's
saying there's a crash test dummy coming. I mean, how is he not the crash test dummy though? Is my question.
noted, Mr. Leslie.
So similar to the other test, this is the post-contact image of the transfers onto my arm. Actually, the yellow paint
Oh, fine.
you can see from my
Wait, what?
hand is here. This is from the arm and forearm. Here's the paint transfer pattern.
And that slide number,
I'm
Dr.
sorry,
Welcher?
I'm terrible with that.
Are you
Slide
gonna
116,
explain the yellow
it
out?
was 115.
Thank you.
Slide 116. What I've done is I've taken these yellow lines to show the extension of the components on the rear of the example.
I don't even. I feel like I'm gonna injure myself if we finish this because I mean I can't. It seems like it's gonna get worse, but I can't. I literally. I mean, I'm looking at this. The jury's got to be completely done. What type of convoluted? Hold on, let me take a screenshot. The gaslighting continues to go to new levels with this case. I mean, literally, this looks like just. It's like, we're not even going to pretend it's not nonsense or tell you it's not nonsense or whatever. We're going to give you a picture That is the literal definition of nonsense. Here you go, jury. Like, what? Let me show you why I'm taking a screenshot of this. I am just, is this like really an experiment? Just like test the limits of jurors? Like, how much will they take before they just get up and walk out? I mean, I don't know, because like, what explanations are there? Okay, give me just a second. Let me get this thing set up. Because there's a lot of hot garbage, hot nonsense going on here. Wow. It's honestly, just when you think you've seen it all. Like, I mean, it's still surprising. Be a good band name though, if it's not. Is it already a band name? Hot garbage or hot nonsense, something like that. My brain is like having a hard time processing it because it's just that much of a mess. Okay, let me show you the guys this though. All right. Because we need to be able to zoom in. Like, you know, like the meme from Always Sunny with like the string and the yarn and the chart and the, like, this takes that to just a whole different level because we got like this. If these two things are supposed to be connected where the arrows point and end, why aren't they next to each other? I just don't. And of course, he had to get his butt picture up there just for good measure. I don't. You guys, I don't know anymore.
Down part of Lexus. Then I've done this extension of those same components on the rear of Miss Reed's Lexus and shown how the approximate location of the fractures in the taillight match up with the approximate location of the contact of the arm onto the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, do you have any indication of how Mr. O'Keefe's arm was bent, what angle it was bent at?
Not exactly, but for these to be taillight shard fragments, they would need to be in the area of the taillight, but it could be further up. We know from the police photographs that there was a damage to the rear body panel in the area I'm searching here. So it's possible his arm was a little higher up and the glass hit the rear of the Lexus and caused that damage.
In the bottom right.
Excuse me, Your Honor, objection to speculation.
I will strike that last part about the glass.
Thank you.
The purpose of the circle is for what, Dr. Welcher?
To show, in this case, primarily the location of the lacerations up on the arm, the upper part of the arm, and that they match up with the locations of at least the one remaining shard in the rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus.
Looking at the picture of the Lexus bottom right middle, are there any marks on the Lexus itself that you took note of?
Yes, it's on the next slide.
Thank you.
Actually, it's 2 slides. So there, again, this is the evidence marker. There was a horizontal scuff. We know Mr. O'Keefe had blue jean type pants on. There's a scuff in the area that would approximately correspond to hip level for Mr. O'Keefe.
And next slide, please.
Yes, ma'am, 118.
Thank you.
And did you describe what you saw on the bottom right-hand corner photo as well?
I believe, yes, I did. That's the scuff that lines up with the approximate height of Mr. O'Keefe's right hip. So then I included previous image that you've seen, slide 119, with the reconstructed photograph of the rear taillight, showing where some of the fragments are. You can see where those fragments are relative to the curvature of the taillight. They'd be in the area somewhat centered within the region of the 2 yellow lines on slide 119.
Is there anything about the photograph in the top right-hand corner that's important? If so, could you zoom in and show us?
So again, it's showing that this is when it's, I believe, in the Sally Port at the police station, showing that scuff on the right rear body panel.
Did you see any similar scuffs in the middle back of the car?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you see anything notable as far as damage to the middle back of this Lexus?
The middle,
Yes,
like back where the doors are,
but with the middle of the back of the car, did you see any similar damage to the middle? or
there
the
were
left?
scuff marks that ran along the bumper.
Okay, continue,
So
please.
dumb.
So this is showing his jacket he was wearing, that the puncture
The
marks
jacket.
coincide to
Not that
the marks on his arm. This is from the autopsy report.
Oh my God.
A couple things it notes
Wait, hold on. See.
coincide to the marks on his arm. This is from the autopsy report. A couple things it notes a 1/2 centimeter abrasion on his right lateral knee.
It's a lot on one slide, isn't it? Like, why is he doing that?
He's got a laceration on his right eyelid. That corresponds to the height of that thin rear wind wing on the back of the Lexus.
Literally, I was like, is he going to say wind wing again? I don't. In a lot of ways, okay. A different type of, what's the right word here? What's the right word I'm looking for? Okay, what I'm thinking of is like he's like so similar to Trooper Paul. Like they're like exactly alike, but also different. It's like a different, how to explain this? It's just crazy. The way that he just said wind wing again is when I'm like, oh my God, like that was the clincher. That was what I was needing just to be like, yup. Because like it's the number of repetitions, just like how Trooper Paul, said clown wise a bunch of times, and he said Bree a bunch of times, and like he would always say the same things a bunch of times, basically, like the same things that were obviously, his math class, the crime scene spoke to him. I mean, there's a bazillion, and it's like, and instead of like saying it once and then like changing it to a normal thing, I don't even know. Like this guy, and I'm like, oh my God, if he says wind wing right now, if he says wind wing, I'm gonna lose it, because that's all I needed to be like, okay, he's now met the Trooper Paul level. Again, they're different, but there's something very, I have to think about it. There's something very specific about them that is the same, that sets them apart from every other human I've ever heard of, but puts them like as if they are, is this Trooper Paul in a costume? I don't know. Okay. Oof.
Right eyelid. That corresponds to the height of that thin rear wind wing on the back of the Lexus.
No, I'm going to object.
Sustained.
Thank you.
How tall was Mr. O'Keefe?
73 inches tall, 6'1".
And how high was that wing from the ground on the back of the Lexus?
It was about,
He just called it the wing. Why?
it's about 5 feet.
Wait a second. Does he not know?
From the ground on the back of the Lexus?
It was about, it's about 5 feet 11 inches, maybe 5 feet 10 and a half.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What? It's about. So that's an estimation, sounds like it's approximate, and he gave a difference of what, 6 inches there?
Thank you.
You're welcome. It's about 5 feet 11 inches, maybe 5 feet 10 and a half.
Okay, wait, 5 feet 10 and a half, 5 feet 11 inches. What is that, half an inch? It's still, though, we saw pictures of him, a lot of pictures of him, fooling around with that yardstick. Anyway.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What is going on? I mean, it is really fucking bad. And that's the other thing, right? Trooper Paul at least has a little bit of an excuse considering he's law enforcement and, has had classes. This dude has a PhD and is supposed to actually be a legit expert in this field. So honestly, when you think about that, like considering how much this dude's likely getting paid and how he's supposed to have so much more expertise, and you look at the training and the degrees, if you compare that, this dude is worse than Trooper Paul. Like I'm, and again, this is what the Commonwealth, this was the person the Commonwealth was able to bring in to testify about this. I was going to say like the budget Kenny Kinsey, but that's not accurate at all. They don't even deserve to be in the same sentence. So please pretend I didn't say that.
Did you notice anything about Mr. O'Keefe's right knee?
I noticed there was a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you note how high from his foot that bruise was on his knee?
We don't know the exact length of his knee. The abrasion appears to be.
Why not? Of all, we don't know. You know what is an attainable known? Measuring. And that's what they usually do at the autopsies is measure things like ankle to knee. Like they usually measure that shit. We don't know the length. What? Of one of the things that should have been easy.
On his knee.
We don't know the exact length of his knee. The abrasion appears to be right here at knee
Why
level.
is that not measured?
If you go back and look at where my knee is, that would be at the proximal level of the bumper.
And could you focus in on the bumper to show it relative to the height of your knee?
Sure.
And now we're just going to compare it to him. I don't know.
So my knee is approximately right here. This is where the bumper is. So the side of Mr. O'Keefe's knee will be in this general area.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And there's that.
So do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about the lacerations
No,
on
but
Mr.
an
O'Keefe?
autopsy, though. I mean, in other cases, when there's injuries to a certain body part, the medical examiner measures that because what happens after the autopsy is the person's either buried or cremated, right? You can't go back and check. I mean, I guess in rare cases they're exhumed, but I mean, that's a great example of that. Ezra McCandless trial. They measured every part of poor Alex Woodworth.
O'Keefe's right arm and forearm regarding its orientation
I'm
relative
sure we'll
to
remember that.
the broken taillight on the defendant's Lexus.
Yes. Your Honor, may I read my report, my opinion?
Okay.
The location
Not this again.
and orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570.
After considering these three different subjects that we discussed, the Techstream data, analyzing the touching between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's car, and then your demonstrations regarding the injury to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, did you consider further evidence in reaching any conclusions as an accident reconstructionist
Don't.
and a biomechanical engineer?
Yes, I did.
Could you turn us to
Oh, dear.
slide 124, please?
Oh dear.
So this is some of the location of the physical evidence. Red plastic, clear plastic. There, his point of rest was indicated to be 7 feet off the roadway. There was a sneaker that was found near the curb.
What is happening? Wow. It's even worse than Trooper Paul's one. I can't believe it.
There was a sneaker that was found near the curb. There were various fragments of taillight found in the snow on the morning of the incident, as to the afternoon of the incident.
Could you zoom in on those photos so that we can see the dates?
The date?
Yes.
Oh, sure. So January 20.
The title, Evidence Read. Evidence. It says evidence. Read Lexus hit John O'Keefe. What is happening? And again, crammed a billion pictures on this. Why? Oh my God.
Dates?
The date?
Yes.
Oh, sure. So January 29th at 5:46 p.m. This one's at 5:52. One's at 5:50, 5:59. This one down here is at 5:46. So there were various fragments of the taillight that were ultimately pieced back together
It's not
and determined to be from
at all.
Miss Reed's right rear taillight.
What? Where is he getting that from? Because literally,
Additional evidence was found.
listen to the way he's talking about it. This is really, really, really wild.
This is taken on the afternoon of the accident, again, around 5:50 p.m.
Could you zoom in, please, for us?
Sure. So what you see here was later identified as Mr. O'Keefe's right shoe.
On this slide number, Dr. Welcher?
Isn't it his left shoe? I'm pretty sure it's his left shoe.
Yes, ma'am. 127.
No point in
Can you
correcting
show us the
him
time and
anymore.
date, please?
January 29th at 5:50 p.m.
Wait, hang on. Did he just?
Mr. O'Keefe's right shoe.
On this slide number, Dr. Welcher?
Yes, ma'am. 127.
Could you show us the time and date, please?
January 29th at 5:50 p.m. So a series of photographs. Again, you can see on the right-hand photograph that this is the roadway. This is the curb. The grass will be up towards the top of the right image on slide 127. The shoe was found, up against, in the roadway, up against the edge of the curb.
Left shoe though, isn't it?
Baseball hat. Again, acquired a same baseball hat. Baseball hat was also found in the snow. You can see,
I want you, before you move ahead, the baseball hat, could you give us a close-up view and also the date and time?
so that's where it's buried in the snow. These were taken on February 3rd. I'm not sure what time it was.
What?
There was also red liquid identified, I believe they indicated to be blood, in the snow.
What? Literally the opposite. It was never even given a test to be presumptively positive for blood. It wasn't even presumptive, which is not good enough by any standard. And presumptive positive for blood is like, okay, go test it further in all the other ways. It got out of the 6 cups. There was one swab used in 1 cup and 2 different ends. So 1 swab, but 2 different ends. So 2 samples taken from 1 cup. And it was never tested, not even a presumptive positive test for blood. What is happening?
I'm not sure what time it was.
What is happening?
There was also red liquid identified, I believe they indicated to be blood, in the snow
Wow.
as well.
And could you give us,
Objection, Your Honor. Can we objection on this, please?
I'm going to sustain that objection and strike the
Crazy.
last part of it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I
We
understand.
don't need to come to side part, right?
Just describe the color of what you saw rather than what it was.
There was red coloration in the snow.
And could you give us that date if it's different than February 3rd?
I thought that was February 3rd as well.
Is there a date on the photograph to the left?
Wow.
I don't see one.
Okay.
Again, how offensive and I can't even have the words anymore with this for the victim, for John O'Keefe, right? That the Commonwealth finishing their case in chief, right, with their last 2 witnesses, they're big experts, and both of them have gotten the date wrong of when he died. and one of them dressed up like him. I don't know how the victim's family can I don't know how, even if you've stood by the Commonwealth until now, which I don't understand, but even if you've done that, how do you not draw the line here? It's disgusting. It's disgraceful. It's like, I don't even have the words. I don't have the words.
You know if those photos were taken by the Canton Police Department?
System.
Do you know when exactly those photos were taken?
I don't, except I have them dated as February 3rd, but I think that may just be the baseball hat photos.
Okay, can you continue?
Then we have photos of a broken glass. Surrounded by red marks in the snow.
Red marks.
Continue, please.
This, by the way, is the flagpole.
And that slide number, please, Dr.
Yes, ma'am, 129.
What is he?
Slide 130.
Can you enlarge that and explain to us what that is?
Oh,
Sure.
God.
So at the bottom, it indicates where it's from. So this was from a presentation I gave looking at pedestrian injury biomechanics back in 2005.
2005?
And what it's showing is where what are the most common injuries in pedestrian impacts. So what it shows is head injuries are the most common injury in pedestrian impacts. So on the right-hand side, it's all injuries.
What?
You can see of all the individual study, the highest prevalence or highest or most common injury was head injuries. In those that sustained severe life-threatening injuries, again, the highest was also head injuries.
Is the Commonwealth changing their theory now again? Wasn't the head injury supposed to be from the frozen ground? I don't understand. I don't understand.
So head injuries are very commonly associated with pedestrian impacts. This is anatomical drawings just to help.
Yeah, I believe that, but literally in this particular time around, all of the evidence offered by the Commonwealth has suggested that the head injury did not come from the vehicle impact, but came from the ground. The ground is the real culprit. I don't know.
Help you understand the anatomy. The middle section here is from Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy report. The lower right diagram, the green line represents the fracture lines, predominantly here, at least in the base of the skull.
Oh, God.
So in the biomechanical and forensics just means the legal related scientific industry, there's something called hat brim line or hat line analysis. And what it is it's looking at where the hat line you can imagine is where the brim
Well done on Court TV or whoever's operating these cameras, because I don't think that we were supposed to see.
of the hat would be. And what it is, it's literature that's looking at where head injuries from falls commonly occur.
I move to strike that.
I'll strike, I'm going to strike. I'm going to strike.
So this dude's just got the date wrong. He dressed up like the victim, and never mind his opinion and all that, right? It's like, how do you just make it even worse? Like, how do you make it any worse? Like doing all the things, and then to include autopsy pictures that are not supposed to be in there.
Removed from the screen.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wow.
So that was slide 131.
No, that was 132. I moved it because you said.
Wow. Wow.
Your Honor, one more question to agree with this. Do not take that into consideration.
So jurors, when I strike something, that means don't pay any attention to it.
Wow.
Continue, Dr. Welcher.
So I need to go past that slide.
Okay, we're going to go past it.
Get him out of here, dude.
This is the next slide.
He's a liability. He's a liability. Get him out of here. Because I feel like at this point we can't trust what's going to happen next. At least Shannon.
Okay, if you can continue.
Sure.
Oh God.
So I provided peer-reviewed scientific literature that looked at a metric where they were publishing research trying to delineate falls versus blows or assaults. And so this metric is in that scientific literature. They looked at a total of 400 different events, 235 falls, 165 assaults. And so you can see where it says mandible. So mandible is your lower jaw.
Can you enlarge that a little bit, please?
Your Honor, pardon the interruption, I'm moving to strike.
Yeah, let's take that slide down. I'm going to see you inside there, please.
This is I'm blown away. This is the best that Hank Brennan could do. This is the best. This is the best the Commonwealth has to offer as they finish their case in chief. This is crazy.
So if you could do that for us.
Okay, so there's a sidebar. It's almost like if you were trying to do all of the things wrong, like in a major way to where it's like comical, but like not funny because it's so terrible. Like you still couldn't make this happen. Like this is just, I don't know. I mean, what were they doing over those 5 days?
So if you could do that for us,
Absolutely.
Dr. Welcher,
I'm doing
It sounds like the jury's not present.
right now.
and we can bring the jurors back.
Your Honor, if we could just, now I just want to look at the rest.
Okay. Sure.
It's like they're going out of their way to just, I don't even know. Like, look at, like, compare it to last year, right? It was a shit case last year too, but Lawley just like went through the motions. He just went through the motions. There was, there was nothing remarkable. I mean, he was, the only thing remarkable about him is how unremarkable, right? Just boring, drone on and on. And it's like, just, you know, I'm coming to work every day and then I'm going home and whatever. It's like there's so much more effort, I feel like, on behalf of of Brennan to like try to, I don't even know what, like be the gaslighting champion. I really don't know. Like he actually, I mean, when you look at just the arguments and the motions and all, like fighting, there's so much more fighting and so much more trying. It just makes all this very different than last year. You know, even though the facts are, although we have more evidence, but yeah.
Yeah, I concur with Mr. Brennan at one point. Thank you.
Not on the record, Chris.
Confer with Dr. Welcher about.
Sure, and it won't be on the record, right?
Yes.
Do we need it on the record?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Welcher,
Yes, sir.
Please turn to slide 137. For that opportunity.
No, you struck one slide. I'm sorry.
I didn't strike we struck it subject to going back once the heading's on, right?
Correct. There may be, depending upon what's in the video, there may be more. That's why.
Right, but the ones, all right, so.
I can go back and show them.
Yes.
I don't want to offend the court.
Okay. So are we starting on slide 132?
132, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Wow.
May I inquire if Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint is ready on the screen?
It looks like it's up. Is it ready, Dr. Welcher?
You got me scared when you asked me that. I need to double check.
I get the feeling that she's trying to smile so she doesn't scream. And I'm serious. As biased as she is toward the Commonwealth, this to me sounds like trying not to like completely lose your shit to where, I mean, like listen to this, like you're gritting your teeth. Very interesting.
Inquire if Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint is ready on the screen?
It looks like it's up. Is it ready, Dr. Welcher?
You got me scared when you asked me that. I need to double check.
What? As if it's some great, like how dare they ask you to double check your fucking PowerPoint when you're an expert witness? Like the gall, like how dare they? Like what? Like he's like a victim of wanting him to do his job, not even do his job. Just don't be showing autopsy. Like the bar is so low. I don't even like I said earlier, he's a liability. He's a loose cannon. It's like, don't completely fuck everything up. That's like where we're at here of what is being asked of you. And yet you're like, oh no, you're going to make me check it?
Well, just PowerPoint is
Why?
ready on the screen.
It looks like it's up. Is it ready, Dr. Welcher?
Right there. Vice
You got me
President,
scared when you asked me that. I need to double check.
she sounds like she's trying not to strangle somebody. I think.
Yes, I believe I redacted everything and we are on slide 132. Thank you. And
I don't trust him.
with
It
that,
appears that way to me, Mr. Leslie. From here.
the battery died on this.
Okay, thank you.
Or in charge of. I mean, I brought my own, unfortunately, but
Okay, thank you.
actually, I can't find mine.
Oh, Ms. Gilman has one.
Oh my God. Hey, Matt McCabe with the flashlight phone. The rescue.
Oh, back up.
Wait.
It's really bad. These laser pointers do not work on the mother.
Yeah, we've had that today.
Oh my God. I guess we're bringing the jury in.
Turn to slide
Okay.
132. Actually, 133, Dr. Welcher.
Is that me or? $132 or $133?
133, please. The next one after that.
So we did skip over 132.
We skipped over that one as well. Keep going. There we go. Can you enlarge that just a little bit for us?
Sure.
Now, you mentioned that there were studies that talk about guiding the difference between potential injuries.
Correct.
Can you explain that?
Sure. So I gave 3 papers and someone's dissertation on this issue. They were creating a analysis methodology to differentiate
Someone's dissertation, so not his.
whether the nature and pattern of injuries are more consistent with a fall or more consistent with an assault, or they're calling it blows.
Oh my God.
Okay, could you walk us through what this chart means?
Sure. So this is their flow chart in terms of their assessment. So it starts at the very top. You can see they analyze a total of 400 events, 235 falls, 165 blows or assaults. So what you do is you ask yourself on the first set of arrows, you look at the mandible, the jaw. And MRS, as you can see at the bottom down here, refers to a simple fracture or multiple fractures. A is no fracture. Mr. O'Keefe has no mandible fracture. So that means we go down this row. It then looks at all facial fractures. So these are the bones that constitute the face. So if you have a facial fracture, you go to your left. If you have no facial fracture, you go to the right. So if you have some event, no mandible fracture, no facial fracture, what they've indicated that is predominantly associated with falls and not assaults.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In addition, did you do any further study on the force of a person falling back and landing on their head?
Oops, I did.
Could you
So what I did was I did what are called drop test. I took an
Oh,
anthropomorphic test device, ATD, which is just a fancy name for a crash test dummy,
oh God.
and dropped it backwards onto a hard surface to look at what happens if you were to say fall backwards and hit your head onto a hard surface. So on this particular photograph of Mr. O'Keefe in the upper left, there's noted to be abrasions above the fracture line in the area. You can't see that at all. You can see noted to be abrasions right here. Your Honor, I brought a hat. That was one I used in my testing. May I put it on and demonstrate something?
Mr. Leslie,
If you would like a sidebar, or I can.
are you objecting?
I can.
That's a stain. No, you can't put it on.
So I will show you the dummy test I did. Watch when the shoulders hit the ground and the head hits the ground. It creates kind of an arc path that will drag and slide objects
Wait, hang on. What did he just say about the
here. Your Honor, I brought a hat. That was
what?
area. You can't see that at all. You can see noted to be abrasions right here. Your Honor, I brought a hat. That was one I used in my testing. May I put it on and demonstrate something?
What? Put on a hat? Has this guy never, I don't think Brennan actually asked him how many times he's testified as an expert. I mean, they went through and he said he's testified for the, he said, have you testified for both the defense and the prosecution? They went through all that. He did not ask him how many times he's testified as an expert witness. I mean, I'm shocked with this testimony that he's testified anywhere, ever. But this has got to be his first time testifying as an expert. Like, this is, I would say Aperture is probably done. Like, done. Okay.
Mr. Leslie,
If you would like a sidebar, or I can.
Are you objecting?
I-
That's the
Wants to
stage.
put on a hat, like a costume. Have you not done enough already? You dressed up in the victim's clothing. You covered yourself in paint. You took a bunch of pictures of your butt. The list goes on, and yet now you need to do more.
So I will show you the dummy test I did. Watch when the shoulders hit the ground and the head hits the ground. It creates kind of an arc path that will drag and slide objects
This is
up the
wild.
head. So if you have something such as a baseball hat, it'll cause it to drag across the scalp, dragging it up to a similar location to where these abrasions are.
It's like he thinks this is about him or something. There's a lot going on here. I think I'm part of it, right? It's like that. This is not about justice. This is not about a victim. It's not about the defendant. It's not about anything. It's about him. And this is his chance to. It's very odd. I don't even know.
So here's the testing. Again, this is it's crash test dummies you see on television. This is myself. Me giving me similar instructions, telling him what we're going to do.
That's right.
I said, and watch. Shoulders come in, then the head contacts the ground. What you see is if you fall backwards and land on a very hard surface or hard surface, you'll get extremely high loads on the head.
What is he doing to that crash test? Hold on.
You'll get extremely high loads on the head.
You guys, do you guys like what? Why are they touching each other's butts and making out? Is that what him and Lolly were doing over the 5-day weekend instead of prepping for trial? Is this really his message to, or did I say Lolly? Oh my God, Brennan. Is this really his message to Brennan? Their little secret love affair? Oh my God.
If you compare that to data in the sign,
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Please explain what the chart is.
Mhm.
Explain.
Yeah,
oh, sure.
it's very,
This chart up here?
Nope, the next page.
Right.
You can enlarge it,
Very
color it,
weird.
we'll get into the details.
Absolutely.
yeah, that too.
So this is actually kind of a famous study that was published, one of the first studies looking at head fracture or skull fracture tolerances. So what you see, the portion at the back of your skull is called the occiput bone. So that bone
What? Is it because that gave him a boner? Is that what's happening? Did he get a boner? Like, I
Before you explain.
oh, sure.
happening?
This chart up here?
Nope, the next page.
Right.
You can
What
enlarge
is
it, color
happening?
it, we'll get into the details.
Absolutely. So this is actually kind of a famous study that was published, one of the first studies looking at head fracture or skull fracture tolerances. So what you see, the portion at the back of your skull is called the occiput bone. So that bone, if you put your hand on the back of your head, is your occiput. So
Wow.
we're looking at occiput impacts. And what you can see is that when they took cadaver skulls and dropped them from as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, they were getting linear fractures. And you can see even at 40 inches, it was called a stellate fracture. Stellate means star-like. You get a fracture that goes out like a star. So even at a 40-inch drop height, you have sufficient force when landing on a hard surface to cause skull fracture and a level 3 type skull fracture. So Mr. O'Keefe, again, is 73 inches tall. His occiput is about 4.6 inches down from the top of his skull. That means it would fall a total of about 60 or 73 minus 5 would be 68. So just under 6 feet. So 72, 4 inches under. So 5 foot 8 inches is the fall height. What is data showing that even at a fall height as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, you can get fairly severe skull fracture.
Wow. We've also got in the mix your inches. We've got hardness.
Culture. Regarding your third.
Here's my thought. I wonder if it was like, yeah, like he was going to say whatever the thing is supposed to be, but then what came out was like, would have been accidental boner. Like I have a joke here, right? Because like, he's like he got an accidental boner from like him and that crash test dummy. And then that morphed into whatever the fuck, what was it? Octopus boner? I don't even know.
Regarding your analysis, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering and certainty whether or not the defendant's Lexus collided
Is this his final opinion? Are we getting to the grand finale?
of engineering certainty whether or not the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. John O'Keefe on the evening of January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.
Yes.
Before you give me your opinion,
Oh my God.
I'd like you to share with the jury what that opinion is based on.
Sure. So based on the 130 slides you've seen, based on my personal inspection of the Lexus, the correlation of the Techstream data with the infotainment data, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data, it's looking at, I guess, where the taillight wasn't broken. It's looking at the physical evidence at the scene in terms of taillight fragments, glass fragments,
Oh,
red color in the snow.
what?
We have the cell phone data.
Every single thing that he's listing has so many issues that if we picked any one of those, we would be here for a year listing the issues for just one of those pieces of evidence he's just listing here. And so I'm not going to bother doing that. I'm just going to note that this is just
the location and position of the arm lacerations, the air temperature at the time indicative of sufficient to freeze,
why not? Why not?
the location of the fracture on the back of his head relative to the scientific literature, my testing of forces available falling onto a hard surface,
We all live under the sea.
published science
Why not?
on the fracture forces associated with falls.
Pardon the interruption, but appears to be reading from the document.
I'm sorry, I'm reading from my report.
I didn't even notice he was reading anymore. I'm like, what? Remember those days, guys, when the reading from the report was such a big deal? Fucking forgot all about that because, my God, those were the days.
But then,
Don't even notice that anymore.
I'm reading from my report.
We've just gone so
Can you
far.
answer without reading?
We've just gone so far afield from it.
Published science on the fracture forces associated with falls.
pardon the interruption, but appears to be reading from the document.
I'm sorry, I'm reading from my report.
Rather than,
Right. You can't
I'm reading from my report.
make it stop.
Can you answer without reading from your report?
Probably it's more complete if I read my report.
No.
Your objection, Mr. Lester?
I
No
think
way.
on this question, Your Honor, reading from a report to this question, so I'm going to do that.
So, you have to read, don't read from your report.
Okay.
This is crazy.
Okay, Dr. Welcher, let me ask you again.
And now he's all doing that thing again, right? Just like he did before with the PowerPoint. Like, weird. Like, how dare they have him follow any of that? I don't even know. This is crazy.
So, you have to read, don't read from your report.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Welcher, let me ask you
Eye
again.
roll. Look at the eye roll.
Based on your analysis, data available reviews, study, based on the fact that you are an accident
Wow.
reconstructionist and a biomedical
Wow.
engineer, have you reached an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
And could you share the bases of your opinion before I ask you your
What's so
ultimate opinion?
funny? Do you guys remember how Trooper Paul struggled with this and he had to keep looking at his report? Another thing they have in common, they cannot actually give what should be the easiest part of all, which is what is your final opinion? The last thing you're going to say here, like this is the entire point of view, right? Like what is your conclusion? And you guys remember how many attempts it took for Trooper Paul? And he had to keep looking at his report and he kept going back to like on the day of da 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 da, and it was like amazing. And this dude is like having a similar struggle.
Yeah.
Yes.
And could you share the bases of your opinion before I ask you your ultimate opinion?
Sure. So again, you've seen my slide presentation. I've inspected the Lexus. I've looked at where it wasn't damaged. I've inspected the
I mean,
taillight.
I'll tell you what it is, because even for those two, by those two, I mean him and Trooper Paul, whatever it is that they're testifying to doesn't make enough sense to where they could remember the opinion, right? It's like, because if you use common sense or follow any type of critical thinking or logic, you wouldn't be able to say the opinion that you're supposed to say because it wouldn't make any sense. I think even for these two, that's why there's so much struggle here, because they're likely to get it wrong. By get it wrong, I mean get it wrong as far as whatever the Commonwealth wants them to say, if they don't read it. You know what I mean? Because it's like, it's almost like it's a bridge too far in terms of how much bullshit, right? And also just like how no person could ever say those things with a straight face, you know?
I got an exemplar Lexus. I ran lower speed contacts
I
to
got a
verify
Lexus.
that the injury pattern and location on the arm is consistent with the height and orientation of the taillight.
Is
I have
life.
looked at fracture tolerance data for falling backwards onto hard surfaces. I've looked at the metrics of where his injuries were and what injuries he didn't sustain. I've looked at the cell phone data, and then I've looked at Miss Reed's interviews as well.
What?
Based on all the evidence you considered, could you share with the jury what your opinion is to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Objection, Your Honor.
Go to 11.
Yes, based on the totality of the evidence, DNA, everything I talked about, that is consistent with that happening with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. That is what happened.
Objection, move to strike, Your
So
Honor.
I'm going to strike that. I'm going to see counsel sign off for just.
Oh my God. Hold on, let me hear that one more time.
Engineering certainty about whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.
Objection, Your Honor.
Go to 11.
Yes, based on the totality of the evidence, DNA, everything I talked about, that is consistent with that happening with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. That is what happened.
Objection, move to strike, Your
So
Honor.
I'm going to strike that. I'm going to see counsel sign off for just.
DNA. Literally, he's not said DNA this entire day. He's not said DNA this entire day. What is happening? Oh my God. Where did that come from? Where did what? Oh my God.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you like me to go to the podium or stand?
Hold
Right
on.
there,
What's happening?
Mr. Leslie, I will. So, this case, please disregard it.
Oh, oh, okay. Hold on.
Dr. Welcher, we have to be back tomorrow anyway. Jurors, I don't want to see this anymore. I don't want to see this anymore. Okay, so those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with
Yeah,
anyone.
that's
Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see,
I
hear,
know.
or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know.
Crazy.
Be really careful with your social media use. So we'll see you tomorrow. Oh, I'm sorry. We're starting an hour late tomorrow. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
So,
What?
we'll
Why?
start at 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay.
We'll see you at 10 o'clock. The court officers will tell you about your specific directions.
Oh, she's talking. Huh.
All right.
Dr. Welcher,
Dr. Welcher can step down. I know he has to come back and have his
so just
equipment.
leave everything here.
And then you'll come back in 5 minutes.
Roger.
All right. Yes, please.
So it seems like that he finished direct. That's what that seems like. And then cross would start tomorrow.
All right. So, Mr. Leslie, I will hear you as to your objection.
You know, and that's so will the Commonwealth rest their case in chief is the question. Will they rest their case in chief tomorrow? Probably. Although, who knows, cross could go on for a long while. They're not done? Really? I mean, that sounded like it was supposed to be done.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you like me to go to the podium? or
You know what I
stand?
mean?
Right there's fine. And let's try and wrap this all up by 4 because I've already heard you at sidebar.
We'll do so, Your Honor.
That means both of you I'll hear from within the next 5 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Leslie.
Fucking nerve.
The point number one is the question
Wow.
of whether, based on a reasonable degree of scientific or engineering certainty, he has an opinion whether a collision occurred. I'm going to give a dramatic and accurate example that happens in courts all the time. So, by analogy, if the issue is
Okay.
whether or not a defendant has stabbed
Wow.
an individual and caused a certain event, that is the ultimate question for the jury. That question is never permissible in a trial. By analogy, this is the exact analogous situation. The question of whether there was a collision is the ultimate question for the jury. That is why we are having this trial. The defense strongly asserts there was no collision, and there is substantial evidence to that. We are going to cross-examine Dr. Welcher. We are going to put in our own strong case to demonstrate no collision occurred. That's no surprise. It was in our opening statement. This witness cannot, by precedent for years, opine on the ultimate question that is going to the jury. I accept, subject to evidentiary issues, the two questions that a biomechanist always answers in these situations. is the damage to the vehicle consistent with a pedestrian hitting the vehicle? And are the injuries to the individual consistent with being hit by a motor vehicle? Those are the questions that are permissible, not the collision question. It is resoundingly improper in this trial, in any trial where that is the ultimate conclusion for the jury. Yes, an expert can offer opinions, but every expert is bounded by the extent of their opinion, and that opinion on whether there was a collision would invade the province of the jury and the whole purpose why we are here, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
So what Mr. Lisi is arguing is that in their opening statement, they repeatedly invaded the province of the jury because they must have asserted vehemently over and over again there was no collision, over and over and over again. And he just told you that when his expert takes a stand, they'll have abundant evidence that there was no collision. This case is about the collision, but that is not the ultimate issue. The ultimate issue is manslaughter or mens rea for second-degree murder, not collision. They don't get to define the prosecution's case. They do not get to define or limit the prosecution's opinions. They have no case law. They have no study. They have no jurisdiction or jurisprudence to say what we are limited to. He's entitled to an opinion. His opinion is not limited to whether or not the defendant struck.
I mean, it's odd too, right? Because like the word collision is actually used in the third charge. The word collision is an element of that. So,
Mr. O'Keefe, that evidence is obvious. It's not whether or not there's damage to the car or Lexus. That evidence is obvious. He also is an enormous part of
whether there's damage to the Lexus, that's not what this trial is about. It's about the damage to the victim. What is happening? Does he think the car is the victim? I'm just so confused.
biomedical engineer and accident reconstructionist. He studied the Techstream data. They didn't. He did. And he's entitled to give an opinion. The Techstream data, based on fact and science and data, tells us when,
data, which is
together
all
with other evidence,
anyway,
and where, when you contribute it with other evidence, this collision actually occurred. We don't have to play peekaboo and close our eyes to the reality of the fact that the evidence supports the conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering.
peekaboo. What?
Together with other evidence, and where, when you contribute it with other evidence, this collision actually occurred. We don't have to play peekaboo and close our eyes to the reality of the fact that the evidence supports the conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty that the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe with her Lexus in front of Fairview Road. I am not interjecting the defendant. I always refer to her car, so it is sanitized, her Lexus. I've been careful about that. I don't have to, but I'm very careful about it. He is relying on the Techstream data, the physical evidence, his independent studies. He is allowed to offer an opinion about whether the injuries are consistent with the damage to the car, whether the damage to the car is consistent with the injury to Mr. O'Keefe, and he's also allowed to answer, in his opinion, the issue of a collision. Putting aside the fact that that was emphasized and repeated in the opening statement, and it's going to happen again when other people testify. It's not our fault that ARCA didn't testify or look into the Techstream data or they don't have an expert report. It doesn't belittle or limit that evidence. We expect to ask Dr. Welcher, does he have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m. That is one of the opinions we're going to ask him. Nothing to do with the ultimate opinion of guilt or innocence, or whether it's manslaughter or there's mens rea for second-degree murder.
And what was your second? You said that's one of the opinions you're going to ask him. What else are you
I
looking
will
at?
also ask him about the consistent with, whether the injuries are consistent with.
With what?
I'm going to ask him after this part about the difference between a clip or a side swipe as opposed to a full-on injury.
That was so weird because he didn't finish the sentence. However, I will say, it sounds like finally they're going to answer my question, or well, at least my question will be addressed. Let's put it that way, right? Of like hit versus clip. Like, what is the actual definition of a clip or whatever, or side swipe? But this is odd.
The injuries are consistent with.
With what?
Yeah.
I'm going to ask him after this part about the difference between a clip or a side swipe as opposed to a full-on injury, pedestrian collision from a front or back of a bumper. And there are further slides to emphasize that point. And so there'll be an opinion regarding that as well.
And you,
Consistency with a side
It'll
swipe.
be interesting to see what.
okay, so this is not the end of Dr. Welcher's testimony. It's just moving on to another area.
It's close, but it's not the end.
Okay.
Yeah, so she seems surprised also that he wasn't done. Just why does Breenan think it's going to get better? I don't understand.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Here's a case.
Stop.
Attorney Brennan said, go to case, well, here it is. Commonwealth v. Coleman, 366, Mass. 705. And it stands for the proposition exactly that I articulated. I won't repeat it. Secondly, Your Honor, we practice what we preach. I have the ARCA report right in front of me.
Wow.
And I have the report.
Is that a new one or is that a?
This is the new one.
Okay.
It's also, the old one is the same. So either one is the same. They do not, Mr.
They're the same.
Brennan incorrectly said what our experts are going to do. I don't know why he did that, because he has these in writing. Neither Dr. Wolf or Dr. Rentschler talk about a collision or conclusion. It's consistency. So there's two questions I said in sidebar. And for reference, Your Honor, for the most recent is page 15. There is no.
I don't have that report, so I'd like a copy of that report.
Your Honor, a copy, and I also, Your Honor, refer Your Honor to ARPA's existing report, which I'm going to do from memory. I think it's February of 2020.
Just doing it from memory.
2024 that was done for the U.S. Department of Justice and FBI, where they basically said they gave opinions on those 2 items I spoke to you at sidebar. So Attorney Brennan is incorrect when he says what our experts are going to say or not. We've already committed in writing to what they're going to say. We're consistent. We practice what we preach.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, imagine that. We didn't change our shit last minute.
All right, so we will discuss this tomorrow before we start. I'll tell you my ruling tomorrow before we start. I need to go back and see what exactly came in to evidence today. All right, so I'll see you in the morning.
What does that mean? See what came into evidence today? What does that mean? I don't understand what that means. Like, you're going to go back and watch the day's testimony, or were you not paying attention, or because they're not going to have a transcript. What?
All right, so we will discuss this tomorrow before we start. I'll tell you my ruling tomorrow before we start. I need to go back and see what exactly came in to evidence today. All right, so I'll see
Were you not here? Wow.
you in the morning.
What a way to end one of the weirdest fucking days I've literally ever seen in a trial ever. That was really fucking weird. In a different way than all the other ones that are weird. Like this was really fucking weird. And what an ending. Like, what? See what all came into evidence?
So we will discuss this tomorrow before we start. I'll tell you my ruling tomorrow before we start. I need to go back and see what exactly came in to evidence today. All right, so I'll see you in the morning.
Is she referring to the things that came in accidentally and were stricken from the record, maybe? I'm trying to figure out what the fuck that means, right? Because there were a number of things that were stricken. Is it because she's like, what is that? Right. Well, what a day. What a day. Just, you know,
All right.
my God, the one thing you can rely on in this fucking case is that fan right there. Thank you, only fan. Thank you for being the consistent, reliable thing that we need in this trial. Always there spinning right there when you need it. Look, what would we do without the only fan? I don't even know. Like, that's the sanity. Remember when the only fan would drive us all crazy last year? Now the only fan is like our grip on reality, I feel like. Of us watching this, it's like, oh my God, thank God for you, OnlyFan. You guys know what I mean? It's like, wow. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean that's yeah. So much that was objected to and had to be stricken, right? Yeah, the autopsy pics. I mean, there was a lot. There was a lot. There was some, I think even some of the leading was stricken. But just completely, these improper opinions. Some of them was like relying on facts that were in evidence. It was off the wall, completely off the wall. Ugh. So, yeah, I remember when that fan was off. It was sad. Little things in life. Isn't that true? Isn't that true? All right, guys. Well, we will be back for more of this tomorrow. So, yeah. What a day. But y'all are awesome. I love you guys. Thanks so much for being awesome, amazing squirrels. Squirrel power as always. And I'll see you guys here in like what? Less than 24 hours, somewhere between 12 and 24 hours. But till then, squirrel out.